coffee. That's why it took a minute as well. We were both a little bit delayed. So,
Yeah,
how's
yeah.
it going? We got
I've
two
been,
people in here already. What's up, guys?
I've been good. How are you?
Good, good. I
Yeah.
didn't get much sleep last night, but I'm good. But I but I figured some good topics with everything going on in the news. I mean, all I see in the news right now is people scream. I mean, we talked about this a little bit already. We'll wait for some people to get in before we really get into it. We can just brief over some topics or ideas you want to shoot back and forth. But the Affordable Care Act is like the number one thing in the news right now. I've noticed that mostly today and in the recent couple hours they've been talking about the Affordable Care Act. But yeah,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on? We already talked about that. I liked both of y'all's hats. I have the same camo hat.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got this from out in the oil field, so I just kind of stuck with it.
You work in the oil fields?
Well, I used to, not anymore. I'm trying to stream your stream right now. Oh, there we go. I guess I have to. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
trying to.
No, it's
I'm
okay.
tr-
Use OBS or whatever you're using. You can do that. Honestly, I need to start streaming my own YouTube streams onto Twitch and Rumble more. But yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say, I guess, on that. But yeah, I would use OBS, but I just use through the YouTube app. It picks up the algorithm better for me. You want me to
yeah.
debate you, but every 2 seconds you're calling someone in the chats dumbasses, brother. That's not how you get a debate, Luis Lopez. Once you come acting, proper and start treating me and others in the Discord with a little bit of respect, then maybe I'll consider having you on. And if you didn't tell, we already have a guest on right now. If you can't tell, we already have a guest on, and also we have other people that have requested way before you. If you're acting like I, owe you my time or something. If you want to play like that, well, I don't really believe you, Luis Lopez. You already said that 100 times before, and all you've done is call people dumbasses. I mean, every single time anyone says anything to you, they call you call them a dumbass. I mean, how many times have you used that word so far? That's not really necessary. That's not really necessary. But we got 6 people in here. Smash that like button. Smash that like button. So,
Yes, yes.
so personally, do you think the Obamacare should be repealed or changed, or what do you think about that?
It's certainly not perfect. I wouldn't say that the Affordable Care Act is perfect by any means. I think universal health care is the way to go.
Yeah,
We should follow the lead of all other first world countries in the world and have universal health care. I think just health care in general is a right, not a something
I
that
don't believe it's a right, but I do agree with you on the fact that we should have universal health care. But I don't think it's possible because where are we going to get the money from? That's my main question.
America seems to find the money for everything else. Why not to take care of its own citizens?
That's another thing I hear. So we should just keep printing money until infinity. Like what happens when we print more money?
Inflation, but Trump does it at a whim and nobody bats an eye.
But we're
But
already down. We're already down 6%. We have a 6% lower spending in 2025 than we had in 2024. We had a net profits of. We had added net profits of $700 billion. So it looks to me like we're moving in the right direction, but none of that is nearly enough to pay for universal health care. And also, taxing the rich also isn't an answer because if we tax every single dollar that are like every single dollar in their net worth, which would mean all their properties, all their companies, everything they have of the billionaires, even the millionaires, that would equal about $7.8 trillion. That would only be enough money to cover universal health care for like a year and a half. It's not going to be possible in our current system. He froze up on me. What's up, Loki? See, I agree with Loki's comment. Universal health care, yes, but where should the money come from to find it? If someone can propose me some kind of method or system where we can have health care for everyone for like $2,000, then we could probably make it work. But other than that, it's probably not going to happen. But smash
Okay.
that like button. You froze up
Uh,
on me for a
yeah,
second.
my bad, my bad. But
Oh, it's okay.
like I stated before, as far as universal health care, you said that America can't pay for it, but I've said over and over again, America finds ways to pay for things other than taking care of its own citizens. I think it's time for America to take care of its own citizens.
Well,
I
even
mean,
if we combine all the foreign wars in the last 40 years of foreign wars, it still doesn't even touch the annual cost for universal health care. So
but
it's
you're
not
looking,
really comparable.
yeah, but you're looking at costs from a purview that America has some of the highest costs in the world when it comes to healthcare. But if we had universal healthcare, that would drive down costs, would it not?
I don't know. Maybe it would drop down costs.
Okay,
But even
but
if even if the cost was $1 trillion a year instead of $4 or $5 trillion a year, which I don't see that being possible, we still wouldn't be able to pay for it because that's still more than the military budget.
still more than the military budget. Are we including the black budget that nobody gets to talk about or
What
question
is it?
or look into? Are we including the black budget that nobody
What's
gets
the
to look
black
into?
budget? Let me look this up real
The
quick.
reason that the Pentagon fails its audits every year, the budget where
Military.
billions of dollars gets thrown away for things like fighter jets or prototype
That's not
things.
thrown away. That's research and development. That's R&D cost. Any company has that. Any country has that.
Well, the R&D cost of America is way overboard, in my opinion. And we could be using that
I mean,
doing
we don't
better
even have
things.
the strongest military in the world. I mean, we can still be ramping up our military. Shouldn't we
Wait,
have a
wait.
bigger and more powerful military than China or some of our
Who
adversaries?
who says that China is a more powerful military than America?
I mean, apparently CNN said it today.
They have more manpower, but that doesn't mean that they're more strategic, has better technology,
I mean,
or
I
more
personally don't
experience.
think so, but CNN made that statement. And
Well,
also, looking at the black budget is still 70 times less than what universal healthcare would cost.
no, that's just a portion of the cost. What I'm saying is that we tax the rich, so that will discount the overall cost as taxes, right? That will put
We
a
just
cut in that
tax
cost,
everyone
right?
to death and we lose all of our American
No,
entrepreneurs
we're
and
not
all
gonna
of our
tax
business
everyone to
owners.
death. I mean, we already do this with Medicaid, Social Security, Medicare. We already do this.
And Social
So
Security and Medicaid taxes are already pretty unfair to the entrepreneurs, especially small businesses. I mean, when you're a small business owner and you're making 40 or $50,000 a year, it's not like you're an employee. You don't have to like you don't. Well, I mean, if you set it up right, you're going to be paying quarterly. But say it's your first year running a small business and you don't have an accountant, you don't have anything like that. You just made 40 or $50,000. That means at the end of the year you're gonna somehow have to fork up 5 or 6 grand for your Medicare and Social Security taxes. That's a small business owner should not be paying, 12, 13% tax just for Medicare and Social Security. I mean, there should be an option to opt out of Social Security in the first place, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
so you think Social Security is unfair to some of the more wealthier people in
I'm
this
not saying
country?
it's unfair. I think it
So
hurts
so
small business owners, and I think there should be an option to opt out of it.
option to opt out of Social Security.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's
not gonna
it,
happen. It's not gonna
well,
happen though because the younger generation
employees,
has to pay for the older generation.
yeah, but employees pay for that Social Security. Am I right?
Yes, but if you're a small business owner, you have to pay, out of your pocket. It doesn't happen from your paycheck. When you're an employee, they take it out of your paycheck. When you're a small
Hmm.
business owner, you have the option to either pay it every quarter or you can pay it all at once at the end of the year. And if you're just starting your own business and you have to pay it all at the once at the end of the year, that's going to be 5 or 6 grand for a person that only made 40 or 50 grand that year. That's a lot of money, and that could first off get them in a lot of shit where they don't. Or how the fuck are they going to figure out how to pay for that if they don't already know about that? They don't have a tax accountant, And second off, it's just going to hurt a small business owner from growing. That's 10% of his income, and that total, it's actually about 12 or 13%. But we can just go ahead and say it's 10%. But
Okay. even if it is 10%, what I'm saying is that Social Security has a purpose in this country.
No, it does have a purpose, but if I had an option
Medicaid
to opt out of it,
specifically.
I would opt out of it.
Okay, that's fine, but it's still that still doesn't specifically. You're not making an argument why Social Security shouldn't exist in this country.
I
What I'm
think
saying
everyone that
is
paid
that
into it should get it. I'm not really against it. Everyone that's paid Social Security tax should get it. What I'm saying is, if you want to be the steward of your own money instead of the government, that should be an option. Do you think who's a better steward of your government of your money, the government or yourself? Who's gonna do? Who's gonna like people? Most people that pay in Social Security never really get all that money back they paid in the first place. Let's be honest here. But it's never
mm,
gonna happen anyway. This is, like, completely unrealistic to even say that they would ever give an option to opt out of Social Security, so it's not really even a debate.
yet and still it still doesn't satisfy the argument that these social programs shouldn't exist at all.
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't exist, I never said that, I said you should have the option.
Okay, and that's fine if you want to have an option, but we're arguing universal health care and should it exist in this country or not. And as far as social
No, because
programs,
60% taxes hurt entrepreneurs, 50% higher taxes hurt entrepreneurs.
it doesn't hurt. Look,
If it doesn't
if,
hurt
if
entrepreneurs, then why in socialized countries like Norway and Sweden, they have less millionaires per 100,000 people than us? We
less
have more
million, wait,
millionaires
wait,
per thousand people. Take a random group of 1,000 people. We have more millionaires than Sweden and Norway and
but
these socialized countries.
because America is an overall great country, and
And
people
one of
come
those
to
reasons is because we incentivize innovation and business with low
exact
taxes.
exactly. But businesses didn't stop coming to America when we started doing Medicaid. Businesses didn't stop coming to America when we started doing Social Security, and it
No,
won't
because
stop
those
once we
weren't high
do.
taxes. Those
And we
weren't.
won't, and it won't stop once we do universal health care.
If we raise
America,
taxes to
America.
60%, a lot of people won't. A lot of people will be incentivized to base their businesses other places. We already
So
see.
what happened to small business once we started Social Security? Did it continue to grow or did it get
I
smaller?
mean, Social Security isn't a big tax. We're talking about like a 6% tax, and if you include Medicaid and Social Security, that's 12% tax. So that's
Medicaid,
not.
Medicare, and Social Security all
It's
together.
12%
You
tax. So it's not the
okay?
same thing as raising taxes up to 60%.
Who says that universal health care will increase taxes by 60% for
Well, how are
everybody?
we gonna? You said you wanted to be like the other countries. These other countries that you're talking about got sky high taxes for their universal health care.
But they have a lower population base. They have a lower tax base, do they not? A smaller tax base, I should say.
Yeah, I think having a
Okay.
lower population helps. Be able to do this.
No, it doesn't. If you're able to tax more people at a lower percentage, then you can get more than that said smaller country, especially if this country is wealthier than that country
Worse, it
on
will
average.
increase to. Well, first off, Norway has higher salaries than us. I mean, they're about the same, but
Who's
roughly
wealthier?
higher.
Norway. Who's a wealthier country, Norway or America?
I mean, if you want me to give the honest answer, I think Google might say Norway, but I want it to be America. But
It's America. Like there's more dollars flowing in and out of America than Norway. All right, come on now.
let's see. Norway's average salary is about 53,000. Wait, what does it say about American average salary?
I'm not talking
It
average
says
salary.
60,000. Okay,
Let's
67,000.
go by GDP.
Okay, Norway GDP. Let's see. GDP is 92,000 in Norway per capita.
GDP in America.
Okay, US GDP. Oh, our GDP is lower than them by $7,000.
I don't. Gross domestic product, America
Yeah, per
versus Norway.
capita, per capita.
Norway versus America.
Yeah. Listen, I do think we do have more millionaires than Norway per capita, but if we're talking about GDP per capita,
Yes, we have more businesses than Norway. We have more money flowing in and out. We have more just capital. flowing in our country in
Yes,
general.
that's because we have the biggest market for business. But that doesn't
Okay.
mean there's other places where we can,
So
we live
so
in a
if
digital
so
age.
so if we have more businesses to tax than Norway,
Someone said
should
Norway is wealthy as fuck. You should see it. I believe
okay,
it.
okay, that's fine. But compared to America, it's not.
I mean, on what terms? They have higher GDP per capita.
I'm
But listen, I'm
talking
not
I'm
advocating for
talking
Norway.
overall development, economies, everything. If we Norway has way less businesses than us when it comes to taxing businesses.
They have way smaller businesses than us. They have a way
No, they
smaller
have
population.
okay. But what I'm saying is we have $1 trillion businesses over here. Norway doesn't have that.
Let's see. Average yearly income in Norway is 72,000. America is 66,000.
I don't care about income. I bet I bet the income equality is completely different in Norway also. Income doesn't tell me anything. I want to go by the GDP, the gross domestic product. What is the country making?
It's also higher
Higher by what parameter?
per capita GDP.
Per capita GDP.
Yep.
Who does per capita? What? Hold on, per capita GDP. That's my first time
You know what the
hearing
difference
those.
between per capita and regular GDP is?
But
Regular
what
GDP is the GDP of the entire economy, which,
I
of
I I
course,
know I know
a
what per
higher,
capita is.
yeah,
But what
a
I'm saying
higher,
is I never heard per capita when applied to GDP. When we're talking about GDP,
yeah,
we're
because
looking
if you
at the
have a
gross.
higher population, of course you're going to have a higher GDP. If you have 100 million, the population of Norway is only 5 million.
But
How are we going
which
to compare
but
5
which
million to 380 million?
but any rich company, I mean any rich country that has a high population is going to be less than Norway because of the lower population.
And what
China
about
would
how
be
much they pay healthcare per person versus the US?
I'm not sure if there's that number.
I'm looking into it.
But
Let's
that's
see.
one of
They pay about 8,000 per capita, and we pay 13,000 per capita, and they have a higher overall per capita anyway. It's 10% of their GDP, their insurance. Our insurance would be roughly 20% of our GDP
would
for,
be.
for universal health care.
Okay.
So that means we would probably have to have like higher taxes than Norway even.
That's not necessarily true. Because as everybody in America knows, America sends money overseas higher on higher levels than any other country. Is that true?
You've said that 100 times over again, and it still doesn't matter because, like I said, add all those numbers up for the last 40 years does not pay for universal health care for even 1 year.
But you're not including the tax that will be included that will cut that number at least by half.
I mean,
You're
how
you're
would it cut
you're
it by
you're you're
half?
you're looking at the overall number of cost of
I mean,
healthcare,
you're telling
applying
theoreticals.
that to the population, and not including any taxes to subset that cost.
Okay, so how much of the tax is going to subset that cost?
When any piece of legislation that's passed that includes universal healthcare will include some type of tax to subset that cost. We all know this, but you're looking at the just you're multiplying the population by the amount of healthcare costs that it would cost for a person to receive healthcare in this country and multiplying that number and coming up with something. Not, but you're not including taxes. You're not including subsidies, and you're not including the fact that more people getting checked up on the average basis will decrease healthcare costs over a long period of time.
I don't know about that either.
So if it's free for me to go to the hospital and get checked up on a regular basis, does that not decrease healthcare costs for me in the future? If I get a cancer diagnosis early versus late, does that not decrease healthcare costs for me?
Sorry, say it again.
If I get a cancer diagnosis and I catch it early versus late, does that not decrease healthcare costs for me?
Depends on the treatment, I guess, and the cost of the treatment.
catching cancer early and preventing that cancer from spreading is decreasing
Well,
healthcare costs.
you would still have to use some kind of treatment.
Yes, it will be some type of treatment, but if I caught it late because I didn't have health insurance, that would be a much higher cost, would it not?
Like I said, I don't know the cost of the actual medicine and the
Use
cost
your
of.
common sense. Come on now. Like, let's be
I mean,
real here.
maybe the drug's cheaper once you have terminal cancer, but
No,
probably not.
any healthcare professional will tell you catching the cancer early is the best thing to do when it comes to cost and overall health.
Well, I know about overall health, obviously, but I'm not going to assume stuff unless I actually know it.
Okay, that's fine, but you have to acknowledge that your numbers may be a little bit misleading when you're looking at healthcare overall. When people go and get preventative healthcare to prevent later things that may happen that may cost them a lot more money, might cost the country a lot more money, that prevents that, which is saving money just by having universal healthcare.
Saving people's personal debt.
Universal healthcare is a cost decreaser within itself because it people will go get checked and prevent certain things that will cost them later on down the line. Cost this country later on down the line. That's easy to understand.
So I was looking into how much it would cost us increase in taxes. I mean, it doesn't really give a really accurate number. But yeah, it would cost the individual more money down the line. Obviously it puts people more in debt. I mean, that's not really part of the argument. But
But
someone said 20% of children's poverty in the USA versus 8% in Norway. Yeah. But there's also once again a population of 5 million people.
that's due to capitalism. But I digress. I don't know if
Norway's
you
capitalist too.
it's way more socialist than
It's not
America.
socialist.
I
It
know
has
it's not.
social programs, it has welfare
Trust me,
programs.
I understand that Norway is not a socialist country. What I'm saying is that Norway has a social safety net that's way more robust than what we have here in America.
Yeah, they only have 5 million people,
Okay,
which is
so
like the size of how many people are in New York City?
I'm not sure. I
It's
don't know the
probably
top.
if I had to guess, it's probably less people than New York City.
Maybe, but what I'm saying
Yeah,
is
the New
that
York City population is 8.5 million. 50 bucks a month and everyone is covered? I mean, yeah, that's what I advocate for. There's no military defense wise in Norway.
okay,
So someone said Sabrina wrong.
but
And Norway has a 50% tax rate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Our economy is way bigger than Norway.
so we
Someone
can
said
afford way
40%.
more than Norway. So,
Well, we have way more expenses.
okay. Um.
Time says he wants you to call in later when me and him are live streaming. He wants to explain to you his opinions on universal health care.
Okay.
They make good money there. Yeah, I know they make good money there.
Hmm.
Bigger economy means we can afford it. I mean, they have a higher GDP per capita. Their overall health cost is like half ours.
Because they have universal health care. That's what I'm telling you. Having universal health
So what are
care
you gonna
is a
do?
cost saver within
So
itself.
you're gonna force all the medical companies to lower their prices and become controlled by the government?
I mean, how do other countries do it?
That's what I'm
It's
asking you. How are we gonna do it?
I would preferably cut out the middleman, get rid of the insurance companies, and just provide government mandated insurance to everybody. I mean, if
Government
you,
mandated insurance.
yeah,
Also,
well,
what about the
that's
quality
me
of health
personally,
insurance?
but I mean,
And what about the quality of the medical care system? That's a whole nother issue. What about the 30,000 people that died in Canada last year waiting for their, emergency health care services?
how many people died in America for not having health care?
I mean,
Let's look. Let's look.
you can have any emergency service you need.
Let's look that up. How many people died in them? Because
But
you
is it not true that you can have any emergency service you need with emergency Medicaid?
yeah,
The people that died from not having health care just didn't go for a checkup. or they just didn't go to the doctor at all because they don't like to go to the doctor.
No, it's not because they don't like going to a doctor. It's
I mean,
because
we don't know
when
why
you
they didn't go to the doctor.
what happens when you go to a doctor and don't have health insurance?
I mean, you can go to an urgent
Do you
care.
know?
Urgent care costs $40. Why don't they go to an urgent care?
Because the urgent care isn't everywhere.
It is
I, I
everywhere.
I live in a very rural state where they're shutting down hospitals within 10 miles of locations. What I'm telling you is that there are not urgent cares everywhere. So what I'm
Okay,
asking
drive
you,
to the city. That's like being in like the middle of nowhere and saying there's not a hospital everywhere. You're gonna die, just like you
so
just
you're gonna
said.
take a couple hours. So you're expecting somebody to drive a couple hours for urgent care,
I mean, if you live in the middle of the country where there's no hospitals, what are you gonna do then? You're gonna have to drive a couple hours, aren't you?
or not go to the urgent care and go to the nearest hospital
Well,
that doesn't
what
have
if
that
you
type
just
of
said that you
subsidy.
said there's no hospitals near you? So what if you have to drive
No,
a
I'm
couple
saying there are no
hours?
urgent care. There are no urgent care facilities that can give you that type of health care for cheap. So you have to go to the hospital. And what happens when you go to the hospital with no health care?
I mean, there are ways they can hit you with a bill, but there's different circumstances that happen. $40, 250 minimum? No, Kevin. I went to the
But
urgent care before a long time ago. It was like, I think it was like $70 to be honest with you.
okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that is why people don't go to the hospital. It's not because they don't want to. It's because they know that if they go to that hospital and they don't have insurance, that high bill maybe for getting some type of CT scan because they have something going on with their head is going to cost them thousands of dollars, and it's going on their credit score
Someone said
if they
urgent
don't
care
pay
went
for it.
up. I would have to look into that. I can do some quick searches on that, but from what I heard, there's emergency Medicaid, Medicare.
Emergency.
I mean,
So
illegal
so
alien
so you
immigrants get it. They're going to the
if
hospital
I
and getting it.
think if I go to a hospital tonight without any insurance that I am eligible for emergency Medicaid?
I don't know. Let's look into it.
Oh my god.
I don't know for sure. Let's look into it, but I know there's some
Okay.
options out there for sure.
Well, we might as well have universal health care at this point if somebody can
I
just go
mean,
to the hospital
how?
and just invoke
You said
emergency
tax the
Medicaid.
billionaires. So far, the only thing you said is tax the
But
billionaires.
if somebody that doesn't have insurance can go to the hospital and get socialized insurance, if they just invoke it, if it's just that easy, then we might as well
Well, I
have
never
universal
said
health
that, but
care.
there's certain scenarios.
Yeah,
This
I'm
guy's
pretty.
ready for communism, socialism. I don't know.
I'm not. Look, I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I do believe that America needs a robust social safety net, right along with some type of checks and reining in on capitalism in this country because it's gotten completely out of hand. But as far as all that communist and all that stuff, I really don't entertain that shit.
Time says you go tonight, but they will bill you, but you don't have to pay.
Yes, they'll bill you. And what happens to that bill?
He works in the healthcare industry, so I'll wait for
I
him to
understand
respond.
that. They will bill
But
you,
I'm
but
reading some things. Give me a
okay.
second.
Hold on, let me get my AirPods so I'll
They
give you a
must
chance to read.
treat you regardless of your ability to pay. You might get a huge bill later, but they cannot refuse you medical treatment. We already know that.
Yep. Someone hasn't went to a hospital without insurance, I see.
I mean, I really don't never really went to the hospital that much, but they give you there's a bunch of different options we can go over. First off, hospital charity care slash financial assistance, income usually 200% below the federal poverty line. This will cost you $0. Almost every nonprofit profit hospital, 70% of U.S. hospitals, is required by law to have this program.
Yes, but
So
there are certain stipulations onto that program that
yeah,
every
you have to
non
be poor.
not necessarily poor. That's not the only stipulation to that, and that's clear because any poor person going into the hospital is not going to get free
You have to
health
be
care.
below 200% below the federal poverty line. So yeah, you have to be below poverty by
But
quite
that's
a
not
bit.
the only stipulation. I know
I'm
it's
reading it right now.
oh,
If
shit.
you're making 60 grand a year and you have a
Hold
family
on.
of four, you can still apply because that's a lot of people under one household. And he wants a response. Okay, he says, What? I'll wait for him to come back, brother. Then I'll read your super chat. All right. I'm gonna answer your comment, but let him come back for a second. When it comes back on, I mean, yeah, 60K is not good with four people. I'll read your super chat in 1 minute. Wait for him to hop back on screen. Yeah, you have to qualify. Don't you want his reaction too? I mean, I can give you a reaction, but if anyone else has any comments or questions while we wait for him to come back, you feel free to drop a super chat. We'll both give you our reactions when he comes back. Also, slap that like button. Let's get to 25 likes.
Okay.
So here's two comments I want to read you. You there? Yeah? One guy says, you hear me?
Hear me now?
Can you hear me? Testing, testing,
Hello?
testing. Hello? One guy says, yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you. One guy says,
Can you hear
I
me?
get SSI and they pay my insurance premium for me. Everyone poor can get it. Everyone. So he's saying you obviously never been poor before. Basically, that's what that guy's saying. I'm just trolling you since you
um,
said I never been to the
did,
hospital without insurance.
yeah. You just said when you read that statement that it had to be a part of a family of four, right?
No, I said if you make this was an example. You don't have to be a part of any family. I said for an example, if you have, if you live in a family of four and you make, 60K house, 60K, you're often eligible. But let's read what this guy says because he wanted your reaction to it. So I waited for you to come back on. He said, what about the 88-year-old man who lost his pension after his wife died? At least America people set up a GoFundMe for the poor man. Trump 2025 term let him down. How did Trump get rid of his pension? I'm kind of confused. Isn't a pension relying on the corporation that gave it to him?
I'm
Or
not really
what's
familiar with that.
He's all about the seniors in pain. I mean, brother, how about this? Z Corp, how about this? How about you respond to this? Maybe both of you can respond to this. What about the $8 billion that the Somali immigrants stole from Minnesota? And not to mention, since you love talking about the starving children, why don't you talk about the $300 million of that $8 billion that was supposed to go towards children during COVID, 19? $300 million that Tim Walsh just let go missing. This was supposed to go towards feeding children. I thought you were telling me the other day that Republicans starve children. Now we just found out that $300 million, $300 was supposed to go towards kids during COVID-19 for their food. He said, "I'm not answering his question." What question? What was the question here? I don't see a question. You said, what about the 88-year-old man who lost his pension after he died? Okay, set up a GoFundMe. Let's go ahead and do it. We're fine with it. You set up a GoFundMe for him, and I'll put it out there if you like, if that makes you happy. But I don't know, man. I don't know. The real thing is, what about these children that went starving during, COVID-19 because of the Democrat Party? Wait until 2027, you need medical attention for being old. In 2027, I'll still be a young man.
And all right,
I'll
let's get
still
to the
be a
nitty
young
gritty.
man.
You
All right,
you
let's
seem
get
to
back
be
into it.
Yeah, you seem to be a complete Trump fanatic, and I have to ask you.
I'm probably not as big as Trump fanatic as you might think, but go ahead. I said in 2027, I'll still be young. I'll just pay for my own health care. I'll pay for my own treatment. But go ahead.
I
What's
get
up?
that, but as far as the healthcare, we can get back to that. But I just had a simple question, like, why do you cape for Trump so hard?
Cake.
Why do you cape for Trump? Wear the Superman cape. Why do you
I
cape
love the
for
cake for
Trump
Trump because
so
he's
hard?
underappreciated.
He's underappreciated. He's the
Yeah, he's
biggest victim I've ever
underappreciated.
seen in my life.
You guys are the biggest victims I've ever seen. Everything he does, you
He's
cry
never
about it and say
taken a.
victims. The
I'm
people
sorry,
that are the
but
victims are the ones that saying they can't get a job and saying systematic
have you
suppression,
ever
systematic
seen
suppression.
Have you ever seen that man apologize for anything?
Why should he apologize for calling someone a retard?
He literally went in front of cable television and said that he's never had to repent. Are you a Christian?
You're not a Christian. Are you really going back into this
No,
thing
I'm
with me
asking
again?
you. I'm asking
Yeah,
you.
but we've already been in this discussion before.
Okay,
You're trying to
but what
hypocrite
I'm
burn.
saying is
I
that
hate when Democrats and leftists try to use
no,
this Christianity thing against you.
I'm
They
asking
always
you.
try to use this point. You want to know why, guys? Because they try to twist and turn your morals against
No,
you.
I'm
They
asking you a
don't
simple
believe in
question.
Christianity. They don't
I'm
believe in what they preach in you, but they want to criticize you for your religion. That
I'm
is one
asking
of the
you as
demonic
an
ways of the
outsider.
demon rat
Look,
party.
look.
Don't let
I'm
them
asking.
trick you. They're trying to push you towards the devil. Are you a
I'm
Christian? Do you believe in killing babies and sucking their blood out like Hillary and Bill Clinton do?
no.
Do you
I'm
think that is
asking you.
reasonable? Do you think killing 1.8
He's
trillion, no,
just gonna
1.8
filibuster me,
billion babies? These demon rats killed
sir.
1.8 billion babies
I'm just gonna
since
ask
abortion
you.
has been around.
Let me get
1.8
back to my
billion. One,
let
you're
me get back
laughing
to my
at it. You
original
like
thought
babies dying. You love Bill
because
Clinton and Hillary Clinton
you
drinking
don't like the way
drinking the
this line
blood
of
out of the
questioning is going,
fetuses.
and I see it. So you're just gonna
No,
filibuster
because you're
me.
trying to
Okay.
hypocrite burn.
No,
Hypocrite
I'm not trying
burns.
to hypocrite burn. I'm asking as an outsider looking
No, you
in
shouldn't
as
ask as an outsider. Once you accept Christ into your life, then we can talk about Christianity. Once you accept
okay,
Jesus
let
into your
me ask
life,
you let me ask
then
you a
we can
question
talk
without
about Jesus.
let me ask you a question without even mentioning Trump. Because I may be interested in coming back to the church. As a Christian, would you follow a man that says he's never repented?
First off, he has repented on television. Second off, I don't know
No,
what quote you're getting
I'm
this.
asking
And
you
third off, obviously
if
you
a
haven't read
man
the
has
Bible
told you
because
that he's
man,
never
man sins. Man
if a man has
sins.
told you that he's never
First off,
repented
show
or
me.
he's never had to
See,
repent for
here's the problem
anything.
with the Democrat Party. There's a couple problems here. First problem is you're using buzzwords and headlines. Second problem is your culture war of pushing transgender
I'm
cartoons and
sorry, but
abortion and murder of babies
that's on
and lowering the
video.
population rate and replacing the
That's on
citizens of third
video.
world immigrants.
He said he doesn't think he ever had to repent for
So
anything. Would you follow a man like that?
we're gonna say buzzwords and titles out of context. Are you gonna
Is
read the
that
full
not what he
article and the
said?
full story? No, never heard that before. Not familiar with it. Go ahead, read the whole story, read the whole headline. Let's talk about this for 5 or 10 minutes
Yes,
because
please.
all you people try to do is use headlines and buzzwords. And this is exactly why I have to cape for Trump because of people like this that constantly say, oh, well, Trump
Buzzwords.
said this. This one liner. All you do is one liners. Like, how fucking weak do you got to be one liners? Why don't you talk about the billions of babies that the Democrats have
This is
killed?
coming from a person that supports the president that calls something a hoax every other week.
Yes, it is a hoax.
Last week it was the Epstein files. Now affordability is a hoax.
Did you not
I'm
hear what he
sorry, but
said?
are
It's
the
a
prices
hoax
going up
because
a
the
hoax?
Democrats caused the inflation. Did you not tell me last week that no inflation under Biden was only 2% or some bullshit like that? No, it
Yes,
was
Donald Trump literally
10%.
said, "I
It
haven't
was
asked God for
10%.
forgiveness."
It was
Yes,
10%. Okay, so once again, why are you talking about God? You don't believe in God.
it's
You're
not
trying
about
to
me.
hypocrite turns.
It's about how you
You're trying to burn
Christians.
people and you're trying to manipulate people. That's all you do.
I'm
Because you
sorry, but
can't talk about policy.
if
You
that was
can't talk about
Obama up there,
deportations.
if that was
Obama
Obama up
bombs.
there saying
Obama
that I
dropped
never had to repent, y'all would be calling him a
60,000
fake Christian.
bombs. I don't care what Obama says about
Y'all be
Jesus. He
calling him a
dropped
fake Christian.
60,000 bombs. You're not a
Okay,
Christian. So you have to flip it to buzzwords and titles
so
and
dropping
criticisms
bombs
like this because you
makes
can't.
you not a Christian all of a sudden. Is Donald
I
Trump a
mean,
Christian anymore?
he dropped 60,000 bombs.
Okay, is Donald Trump a
Now, why
Christian
does
anymore?
Christianity matter to you so much? Are you just trying to skew public perception? Is that all the Democrat Party is about? Because that's all you
Public
guys try to do.
perception.
One liners.
No,
Here's what the
it's a
Democrats do, guys. One liners, hypocrite burns, let's see, one liners, hypocrite burns, and culture war is why they're losing so badly. One
mm.
liners, hypocrite burns, culture wars. Like, I thought
I
we were
hear.
on here to debate policy, not talk about Christianity, which you don't even believe in the first place.
I mean, we can debate
If a
policy.
man doesn't believe in
We can specifically
Christianity,
talk
why is he
about.
talking about Christ? If he worships the Democrat Party, which aborted 1.6 million babies, I mean billion babies, 1.6 billion babies. If he likes the man Barack
Wait a second.
Obama,
How are you
Hillary
putting
Clinton, and
abortion
Bill
on one
Clinton,
party?
because who pushes abortion? What was Kamala Harris's number one policy? Kill more babies.
I'm
That was
sorry. I'm
Kamala
sorry, but
Harris's policy. What did
what
she
what?
run on? Kill more babies.
No, she
Abortion,
didn't run on
abortion,
that.
abortion, abortion, abortion.
She
What
did
did she
not.
run on
Show
then?
me one ad campaign where where Kamala was like abortion.
Every
I'm for
single
abortion.
one. You want me to
No,
start
there's
pulling
no
up
ad. I
quotes?
challenge you to send me a link of Kamala Harris actually saying that I'm for more
Let's pull up
abortion.
some Kamala Harris quotes about abortion.
Quotes. I'm talking about political ads
Yes,
where she's constantly talking about I'm for more
I
abortion.
support Roe v. Wade. We must put Roe v. Wade back in. As president,
Yes.
I will sign a bill that will restore protection and the right to abortion. Should we keep
Yes.
going?
But
We will give
that's not.
abortion nationwide. We cannot let him win. We will give abortion nationwide.
Yes, that's protecting a right to abortion. That's not saying that
Well,
she was
right to
personally for
murder?
it's not murder.
If it's not murder, then why does a pregnant person, when they get shot or killed, why does the person that killed them get charged with a double homicide?
I'm sorry, but why are
Answer the
and be
question. Why did they get charged with a double
that
homicide? If it's not murder, if there's
that's a
not two
law.
lives there, then why did they get charged with a double homicide?
Because that's the law, but that doesn't say that that person is
Oh,
another
okay, so
person.
that's the law, but it's okay to
Yes,
kill babies as
but
long
let
as
me
it's an
ask you this:
abortion.
Are should in vitro facilities be also shut down as murder facilities?
Why? Do you know what in vitro facility is?
Because eggs get tossed out by the dozens.
They're not fertilized.
A fertilized egg.
Sperm is not an abortion. Like, is
No,
this really a
a,
question
a
right
fer,
now?
hold on. IVF facilities. Look it up.
Do
Look
you
it up
know
with me.
how a baby is made?
Yes.
Sperm isn't a baby.
Look up IVF facilities and fertilized eggs, and tell me how many fertilized eggs get thrown out in IVF facilities.
Once again, it's not in a woman's body.
Is that considered murder?
It's not in a woman's body. It's
But
not in a womb.
but no, if you want to set that designation that a
It's not in a
fertilized egg is
womb.
a person,
If you love killing babies, just come out and say
no,
it.
it is a
But we
fertilized
know there's
egg.
a
Is
difference
a
between
fertilized egg
eggs
a
and
person?
sperm. Can
Is a
eggs and sperm
fertilized
make a
egg a
baby?
person?
Or does it need a womb? Can
It doesn't
eggs and
need a
sperm
womb.
make Yes, it does matter. Can eggs and sperm make a
No, I
baby
say it
without a
doesn't need a
woman?
womb.
It
So
does need a
no,
womb.
no, scientifically it doesn't.
Scientifically it does. You can't make a baby without a woman.
So a test tube baby is not a person.
A test tube baby still needs a womb. Do you not understand how this works?
A artificial womb.
An artificial womb, it goes into
Yes.
a woman.
What I'm asking you is hypothetically,
No, there's no hypothetically. You
a
take the
fertilized
egg
egg,
and the sperm and you put it in
if
a woman.
it hypothetically a test tube baby, if it grows up, is that a person?
If we're gonna play semantics and nitpick on the extreme well of the outside the bell curve, you're gonna be disingenuous rather than ignorant in the comparison.
Hmm. What I'm saying is that fertilized eggs is not
Falcon
people.
Man, what's up, Falcon Man?
Fertilized eggs is not a whole
Can fertilized
being
eggs
yet.
make a baby without a woman? We don't play with hypothesis. We play within reality, not some gotcha, catcha all nonsense to support
So you telling me
already weak
scientifically?
argument.
Okay, whatever. What I'm saying is that Kamala didn't specifically campaign on
She
more
did.
killing
I
more
just gave
babies.
you 5 campaign quotes from Kamala Harris.
What I'm saying is that that wasn't all she talked
If
about.
you support abortion
She
and you like her
there are
campaigning on
there are no
abortion, just
campaign
admit
ads
to it.
with
But this is why she
sir.
lost.
There are no campaign ads with her out there saying I'm for abortion or I want
You
to kill
sure
more
about
babies
that?
or anything like that.
You sure about that? Because that's the only thing she ran on.
That's not the only thing she ran on.
Okay,
That's the
tell us
only
what
thing
else
that
she
you
ran
paid
on.
attention to.
Come on, tell us what else she ran on.
She ran on expanding healthcare subsidies. She ran on
So
uh
basically,
ta-
doing what the Democrats are already planning to do.
yes,
That's
because
not an
at the
original policy.
are
That's
you are
not an
you paying
actual
are you
policy.
paying attention to what's going on in Congress right now? The Republicans are panicking because the healthcare subsidies are expiring at the end of the year, and
By
everybody's
the way, the
healthcare is going to
healthcare
go up.
marketplace to apply for Obamacare, the enrollment period ended like 4 months ago, brother. So
What
I
what
don't.
what I'm tell sir, what I'm telling you is that the healthcare subsidies that was supposed to be prolonged are expiring at the end of the year. The Republicans are currently panicking because those expirations are coming up, and healthcare is going to increase for
No,
everybody, just
healthcare is
about.
already going to increase because 4 months ago the enrollment for the healthcare marketplace closed. Look it up.
Oh,
You know what the
so what?
healthcare marketplace is? Do you know what I'm talking
Yes, I know
about?
what that is.
So you
Close
cannot
it
apply
closes
for
around the same time every year. So what?
it doesn't close in December. It closed months ago.
Okay,
So
but what I'm saying,
that means you weren't going to get your healthcare subsidies regardless months ago. So no one's panicking about anything
wait a
now in
second. Why
December.
why why is healthcare going up at the end of the year?
First
Just
off,
break that down
healthcare
to
has
me.
gone up every single
I
year
don't
for
care.
years and years.
Why
And
why why is it going up at the end of this year?
why didn't the Democrats try to
Answer the
come
question.
in? No, I am answering the question. Why didn't the Democrats come on and talk with Trump before the government shutdown, the marketplace enrollment period ended? So why aren't you talking about that? They shut down the
What
government and they told us, "Oh, we're
what
doing
does
this
the
for
enrollment
healthcare
period have to do
subsidies."
with prices?
Because once the enrollment period ends, that means you can't get your healthcare subsidies anymore. And it's
But
not going to happen in
there's an enrollment
2026.
period every year.
Yes, the enrollment period is over. So now if the subsidies pass, you're not going to get them for the next year.
But the reason healthcare is increasing at the end of this year is not because of the enrollment period that happens every year. It's
It's because the
because those
Democrats
subsidies
who put
are
the year
expiring.
answer the question, who put the year for the healthcare subsidies expire? Who passed that law for the year for them to expire?
Congress.
And what kind of what political party were these Congress members?
I think at the time it was slightly Democratic majority. I think
Slightly Democrat. It was all the
yes.
Democrats that did this. So if they cared
So
so
you're
much about
saying
the
no
healthcare
Republicans voted for
subsidies,
this?
if they cared so much about the healthcare subsidies, why do they keep doing it for 4 year time periods or 3 or 4 year time periods?
Because the Republicans have nothing to replace it with.
We
Trump
have
had the
something to
opportunity to do
replace it
this in
with.
his first
You
term.
just
Matter of
don't
fact,
like
he
the idea. You want more
Trump
socialized
campaigned
healthcare.
on replacing Obamacare. What happened to that the first term?
They stopped him. He didn't have
Who
any.
stopped him?
The Congress.
What's stopping him now?
He's going. He's trying to put it in place, but they're still fighting
What
against
plan
it.
does he have?
Trump Care. Are you familiar with it? I've talked about it a
Yes,
million different
it's
times.
nothing but Obamacare. Have
It's
you looked
not
it up?
Obamacare. You
Yes,
said
it
this last
is.
time. It's not Obamacare. Do I have to
What's the
explain it to you
difference?
again? The
What's the
difference is
difference?
it puts the money in private bank accounts for the individuals to
That's
buy
not a
healthcare
healthcare
on the
plan.
open market.
That's a
It is a
HSA.
healthcare
That's a healthcare
plan.
savings plan. That is not
It's
healthcare.
not a savings plan. You buy your own healthcare policy. No more ACA, no more Obamacare. Back to, free
So you're
market
telling me the government is
healthcare.
going so you're telling me the government is going to send people a one-time monetary
No, it's
deposit.
not a one-time monetary thing. That's
So they're
not how
going
it
to send
works.
people money
So
every
how
month.
much money was insurance before Obamacare per month? Give us a rough estimate.
Shit, I don't know per month how much it was back then.
Tell us in the comments, guys, how much was insurance before Obamacare? Anyone over 40 will remember. Come on, guys. Tell us down below. How much per month was healthcare before Obamacare? ACA does suck. Cheaper. Someone said cheaper.
With
Yeah,
the
that's a good
national
answer.
monthly premium of
I know
approximately
that. Yup,
one
yup.
hundred and ninety seven dollars for single coverage in 2013.
Someone said 250. Way cheaper. Around 80 bucks a month. Yeah, that could be the case if you don't have the best insurance. Let's see. Anybody else? Okay, even if it was 200 bucks, that's literally almost that's one third of the cost almost. Someone said it was around 70 bucks a month. Now it's 2 to 300. We're all getting different numbers here, but once again, highest. Oh, here we go.
Yes,
Here's a good
because do you know why we're getting different numbers? Because
because
before
there's different types
Obamacare,
of healthcare
but no,
coverages.
because before Obamacare, we had things like medical underwriting, denials and exclusions for pre-existing
Yes,
conditions,
I
there
agree that
and
those are all good things. That's the only good thing he
variable
did.
premiums based on what a person based on factors like health status, gender, and age, which they can't do now. This is why I'm telling you is that insurance was everywhere back then, and it was
So now we
very
gotta pay for all the people that can't pay for their own shit,
no,
basically.
we have to set laws to make sure everybody, such as pre. Do you support people getting insurance with pre-existing conditions? Do you support that?
Yes, but now it doesn't save them because they can just have higher deductibles. Now they just have a $10,000 deductible, a
But
fifteen
before
thousand
they
dollar
couldn't get insurance
deductible.
at all.
Okay, so now they have a $15,000 deductible. How are they going to meet that deductible?
A $15,000 deductible. Where?
Yes. Where? In the insurance. Look up the average deductibles. It's like 6,000, and the higher end it's 15,000. Well, how about this guy right here? What about time on my side? He said the highest unpaid for me and my son before the Affordable Care Act was $136 a month. Now he pays $900 a month. Keep in mind the cost of healthcare in 2008 is vastly different, and I was paying 400 a month,
The the
full coverage
average
on a 95.5 plain platinum.
the average deductible right now at its highest is 7,000.
No,
And
that's wrong.
gold plans right now are
That is completely wrong.
1,430.
That's bullshit. Let me look up and I'll find you a source.
Bronze plans averaging high around 7,258.
Bronze plan isn't the highest plan.
Overall average 1,707 787.
$7,000? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay, you don't think there's a problem with that?
Yes. But you're
I
not
just
including
did
it.
a quick
But a
Google
couple
search.
numbers
The average is $7,000 to $9,000, and out of network care plans cost over 10,000.
out of network care plans. What I'm telling you is what is the average deductible for American right now?
$7,000 to
No,
$9,000.
it's not.
It says right here, AI overview, bronze plan.
The average health insurance deductible varies, but for 2024 employer plans, it was around 1,787.
No, that's not correct. What's your source for that?
Healthinsurance.org.
Are you looking at the average ACA deductibles? Even if that
Yes.
was true, does that fix it? Is that good? You think that's good?
No, it could be better. I'm for universal health care.
Which is not going to work, and it's never going to happen. And even your own Democrat Party isn't even advocating for it. I wonder why. Dealt with today, $5,000 deductible.
What?
Someone
What
said
you
in the
say?
comments. I was just reading a comment.
Oh, okay. Hold on,
This guy
cause I'm
says
finna pull
laughing
up.
emoji. Land of the free. Pay 50% tax.
There's nobody paying 50% tax in America
Someone
right now.
said it. Well, he's saying that's what you're advocating for. It has went from
And
$500 deductibles to $5,000 deductibles. Ding, 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 ding. I mean, why is everyone in the comment section saying their insurance went from $100 to $400?
went from what?
$100 to like $500, $400,
Because
because the
of
ACA doesn't help anyone except people making under fifteen
that's
grand a
not
year.
necessarily true because that's to assume that you knew what a world would look like in 2025 without the ACA.
Well, it seems like, I mean, right after, we're not even literally right after the Affordable Care Act passed, insurance skyrocketed.
Yes, the deductibles on the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare has risen primarily due to general healthcare inflation, hospital and drug costs,
Just look
and
up, did
as a way
insurance
for
go up
insurance to
after
keep
the
monthly
Affordable Care Act?
and as a way for insurance to keep monthly premiums lower. The design of the ACA combined with market dynamics and recent policy changes has made a higher deductible plans a common feature in the marketplace to
It's because
lower
of the
the monthly
Affordable Care
premiums.
Act.
Hmm?
Running my model, I would pay far less today than with ACA.
You're
They
making a
said
bunch
you're
of
looking at
you're making a
employer
bunch of
plans.
assumptions.
They
But
said you're
that's
looking at employer plans, which is probably right.
but that then we're getting back to the Christian argument. Then are we not?
Christian
Because
argument? There is
if
no
you're not,
Christian argument. You're not a Christian.
but that's what I'm saying.
Talk to
If
me
I'm not,
about Christianity when you turn to Jesus.
you're running
Because you
into a
don't want to
logical
turn to Jesus.
fallacy. If I'm not a Christian and I can't talk about Jesus,
Okay, if you're an atheist,
why
can
are
I
you
talk
talking
about how
about
you support murder
Obamacare
and
and
destruction of
you're not under
civilization?
Obamacare?
Huh?
Why are you talking about Obamacare and you're not participating in Obamacare?
How do you know I don't got Obamacare? How do you know what I got?
How you know I'm not a Christian?
You said you're not a Christian.
And you said that you don't believe in Obamacare.
I said that Obamacare is not good. Doesn't mean I don't have Obamacare. Who knows if I
Nah.
have Obamacare? I got
Okay.
Obamacare. I just don't like it. It sucks.
Uh-huh. Right.
Oh, someone said Obamacare isn't a religion. Only Obama has Obamacare.
Okay, but does that mean because I don't subscribe to that religion, I can't critique it?
What about, yeah, you shouldn't. That's kind of a fucked up thing to
So if
do.
you're not a part of the program, why are
I
you
mean,
critiquing the program?
you shouldn't be constantly, basically, trying to hypocrite burn people. It's not even about criticizing them. You shouldn't be hypocrite burning them.
Well, when your party is constantly talking about Christian fundamentals and bringing
Does that
Christianity
bother
back to
you?
this nation,
Men make sin. I don't know how many times
but
I
your
have to tell you
leader,
this because
but
obviously
your
you never read
leader,
the Bible. You never read the Bible. I know you didn't, but let me explain something really simple for you.
I've never
Okay?
read the Bible.
Let me
Wow.
explain something to you. What does the Bible say about men being sinners? Does it say that men sin or does it say that they're all godly and they're like Jesus?
They're all sinners. We're all sinners.
Exactly. So if someone sins, why are you bitching about it?
I'm not bitching about it. But what I'm saying is that you will look at the sins of the
You're saying
Democrats and
everyone's
call
supposed to
no,
be
no, let
perfect
me
and
finish
fit
my
your
statement.
ideal.
Let me finish my statement. You will look at the sins of the Democrats and call them demons, while at the
Yes, because
same
they're
time
purposely killing people.
ignoring these sins of the person that you're wearing the hat of and the person that you're wearing his
Is
mark all over
murder
your
the
body.
same thing as other sins?
I don't know. Is
Ethically, morally, do you think murder is as bad as other sins?
no,
I'm
I'm
not
not
talking
saying
about the
I
Bible.
never said that. But Democrats are not murdering. Name the last
Oh,
Democratic
they're not
politician that
murdering
murdered
people.
somebody.
That's right. It's not murder to just abort 1.8 billion
Those are
babies.
women making healthcare decisions about their own body.
Healthcare is a
Those are not
murder.
Democrats.
Healthcare is to save your life, not to murder babies.
It's not murdering babies.
Once again, if it's not murdering babies, then why do they get charged for a double homicide when you unalive a pregnant woman?
That doesn't. So you're telling me that just because a
By the way,
person,
$2 to $4 billion per year in identity theft and fake enrollments in Obamacare.
so what?
So
That's what I'm
what? You
saying.
don't care about the fraud and abuse. That's another question for you. You're so anti-Trump, but when was the last time Democrats ever exposed any of the fraudulent scamming behaviors in this country? Can you name one Democrat that ever exposed any scam or fraudulent behavior? Because we've uncovered a lot of fraudulent behavior. It seems the Democrat Party has been behind. I mean, are these all just hoax and
What is this
propaganda?
so-called fraudulent behavior that the Democratic
I
Party is
mean, we
behind?
can just go down the list. First off, we can start with the $8 billion from the Somalis. Then we can go down the list of the $300 million that the Somalis stole from those, children that needed that food. Then we can go down the list with the Obamacare fraud, the $2 to $3 billion a year in Obamacare fraud. I mean, should we continue on? Then we can talk about the the people, the dead people's social security numbers that they're using. Woman healthcare decisions, but couldn't be accountable to have safe sex, but erase a future human to our species is
Do
okay.
you want me to bring the examples of fraud that I have of Republican politicians here in Mississippi? I have plenty of
Yeah,
examples.
sure, but I'm talking about on a federal level. But sure, go ahead and
Oh,
expose it.
yeah.
Was it Democrats that exposed it? That exposed the Republican fraud? Please tell me
I
about it.
mean, if you want to consider news Democrats, but yeah, I mean the Brett Favre. Are you familiar with the Brett Favre situation? Him taking SNAP funds to build a volleyball stadium for his daughter.
I think I heard about that a while ago. Who exposed him?
It was a
Mississippi
local
is a
news
Republican
publication.
government,
Yes.
so that means a Republican exposed a Republican.
No, it was a news publication here that is left leaning with their publications,
But
and they exposed it.
who did the journalism?
It was a young lady. I forgot her name, but she's from I forgot the name of the Mississippi. It was like
The
Mississippi
news is a
News.
Democrat. Okay, that's pretty funny. Fox
But
News,
no,
someone said.
no, it
Here
wasn't
comes the
Fox News.
lie. Fox
It
News.
was a local news publication here in Mississippi, and I forgot the name of it. Forgive me, but they did expose that.
Well, let me look into it myself. But like I said, this is still not an example of a Democrat politician exposing a Republican politician.
No,
We're talking about the
I'm
news.
just giving you examples of Republican fraud. We can talk about
I'm just telling you the facts
We can
that
talk about
who's
George
exposing
Santos.
who.
We can talk about George Santos. Are you familiar with him?
Yeah, I'm familiar with him.
Yes, that is real bad fraud. Do we
That's
want to talk
not
about that?
fraud. What did he get arrested for? Do you know?
Santos was convicted of a federal wire fraud, literally, and aggravated identity theft. He was
Uh,
convicted.
is that his charges?
Yes, he was a sitting congressman. But go off.
Answer my question. I didn't see your question. If you want your question answered, you can drop a super chat. But let me look. Relating to his campaign, his congressional campaign.
Hmm.
So he got arrested for soliciting campaign donations under
Yes,
false
wire
pretenses.
and
Once
wire
again,
fraud.
show me where in the government. This is you're going off on all these one-on-one examples. I'm not talking about single off-putting cases. I'm talking about tell me one case of where Republicans funneled billions of dollars from the federal government to, fit their agenda and steal money. Because you keep talking about these unrelated cases trying to, go off the topic and pivot.
I'm
Because you
not.
can't name one. I just named you three cases where Democrats stole billions of dollars, and you're talking about personal
Democrats. So
cases.
you're telling me a whole cabal of Democrats colluded together to steal money for Somalis?
I mean, Tim Walz
That's what you're
admitted
trying
to.
to tell me.
I mean, Tim Walz admitted to knowing about it and doing nothing.
Have you looked into that case?
Have you looked into it?
Let's do it.
Because I told you a bit about it already. Minnesota. So here's what it is. They allegedly stole $1 billion, which now has been updated to about $8 billion, but it doesn't really matter. Billions of dollars and taxpayer funds from federal and state social programs. These schemes, which pre-acted but exploded during COVID-19 pandemic, targeted children nutrition, Medicaid housing assistance, and autism therapy. They have drawn intense national scrutiny.
Okay, but from what I gather is that the only connection to Democrats is that some of these Democrats receive campaign donations from some of the people that were charged. Show me the connection directly from these
Tim
Democrats pulling
Walz,
strings.
Tim Walsh
He
is the
received
only
campaign
connection I'm
donations from
making.
the people
I
involved.
never
What?
said they received donations. We haven't made any
But
further
that's the only
connections.
connection that I'm
This is
seeing
still
here.
being investigated. This is
Okay.
still being investigated. The
Well,
facts
once they get
are that Tim
well,
Walsh turned a blind eye. He turned a blind eye.
there's no proof of that.
He admitted to it on television.
There's no proof of Tim Watts saying that I knew that their fraud was going on and I just turned a
I mean,
blind
I
eye
can
to it.
send you the video in a second, but let me read this comment. Republican Sheila
That's not true at all.
McCorman, fraud indictment. Republican Sharon Henderson, theft of government funds. If you want, we can dance over the CBO investigations for more examples. So
Wait a
you're
second.
giving us more
All
examples
it
of wire
means
fraud and
all it
Friday
means
indictments from
is that they
Democrats.
accepted donations from people later accused of fraud and then returned those donations.
Hold on.
But you have whole Republican Party congressmen getting convicted and charged, and later what pardoned by Trump later.
Who?
Roger Stone witness tampering,
First
obstruction.
off, I'm not
Michael
familiar with
Cohen,
any of these cases, but if you want to
campaign
start talking
finance
about
fraud.
pardons, if you want to start talking about
Yes, because
pardons,
Trump
okay,
gave
let's talk
Paul
about
Manafort.
pardons then, because this is my favorite topic. What about the man that Biden pardoned that killed a woman and a child and then got out of prison and started killing and shooting more people? What about the guy that did a mass shooting and Biden also pardoned him and he got out and started killing more people? I mean, are you going to talk about that? You going to
I
talk
see. I'm gonna
about the
have to start looking
murderers?
up everything you say
You're
because
gonna talk about
you're.
the murderers that Biden let out of prison? Yeah, look it
Hold
up,
on.
please.
In December 2024, most of the home were convicted of murder. This did not free them, but removed the death penalty.
Uh
So this he did not free them people. He just simply removed their death penalty sentences.
no,
In
that's
December
not true.
in
David
December 20
Broom.
no, let me finish this statement.
No,
December
you're wrong. Go
2024,
ahead, read.
President Biden commuted sentences chart and commuted sentences, changed death sentences to life in prison without parole for 37 out of 40 people on federal death row, most of whom were convicted of murder in federal cases. This did not free them, but removes the death penalty sentences.
No, you're wrong. One of them got
Oh,
freed, and the other guy wasn't a murderer. He was just involved in a shooting. The guy's name was Adrian Peeler, a Connecticut man who was
he was convicted of conspiracy in the killings. He was
of
not
a
convicted of
woman and a
actually killing anybody.
child.
He was not convicted of killing. He was convicted of conspiracy.
Hold on. Let's see what he was convicted of. 1 second.
Yeah. You've been spouting that for a good little minute now.
Adrian Peeler then was 23 years old, was identified by an eyewitness as the shooter who fired multiple rounds at close range, killing Clarkley and instantly mortally wounding her daughter, who lingered for several hours before succumbing to her injuries. In 2001, Adrian was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. And his brother was convicted of the capital felony murder. So yes, eyewitnesses said this man killed a woman and a child. You're defending a murderer right now? Is this actually a thing?
No, I'm
Do you
not
know what
defending a murderer
conspiracy
by any
means? Do you know
means.
what conspiracy of murder means?
A conspiracy. You're conspiring to commit a murder, but
Okay.
that's not a convicted murderer, is it not? I mean, I'm just saying for your legal purposes, in case this guy sees one of your YouTube videos and you're calling him a convicted murderer, and he comes in and sue you. You feel me? Just for your own protection, because
You can come and
he's
sue
not
me.
a convicted murderer.
So to convict someone of conspiracy to commit murder, are you familiar with the what the prosecutor must provide?
No, I'm not
The
specifically
agreement is
familiar.
this: two or more people intentionally agreed to kill a human being.
Okay.
They have to have basically proof of them killing another human being, so they are
But that
murderers.
but if me and you just talk about killing a human being, does that make me a murderer?
That's not what they did. That's not what they have to
By the
have.
legal definition.
To
You
convict someone of conspiracy to commit murder, prosecutors must prove beyond a reasonable doubt two or more people intentionally agreed to kill a human being. The argument
yes.
can be spoken, written, or simply inferred. Second, intent. Each conspirator must specifically intend for the victim to be killed.
Okay, but that's still a conspiracy. It's not you're a cold-blooded
They
murderer at that point.
intentionally they were cold
So
blood murderers.
these are legal definitions for a reason. That's why he's charged with conspiracy and not
Once again, are we
murder.
really defending murderers?
I'm not defending anything. I'm making sure that you are clear in what you're saying because this
I
guy's not
am
a convicted
clear. You're
murderer.
saying he didn't murder anyone when eyewitnesses said that he shot a mother and a child and they bled to death.
I have no reason to. I mean, if they have eyewitnesses and convicted of conspiracy, I don't understand why he's not convicted of murder. But hey,
Because his
all I'm
brother
saying,
took the murder charge.
all I'm saying is
People
Biden.
died, so he is a murderer. We're not talking about legal definitions. We're talking about what a murderer is. Should we go over some of the other Biden pardons? What about the mass shooter?
What mass shooter? What from where?
Hold on,
Which
give me a
one?
second. I'll pull it up.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, we're talking about Biden's pardons, but we completely ignore all the pardons from Trump. I mean,
No,
I
we're
will
not
agree with
ignoring
you.
them. We're comparing murderers and killers to
Okay,
quote
that
unquote oh horrible people. He accidentally
but
did a
these people
financial
are not.
crime.
But you have to understand, most of these people are not free. Everybody that Trump pardoned are free. People
That's
that
not true
assaulted
either.
police officers, people who
Who assaulted
ran
a police officer? Go ahead and name them.
all those people on at January 6th, they were
All
convicted.
those people? Name one.
Name one. Okay, one person convicted.
No one. Maybe one or two, but I don't know. But go ahead and name them. So here we go. Here's some Biden pardons. Marquis Holbert from Nebraska, a documented gang member with weapons convictions, had his federal sentence commuted and was let out of prison in 2025. In November 2025, Holbert was arrested following a shooting incident.
Okay.
William Frank, originally convicted with clemency, received a commutation for a non drug offense. Just a few months later, he was arrested on drug trafficking charges and illegal firearm possession. There's more and more, but here's a chat that came in. Let's see. Dude, you're not going to help those mothers with these babies, so why do you care? You're repeating everything every other Republican wannabe says. Well, we're comparing pardons right now. I don't know why you're getting so
Why
pissed off.
why is it that well, okay, I will agree with you that if Biden has a bad pardon, that is a horrible pardon. Well, you agree with me that Donald Trump pardoning people who attack police officers is a bad pardon.
If they did 4 or 5 years in prison, I think that's plenty of time in prison.
For attacking a police officer?
Probably, yeah. For assaulting, battering, what are we talking about?
Assaulting a police officer, yes.
Did you find the person that got charged for assaulting a police officer?
Let's see. Peter J. Swartz participated in the Capitol attack, including assaulting police with pepper spray, conviction, multiple felonies, and misdemeanors. His sentence was for 14 years in prison. Peter J. Schwartz.
Um, yeah, 14 years in prison. I don't know about that one. Not to
Okay.
mention there was 300 FBI
Stu-
undercover
Stuart
FBI agents there.
Stuart Rhodes, founder of the Oath Keepers, seditious conspiracy and other charges for his roles in planning and
That's
leading
more
efforts.
time than the government gives PDF
Okay,
files.
okay.
Pedos. So,
planning and leading efforts around January 6th. He planned to kidnap politicians and take them out of Congress.
okay, that's wrong. Did he do it?
But he
No.
was pardoned.
Well, why didn't Nancy Pelosi call in the National Guard? It's her job. She was the
Why
Speaker
didn't
of the
Trump?
House.
Why
Because
didn't
he's not
Trump?
the. What
Obviously,
is
he
the
can.
job
We
of the
see.
Speaker of the House to do? Isn't
What is
the
the job of the president?
Speaker of the House? Let's look up what it says about them calling in the National Guard. Let's look up what it says about that.
But when Donald Trump told people clear as day that he couldn't have called
You
in
mean
the
the
National
speech
Guard.
that they're being sued for?
What speech? But that's what I'm telling you. Donald Trump told people back what January 7th that he couldn't have called. He didn't have the authority to call in the National Guard, which is a lie.
Well, technically, unless you use Title 10, which Donald Trump is currently using, it's only up to state governors.
The Speaker of the House is not a state governor.
It's not up
So
to the
who is
president
who
or
is the
the.
state governor of DC? When that is applied to DC, who is the state governor?
I don't know at the time.
The
But
president.
the president is not the governor of D.C.
Yes, because it's not a state. But when it comes to the National Guard in DC,
Okay,
yeah, it makes sense to you now, huh?
no, it has to be up to the governor. D.C. has a
But when
mayor.
DC doesn't have a governor, who does it
D.C.
fall
has
down
a
to?
mayor.
No, it doesn't fall down to the mayor because the metro area, DC is bigger than just the metro area, correct?
Who has the power over the National Guard then in D.C.?
The president. Donald Trump has
Well,
showed us
then why
this
were
in
you
his
guys
first
screaming it's
administration
unconstitutional when he called in the National Guard there?
because he's calling in the National Guard in states that didn't request help.
But you said he has the power over it in D.C. You were screaming
Yes,
that's
in DC.
unconstitutional.
It's harder to make that argument in DC. But that's why the Supreme Court said that situation going on in LA is unconstitutional. Because him trying to send the National Guard out there, it was ruled unconstitutional, right?
Where?
So
In
in
California?
California, yes.
What about all the other places where they said it was constitutional?
No, they didn't say it hasn't come down to a ruling yet.
The mayor was asked, and so was Pelosi. We have video of Pelosi saying it was her fault. So what
No,
about that video?
she
Can you
said that
explain
it was
that?
her. No, you're taking things out of context now. If you actually
I
listen to
watched
that
the
whole,
video 100
if
times
you actually
over.
listen, no, you watched the clip. If you watch that whole video and that conversation, she was just taking. She was basically saying that she should have did more than just what she did because she figured that it
Oh,
wouldn't
so
have got
she's
it.
saying she should have called in the National Guard.
No,
Okay,
she said she was basically
understood.
saying that she didn't know that Trump was calling in whole crowds of people on the day that they were supposed to certify the election.
Well,
But
he
Donald
literally
Trump
just
knew
said she
that.
should have done more two
Donald
seconds
Trump
ago.
knew that he was calling in all those people. Donald Trump could have called in the National Guard, but he sat on his behind for
Well,
5 hours.
why did Nancy Pelosi sit on her behind and admit to it?
Admit to what?
You just said she could have
What
done more. But she said specifically
what
about the
authority
National
does Nancy
Guard.
Pelosi have over DC that
She
supersedes the president?
refused the National Guard and admitted it multiple times.
She did not refuse the National Guard.
She admitted it on camera. Do you want me to pull up the video and show you?
You're telling me while that stuff was going on, she refused the National Guard.
Yes, she was on in the car. She was being recorded.
No. Okay, hold on. Because I'm finna
No,
pull up
no, he
actual
didn't. That's
statements.
why he sued the news channel because they altered and edited the video and changed what he said.
Show me the real video.
The real video? The real video's out there on Trump. You gotta look into it yourself.
Oh, I
I
gotta
can
look
send it
into
to you.
it.
I mean, it's
That's
out
funny how that
there.
works. Okay,
Yeah, you gotta do your own
I hope that you
research.
would send me a link. But here's some key facts that you're missing. Pelosi did not control the National Guard. The Speaker of the House does not have authority to deploy
But
the
if the
National Guard.
National Guard calls Nancy Pelosi and asks her,
Google
"Do you want us to
Google
send us
or
in?"
Chat GP Google or Chat GPT if the Speaker of the
If
House
they
has the authority
if
to
they
deploy the
call her
National
and they
Guard.
say, "Hey, you're at the Capitol right now. Do you want us to come and save you?" and she says
Who has
no,
the Google or Chat GPT? Who has
I
the
already
authority
told
to
you. She
Who has the
doesn't. But
authority
if
to
they
deploy the
call
National
her,
Guard?
can they not come?
But who has the authority?
So why did she make that
Name the
statement
person
then?
that has the authority.
Why did she make that statement? The president doesn't have the authority either unless he invokes Title 10.
Only the president, the secretary of defense, and the
Yes, the
secretary of the
president
army
has
have
the
that
power, but
power.
he has to invoke Title 10. And that doesn't happen like that.
He doesn't have to invoke Title 10 for that
Yes, he
situation.
does. I looked it
No, he
up. When I
doesn't.
looked up
Not
the
in
thing about
DC.
Speaker of House,
Not in DC.
yes, everywhere.
There's no evidence that she rejected a request. There's no
There's
record of Pelosi
video. I'll show it
denying a
right
National
now.
Guard request or turning down troops before the attack. Well,
Are you going to say it's
some
fake when
some
I show you?
some clips showed Pelosi saying she took responsibility for security that day, but that's about overall preparedness, just like I told you, not about refusing the guard. Fact checkers emphasized that she was not in charge of the National Guard
New
deployments
York
and did not
Post.
block them.
Nancy Pelosi says, I take responsibility for not having National Guard at the Capitol on January 6th. Here, I'll play it for you. Responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This
We
is
did not have any
ridiculous. Are you going to
responsibility
let her talk, or are you just going to talk over her? Because that's
because you
5 seconds. You don't want to hear her saying it, do you? You don't
I
want to
just
hear
read
her
it out to
saying
you.
it was
I, ju-
her responsibility. That was
I just
five
read it out
seconds.
to you.
It was 5 seconds into the 40-second clip. You
Okay,
gonna let
go
her
ahead.
speak or what?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, let's start over again. Responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're gonna ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with? They thought that they had sufficient. No, there's not a question of how they have, but they don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for war. I take responsibility for not having them there. Did you hear that last part? So why would she say that? Quote unquote, I take responsibility for not having National Guard at the Capitol on
Are you
January
gonna let me
6th.
talk?
Yeah,
Are you
you're
gonna let
sitting
me?
there blank. Go ahead.
Speaker of the House does not have the authority to deploy the National Guard. Is that right or wrong?
Depends on the situation. Apparently, she said she had authority
No, it
there.
doesn't
She
depend
got
on
a
the
direct
situation.
call. She got a direct call from somebody. Why would she say that if she doesn't have the authority? Why would she admit to that if she doesn't have the authority?
Maybe because she just went through a situation where she felt like she could have made some calls or did something better.
She
When
didn't
I was,
make any calls. They called her. The National Guard called her.
wait a second, hold on. Are we going to completely ignore the fact that the president lied the day after that and said that
Are
he
we going
didn't
to
have the?
completely ignore the fact that there was 300 FBI undercover agents there? Are we going to
It,
completely ignore that there were federal workers and federal agents telling people to go inside the Capitol?
Nobody, no federal agents told people. Show me proof of that.
You sure about that? There's one
Yes, I'm
guy. What's
sure.
his name? Ray Epps. There we go. Ray Epps. We got him already in the
The Ray
comments.
Epps conspiracy has already been debunked over
No,
and
he
over
worked for
again.
the FBI and the CIA. Ray Epps.
There's no proof of that.
A lot of people are saying, let me call in. I'll let you guys call in for like a
There's
$50
no
super
proof.
chat. There's no proof. It's a quick Google search.
Yes, there's no
How
proof
can
that
I
Ray Epps
call
was.
in? I know a Jan Sixter. I mean, you can join the Discord here. I'll give you guys the Discord link. If you have something good to say, I'll let you in. But
Okay, Ray Epps was investigated. He was
make it
even
a hundred
potentially
dollars if
charged.
you want to join in. $100.
Investigators found no link to the FBI. The House January 6th Select Committee publicly stated that they spoke with Ray Epps in interviews, and he denied ever working for the FBI or any law enforcement agency. There is zero evidence that he was a federal agent, informant, or directed by the FBI to stir the pot.
When I Google Ray
FBI statements
Epps,
confirmed that he wasn't an agent. The FBI said publicly that Epps was never an FBI employee.
let's see. Let's see what I can find. Even if he wasn't, there was still
He was even he was
300.
even he was even
What
charged and
about the
pled
FBI
guilty.
statements of this year saying there was over 300 FBI agents at January 6th? What do you think about that?
Okay, they did the same thing to BLM protests. So what?
Were they also holding, bullhorns and telling people to burn
But
buildings down?
do you see black people blaming the FBI for BLM for
I
those so-called riots?
I mean, obviously not. We saw who burned down the buildings.
And we saw who crashed through the Capitol.
Crashed. They opened the doors and they walked right in.
No, that's after the first people broke in.
You
If
mean
you
you
have
mean
a
Ashley Babbitt that broke through a window? Yeah, that was wrong. She
no,
lost her
that
life.
she had a whole crowd of people behind her too. What I'm
No one's
telling
gonna
you is
follow behind someone that just got shot in the head.
one good way to do crowd control, especially when you have a whole mass of people trying to get into a
Oh,
building
here we
and
go with the crowd. It's
yes,
impossible to
crowd
get through a
control.
steel door like that. If they would have kept that door closed, it's impossible to get in.
They
And they
broke through
had gunners.
windows.
Yeah, they
We
had
have
people.
video of them breaking through
Yeah,
windows and
one
everything.
person out of
Not one
thousands.
person.
Yes,
Oh
one
my,
person.
that is not one person breaking windows and stuff. What are
So
you
why did
talking
one
about?
person die and the rest of them didn't get shot when there was a police officer shooting people?
Because it was a narrow hallway. It was a door in the middle of that hallway.
So
And
he only
Ashley
shot
Babbitt,
one and the rest broke in? Is that what you expect me to believe?
no, Ashley Babbitt was already in. Have you seen the video of Ashley Babbitt getting shot?
Yeah,
She
she
was
jumped
already
through the
inside.
window and she got shot.
Yeah, she broke a window, but she broke a window to a door that was already inside the Capitol.
And then she
That
got
door on the
shot.
other side of that door was our vice president at that time.
Let's just ignore the fact that they keep saying they broke into the Capitol when they were let in by the officers. Ding,
They were
ding,
not
ding,
let
ding,
in.
ding.
So you're telling me the first people to reach the Capitol were let in?
I mean, they opened the thing broad as
No.
day.
Answer the question. Are you
Talk
telling
about
me
the
that
white
the
pipe
first
bomber.
people that made it to the Capitol were let in?
She was punished. She was pushed in, so they were not
No,
all
she was not
behind her.
pushed in. They told her to stop over and over again.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, to be honest with you.
Watch the video.
No, I'm talking to the other guy.
I was about to say, like, watch the video. It's there clear as day.
So what about the black guy that CNN called white? That was the pipe bomber.
CNN
Why?
called white.
Yeah, there's a black dude. They said, look at this 33-year-old white dude, and he was black.
I I don't personally know anything about that because I don't watch CNN on a daily basis. But from what I hear, he was pro Trump.
From what I heard, he was pro-Democrat. Why would he bring a pipe bomb to kill January Sixers?
I'm sorry, but his social media says that he believed that the 2020 election was a hoax, just like
Show me
Trump.
his social media then.
Easy as
The
day.
pipe bomber was a Democrat. And you want to talk about how the fact they said the white woman that was there, originally they said was an ex police officer.
Okay.
I mean,
Some
a
early
Capitol police
reporting, no,
officer.
law enforcement sources during at least one interview with FBI agents, Cole told investigators he believed conspiracy theories that the 2020 election was stolen and expressed support for Donald Trump. You want me to send you this source?
I can find you a counteractive source,
No, I mean, fine. But these are coming from FBI
and
interviews.
mine will come
What
from the FBI as well.
Okay, that's fine. What I'm saying is that do you want me to send you this source? I can send
Here,
you
send
more
it to me.
information. Okay.
Here we go. I found some information.
That's the only thing political that's come out about this guy that's on paper. That he has said that he thinks the 2020 election was stolen and has expressed support for Donald Trump. So I don't know where you're getting this information from.
Hold on, let me find you the source. I'm gonna be fair. You sent me a source, so let me find you a source.
Okay.
So now you're admitting that there was 300 agents. The moment he gives you facts, even though you're denying it the whole time.
I'm not admitting that there was 300 agents. I'm just saying that that sounds about on average with the FBI and how they treat large protests. That sounds about on par. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, just on par.
Brother, he's making it up as he goes.
I'm not making anything up. Show me any speck of proof that connects any type of Democrat to this pipe bomb or Democratic statements or anything like that.
I'm searching for it. Give
Yeah,
me a second. There's a lot of documents about this
you're gonna
guy
be here
out
a
there.
minute.
If anyone wants to help me out in the chats with a source for it, because I know for a fact this man was a
Yeah, help this
Democrat.
man out, please. What I'm saying is that your daddy Trump is a problem for this country. He wasn't right about anything. He's the biggest narcissist and the biggest victim. And
The victims are the people that say they can't get a damn job because of systematic suppression. Those
we just
people are the
we just
victims.
went over that. We just went over this what
We
last
really didn't
discussion.
go over that.
Yes, we've went over the stat that a black person without a felony gets less callbacks than a
I'm
white
not
person with a
talking
felony.
about black or whatever, whatever. You're talking about systematic racism. I'm
That's
talking
one
about
example.
systematic suppression.
Yes, that's one
And
example.
there you go, bro. You're acting like a victim.
It's not a victim. It's facts. If I tell you about a fact that is hurting a specific group of people, you're calling that victimhood?
Yep.
White people do that all the time.
Do what all the time?
Bring up facts that hurt white
You mean
people.
per capita?
Huh?
How do they hurt black people? By what?
No,
Telling
I
them that
said they
about the murder rate?
white people bring up facts that they bring make sound like hurt white people, like illegal immigration and things like that. And they
Nah,
may
that
be
doesn't.
facts.
How does that hurt
They
black
may be
people? Are
right.
black people illegal alien immigrants?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying white people do the same thing. Should I call them victims?
What kind of shit do white people do?
They bring up facts that they say hurt their demographic.
Like what? We never complain about facts. White people have more
Charlie
drug
Kirk did it on a
crimes.
regular basis with
Like what?
DEI.
Give an example.
DEI. Whenever Charlie Kirk brings up DEI, should I call him a victim?
I mean, you'll do it anyway because you want to play the victim card.
No, I'm just saying what make it make sense. Just because I'm bringing up facts, that's the you're calling me a victim by what parameter?
What facts?
The fact that a black person without a felony gets less callbacks than a white person with a felony.
Send me those sources again. Didn't we eat those up and spit those out last time?
Yes, but there was nothing that y'all spit back out. Y'all consumed it, but there was nothing spit back out. Y'all
We
just read
spit
it.
it out.
No, there was nothing spit back
Yes,
out.
all the white people are racist.
No, I'm not saying all white people are racist, but there are clear examples of systemic issues in this country.
And you're right, black and brown people could never be racist. That would be crazy.
I never said that either. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna pull that up.
Oh, hello, Sharit. Black victimhood he has, says Sean. Well, according to these liberal Democrat sources from CNN, the black man is a victim.
And Trump is the biggest victim.
How is
You
he a
think he
victim?
good? I just saw your
Systematic
hat.
means nothing in the system, and the system prevents
I,
us black people from anything.
Oh, okay. I just saw your hat. Do you think Trump should run again in 2028?
I already told you Trump is going to be president in 2028. He doesn't need to run again.
What was your main reason for not supporting Biden?
Biden dropped out of the race.
I know, but what was your main reason for not supporting Biden?
What do you mean? His 9.8% inflation?
No, I mean when you see Biden as an individual outside of policy,
His open border? I don't have anything against them personally.
Donald Trump will be way too old to run again in 2028. But to
He
entertain
doesn't have to run
any of that
again, though.
shit,
He'll be
what
president. And
what
Biden
I'm
is a
saying
true
is
racist. Did
that
you like that Biden was for segregation up till the 90s?
so
Did
was
you?
Trump.
Biden's
The hell?
past? No, he wasn't. Trump
Yes,
got an award with Rosa Parks, dude.
Donald Trump was
He
sued
was sitting next
for
to Rosa Parks. He was literally friends with Rosa Parks, for fuck's sake. He was shaking hands and taking pictures with Rosa Parks. And you're saying he was a racist.
yes, because Donald Trump was sued
That
in
wasn't Trump, that was
1973.
his
The U.S. No,
father.
no,
That was his father. That was Fred Trump. Here we go with this bullshit again. And by the way, he never got found guilty. He just settled
Donald
to
Trump,
ignore
who
the
was the company.
lawsuit.
Hold on, Donald Trump, who was the company's president at the time, called the charges absolutely ridiculous, and the Trumps filed a 100 million countersuit against the government for defamation, which was later dismissed.
Trump used to
So,
date black women.
okay,
Let's not forget Biden voted against civil rights. That is
do
on
you
record. That is fucking
slave
on
masters used to sleep
record.
with their slaves? So what?
Then Democrats decided that he should be president. When Biden used to vote against civil rights, y'all decided that he should be president. Was that your favorite
Look,
part? Oh wait, was this your favorite part when Biden said, "You ain't black unless you vote for me"? Did you appreciate when he said that?
no,
Did he con you into voting for him? You're like, "Fuck, man, I really got to vote for him now, otherwise I'm gonna lose my black card."
nope. What I'm saying is that Biden was not my first pick. He was not my ideal choice. And a part of being a
But you
part
voted
of
for
this,
him anyway, even
no,
after all that shit that he said.
compared to voting for Trump, yes, I would vote for Biden any day. But what I'm saying, being
Did
a
you vote
part
for
of this
Biden?
American, if I had Biden or Trump on the
Did
ballot,
you
I would
vote for
still
him
vote for
then? Did
Biden.
you vote for him?
Yes.
There you go. So
Like,
that tells me I don't want to hear anything about racism, all right? Because that tells me right there you're okay with voting for a racist if he's the quote unquote better choice. As long as he's the better choice, you're okay for voting for a racist. All right, I understand.
you see how you try to use the example that Donald Trump sleeps with black women to say that he wasn't racist, but completely
I mean, I
ignore
gave
that.
you a countless amount of
But and
examples. By the way, he
completely
never
ignore
lost that lawsuit, but okay.
completely ignore the fact that Biden had a black woman on the ticket with him.
To try to show that he's not racist anymore. And she's not even black, dude. She's Indian.
She went to a
uh,
HBCU,
okay.
so she's been identifying as
Wait, did
black
she
for a
even
long
go to
time.
HBCU? She went to that one school in California. What is it called? I'm trying to remember the name of it off the top of my head. You
I
voted
mean,
for
hold
what was
on.
the name of school? What was the name of the school she went to? Go ahead, tell us.
I'm not sure of the school that she went to.
But she
All I
went to
know
an
is
HBCU. You
she
voted
went
for
to.
Biden, the guy that thought of your mama was three-fourths of a human, and his actions were to keep civil rights away from your immediate family.
Kamala
Let's
went to
see.
Howard University,
I don't think that's an HBCU.
one of the premier HBCUs. Kamala went to Howard University.
Let me see. I'm looking it up right now. I gotta fact check myself.
Okay. Oh boy, the caping you do for Trump is outside, and the
The
fact
caper
that
you do for Barack
you,
Obama just to
you
raise. By the way, you don't have to be
you
black to attend the
cannot.
HBCU, dude. You
That's
don't even have
crazy.
to be
Every time
black.
you
Look,
defend Trump,
look,
you have to bring up a previous president just to defend Trump. You can't
they
defend
compare
any
it.
of his actions without invoking
They
a
compare
previous
it.
president.
They compare it. Isn't comparison important? Because it seems like you
No,
forgot all the shit that Biden did. By the way, you don't got to be black to go to an
no, I'm
HBCU, and
not saying.
Kamala Harris is proof you don't got to be black to go to an
I'm saying if
HBCU.
Biden did something wrong, let that be wrong. I agree. If
You
that's
voted
wrong,
for
that's
him. He was a
wrong.
racist. He was against your family's civil
If
rights.
Donald Trump is doing something wrong, can you call that wrong?
Yeah, but none of the shit you named was actually something wrong that
What has
Trump is
Donald
doing
Trump done
wrong.
wrong in his first administration?
In his first administration, he could have done. He should have gone harder on tariffs. He went too easy on tariffs. That was
What about
wrong.
his second administration?
Not really too much. I
So
mean,
he hasn't done anything wrong in your eyes.
nothing that
Israel,
has passed yet. There's some things in legislation that.
HB1 visas.
I mean, I don't think HB1 visas are bad. Do you?
No, but the Republican Party thinks they're bad.
No, that's not true. That's the only people that think
The
that they're
base,
bad
the
is
base.
like hardcore right wingers like
So
Mitch
you agree with
Winkies.
Trump that Americans are not smart enough to get those jobs?
Well, that's not really what he said. Do you want to pull up his
What?
actual quote?
Yes,
Go ahead, pull up his quote, please. Read the whole
yes,
thing. Don't just clips because I literally read this quote yesterday. It's not what you think it is.
yes. I
I
saw it
read
on
this
video.
literally
I saw
last
the
night, huh?
interview. I
Okay,
saw
so
the
then you should
interview.
know when we read the quote, it was nothing like you thought it was. Now I'm gonna have
Well,
you read it out loud this time from start to finish. Because that's not what he said. Now you can repeat all these buzzwords because it gets your attentions.
okay, Trump.
Roses are red. Kamala's
We
not
need
black.
this is
Biden
Trump.
has dementia and Hunter's on crack.
This is Trump's exact words. We need to bring in talent from other countries since we don't have talented people here.
And isn't
And
that
she
what you
was,
want? You believe in replacing, everyone with illegal alien immigrants.
but we don't have talented people here.
We could get some more
Shouldn't
talented
Americans come
people.
first?
Well, not according to you. The illegal alien immigrants should
What is
come
American
first.
first about that?
America first is about putting America first. For you, you want illegal alien immigrants
But
to
Donald
come
Trump
in.
is bringing in
You
these Indians.
love illegal alien immigrants. You want them to
But
flood into
HB
this
one
country.
visas,
Why don't you let those damn illegal alien immigrants live with you? Will you do that? I would appreciate that.
I don't
Give me
love
your
illegal
address.
aliens.
I'll send a
But
couple of legal alien immigrants from down south
you
to come
see
live
how
with
you
you.
move from
See
HB
how
one
you're a
visas to
hypocrite?
illegal
You're
aliens?
a
You see how
hypocrite.
you bounce like that? We're
Read
talking about
America First
something that
policy.
has cut
Where
your
does
party
America
in
First
half
policy say no H-1B visas? Go ahead, tell me.
because they're not putting
Because
Americans in
what?
that because they're not filling that slot with Americans, but bringing in
But you said
Indians
the
from
white
other
man's too
countries.
lazy to do it, and that you won't do it. So we need illegal alien immigrants. Who's gonna pick your
HB1 visas
crops?
for tech jobs.
Who's gonna pick your crops?
HB1 visas. Do you know what HB1 visas are for?
Who's gonna pick your crops, man?
Do you know what HB1 visas are
Who's
for?
gonna pick your crops though?
HB1 visas are for high tech jobs. This is the
High
same visa
tech,
that Elon Musk got over
like
here
tech
for.
support.
No, like people coming in, those Indians coming in to work for Google, or immigrants coming in to work
So
for
you're
Meta.
too lazy to work for Google because who's gonna work for Google and who's gonna pick your crops?
Why can't Americans get those jobs? There's
Because they're
plenty of
too
Americans
lazy.
in
They won't
America
pick their own
that want those
crops.
kinds of positions.
They won't pick their own crops.
We're
And
not
first
talking
off,
about
Trump is the
crops.
first president to ever put any restrictions on H-1B visas.
What are those restrictions?
Do you know what they are?
No, I would love for you to name
You
them out
don't know
for
what
me.
they are? $100,000
No,
a
list them
year?
out for
A
me.
$100,000 fine, one-time fine. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's new because of Trump, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why. Where is that money going?
To the government. Right in the Trump's
Mm,
pocket so he can buy another large mansion and shit on you.
mm.
I'm just joking. It's going towards the
And,
government.
and do you agree with Trump selling citizenship?
Did you hear the news about it
Does that
today?
sound like American first?
I mean, we've had that. Did you know we've had that for like decades now?
where a millionaire can just, I mean,
Yeah.
a foreign billionaire can
Yep.
just come in and pay for citizenship?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we've had that for decades now, but I don't know why you're trying to flip flop and play like you're some kind of right wing conservative. You
No,
love illegal alien immigrants.
I'm just
According to
asking
you,
for
they
some type
benefit
of
us.
consistency here because it seems
It
like
is
the whole party is
consistency.
led
You don't know what Trump's
by
policies
an
are.
old
You don't
man
know what
with
America
dementia.
First is.
It seems
You
like
love
Donald Trump doesn't
illegal
know what
alien
America First
immigrants.
is.
Huh?
It seems like Donald Trump doesn't know what America First
It
is.
seems like you don't know what it is. You're preaching against
Nobody
H-1B
does because
visas,
Donald Trump
but
is
you
supposed
want
to
a
be.
wide open border letting in tens of millions of illegal alien immigrants. That's what you voted for multiple times.
So does Donald Trump doesn't know what American First is.
See,
Every
you're a
time,
hypocrite. You'll play devil's advocate just to try to make someone look bad.
why is Donald Trump removing the tariffs? Why is he bailing out farmers?
Because we've bailed out farmers every single year for the last
Why is he
20,
bailing out
30,
the
40
farmers
years.
now? What are the farmers telling Trump right now? They're saying
This
that
is the last thing I'm going to touch
because of
on, and
his
then I'm going to get
tariffs,
another guest on,
because of
okay?
his tariffs, their soybean crops are not being sold in China.
And why are soybean farmers on track to make more money than ever? Can you answer the question? They're
They're
going to
not
get
on
bailed
track.
out this winter
By what parameter?
by the deal with China,
What deal? When?
the tariff deal that they signed
When?
a month or two ago.
No, there's still an ongoing dispute between the U.S. and China under the Trump administration. China, previously the buyer of nearly half of all U.S.
Did you
soybeans,
look
imposed
up the new
retaliatory
deal?
tariffs. Impact on farmers, financial losses. Farmers are facing substantial losses,
All
with
right,
some
apparently you're going to
estimates
be
in 2025
disingenuous and
projecting the
not
loss
look
of
up the
over
soybean
$80 per
farmer
acre.
deal. I
Is
mean, all you had to do was look up China soybean farmer deal. China buys nearly 500,000 tons of soybeans from us, and they
when?
signed a new deal with Trump. And either way, if we made
What
$700
what
in
was the
tariff
point of that if
profits
China was already buying half of our soybeans? Like
to
you
to
realize
buy to bring up more
Donald Trump is
profits than
solving a
ever?
problem that he already caused.
No, he's bringing more profits for them than ever. What do you not
He's bringing the
understand?
profit. We were already selling half of our soybeans to China before the tariffs. He's only bringing it back to half.
Did tariffs crash the economy?
Not yet.
So the answer is no. And how much revenue did we bring in?
Why are we bailing out the soybean farmers? I
Why
want
do we bail
everybody
out the
watching to
farmers
Google
every year under every
why are we
president for the
bailing out
last 40
soybean
years?
farmers?
Why do we bail out every single farmer for the last 40, 50 years?
Specifically, why are we bailing
No,
out soybean
specifically,
farmers
why
right
are we
now?
bailing out every single farmer for the last 40, 50 years?
That is not true.
It is true. Look it up.
Every year for 40, 50 years.
Go ahead, look it up. We've spent more than $10 billion in the last 5 or 6 years bailing out farmers. It's either every year or every other year.
The last time farmers were bailed out was during Trump's first term.
No, that's not correct. It was a bailout
Yes.
under Biden. Every
Yes.
single time you look something up, you're just reading fake
No.
information. Everyone out there, go look it up yourself. This man is blatantly lying to you right now.
Okay. When was the last farmer bailout?
I'll tell you right now. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, you're gonna be looking a while.
No, it's definitely
Cause
in 2022 or 2023. I'm just trying to find out the specific details about it.
hmm okay. Because what I'm saying here is 2020 an additional 46
Here we
billion in
go. I
relief.
found it. I found it. 2022 provided $3 billion bailout to relieve financial stress from farmer loans. From
That's
USDA
not
under President Joe Biden.
farmer loans.
Yeah, that's a farmer bailout, is it not?
Oh my. All right. Um,
Is that not a bailout?
that's not the same thing we're talking about. We're
It
talking
is the
about
same thing.
farmers.
It's a
We're
bailout for farmers.
what is this bailout for? It's not for loans. What is it for?
It is for loans. These people borrowed
This
money.
this
They
bailout that
can't pay
Trump
it
is doing
back.
right now is
Yeah,
it for loans?
yeah. They owe
No, it's
money.
not.
$3.1 billion loan bailout. So what was your thing? What was your line again to my audience saying Biden didn't do a bailout to any farmers? He didn't give any money
That's
to farmers.
that's that's not
Define
the same.
bailout.
That's not the same
Define
thing.
bailout. Define bailout. Of course, it's not the same. None of them are ever the same. Define bailout.
A
As a
bailout.
policy, the U.S. government makes sure farmers are paid for their crops because they are too important to allow to fail. I learned this in the 80s. Thank you. This has
Yes.
been happening since the 1980s. I guess this guy is new to this thing, or he's just very
No,
disingenuous.
the last major farmer bailout was in 2020.
No, it wasn't. It was in
Yes, it
2022,
was.
dude. I just read it to you. You're
Three
making
three
shit up.
billion.
Literally, if it doesn't have involved with Trump, you don't mention it.
Hold on.
This was 3.1 billion. It was in August 2022. It was part of the Inflation Reduction Act.
Hold on.
Bailout is a freebie. Thank you. Newsom president and AOC VP 2028. What do you think about that?
The Trump
I just wish
administration,
you would be
the
stopped being
Trump
so
administration first
disingenuous.
term in response to trade wars that the Trump administration started provided over 23 billion to aid
Trade
farmers because of that.
war.
Yes, because of that trade war
When?
in the first term. The Biden administration implemented a program under the American Rescue Plan, and then later through the Inflation Reduction Act to lo- to provide
Oh,
loan
so it wasn't a
modifications.
bailout. It was a program when Biden did it.
Yes,
But when
it was
Trump did
it
it, it
was
was a
to wait a
bailout.
second. Let me
So
finish. It was to provide.
disingenuous.
No, let me finish my explanation. To provide a loan modification and debt relief to economically distressed borrowers. Trump
So is that
administration, the
not a
current
bailout?
term, if it was for a reason to help farmers because of a loan and distressed
But this
borrowers,
is to
that
help
that is
farmers too.
that is complete situation from bailing out farmers because you started a trade
The
war.
trade war that we
Do you
benefited
understand the
from.
difference between the situations? Trump started this trade war that he caused,
That
and
we benefited from.
he's telling people to cheer
The
him on
economy was booming in
while he solves
2018
a
and
problem that he
2019.
started. It was booming because of Obama.
Oh, so now it's booming because of Biden. Then back then it's booming because of Obama. That is a classic,
I never
dude.
said the
My
economy was
77
booming.
year old grandparents, they use the same bullshit strategy you use. Every single time the
So
economy's
so wait a second.
booming under Trump, you say, oh, it's
So the
Obama.
economy magically started becoming better in 2016.
In 2016, the economy wasn't the best. I told you
By what
specifically
parameter?
2018, 2019. I mean, it wasn't in the shitter. It wasn't the best.
Com- Compared to when Obama started and compared to when he got ready to leave
Do
office,
you
was
ever
our
have any
no, answer the
criticisms for
question. No,
Obama? Or are you
let
just
me
sucking
finish
his
my
meat?
question. Let me finish my question. Compared to when Obama started and when he left, was our economy not in a better place?
I mean, possibly because he was in presidency for 8 years and the recession came and went.
Bush was president for 8 years and it was shit by the time he left.
Okay, I don't like Bush. And Bush
But what
wasn't
I'm telling
president
you is,
during Bush
but what
wasn't
I'm asking you
president.
is,
Oh,
when
Bush
Obama
left
came
at the
in,
beginning of a recession.
we can agree that the economy was shit by the time Bush left, right? So by the time Obama left, was it still shit?
Look at every single president throughout history. Whenever they become president during a recession, every single time the economy is better when they leave. Why is that? Because recessions don't last for 3 or 4 years. Like, you know how
So
long the average
why
recession
every
lasts
time a
for?
recession why every time a recession starts is under a Republican president?
That's not. What about FDR? What about the greatest recession of all time? That was under a Democrat.
I'm talking about in recent political history.
In 2008, that was when the big recession actually hit. That was under Obama, but there was financial difficulties in 2007. But like when they said it was a real bad
When,
recession,
wait a second. When did Obama become president?
also the last recession that we had was under Biden. That was in 2022. That was called the stock market flash crash.
Oh my freaking god! Things started to crash because of why in 2020.
I said in 2022, not in 2020.
Yes, and it's because of what?
Okay, we can sit here and make excuses, but I'm just pointing out that your claims were inaccurate of saying,
I
"Oh,
mean,
every recession
if
was
you
under
guys
a
can blame
Republican."
COVID for the
Wait, wait,
reason
wait.
the economy was
Name
crap by the
one
time Donald
name
Trump
one
left,
recession. Name one recession that was under a Republican. I'll wait.
Bush,
That wasn't under Bush. Most of it happened under Obama.
the stock market crashed while Bush was president.
Where in 2007 there was a stock market crash, or was that 2008 that
Two,
mostly happened?
2008.
2008 Obama was president.
Oh my god.
So you still can't tell me when
Tell tell
was.
me tell me the date that Obama was sworn in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and figure it out. Who was president in 2008 stock market crash? Like I said, there was a downturn in the economy. I think it was still technically a recession.
Who was president in 2008?
Okay, yeah, no, you're right. It was that's when Obama ran for presidency originally.
Mm-hmm. Okay, recessions under Republican presidents. It started under
But
Dwight
that was just
D.
the last couple
Eisenhower,
months.
Richard Nixon, George H.W., George
Richard
W., and
Nixon.
currently Donald Trump.
You're telling me there's a recession right now? Is that your claim?
No, it was in 2020.
There was not a
That's why I
recession
don't.
in
That's
2020.
yes, there was.
Recession
All
2020?
businesses were essentially closed. That was a very steep recession.
Yeah, there was a COVID recession, but that wasn't the stock market crash.
The only two recessions since World War II have begun under Democratic presidents were Harry Truman and Jimmy Carter. The
So
rest
okay,
were
we're two for
Republican
two
presidents.
then. So we're two for
But
two.
all these Republican presidents, Eisenhower,
And I
Nixon,
thought I thought you just
Bush,
told me that the
Trump.
presidents inherit the last president's economy. So let's
Yes,
use your law.
essentially.
Okay.
So what?
Shut up, trumpet. You can shut up, Matthew. Don't forget Carter.
Yeah, I said Jimmy Carter.
I didn't hear that one.
I said the only two presidents, Democratic presidents that presided over recessions since World War II have been Truman and Carter. The rest have been Republican.
Let's do a full AI breakdown.
Okay. Even
And
Ronald
according
Reagan
to
saw.
your logic, every president inherits an economy. Their economy is just based on the president before them.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it takes time for policy to affect said economy. So, Obama and Trump, for example, Trump enjoyed a great economy that Obama left him, specifically for those first few years that allowed him to overspend. He overspent by the time COVID came around. He had to drag us into a major deficit and
Wait,
racked
Trump
up the largest spending
overspent
by any president
during
in
his
American
first
history
term?
at
Is
that
that what
point.
you're telling me right now?
Yeah, his first term.
He spent less than Barack Obama.
No, he spent way more than Barack Obama.
You're talking
Obama,
about it percentage wise. You can't compare it to a total number.
Trump spent way more.
You can't. You have to compare it based on a percentage. Can we agree to that?
Hmm?
You say yeah, right?
In
Deficit
one
percentage increase.
in one term, Donald Trump spent more than any other president
No, that's
in
not
that one
true.
term period. In that just one single term that he had, he spent more than any other president in one term in a one
I've been
term
over
period.
these numbers before. You're wrong.
Okay, if you
I'm going
say
to read
so.
them out in a second, so give me a second. You have to look
The
at the
na-
overall percentage per year of the GDP.
the national debt increased by approximately 7.8 trillion under Trump
You
during
have
his
to
first
calculate it
4-year
for
term.
inflation. You're talking about 8 years later. Look at the percentage of the overall debt increased. Uh, 39% of the overall debt increased under Barack Obama versus 29% under Trump.
Okay, rate of spending. Let's do that. Trump roughly spent 2 trillion per year. Obama roughly spent 1.2 trillion per year
Once
across
again,
8
money
years.
is different in 2008 than in 2018. Do we agree or
Even
not?
if that's the case, it's across 8 years. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't get what you're
Donald
saying.
Trump
Hold
roughly
on. Let me
spent
pull
two
up the
trillion
numbers.
per year in four.
Let me pull up the numbers. You got the numbers in front of you already, so let me pull up the numbers because you're not looking at the actual the percentage of the deficit increasing. The overall percentage of increasing the deficit was larger under Barack Obama, not the actual number because
Yes,
inflation and
because he
all those
had
things
8 years.
increase. No, year by year, the overall percentage. Like, 25% of 30 million is lower than
Yes, though, but
yeah,
year
okay,
by
then you
year,
understand.
if you're counting more years in that overall percentage for Barack Obama, of course it's going to be higher.
Let's see, let's pull it up here.
Do it by one term, because Obama spent a lot his first term bailing the auto industry out and stuff like that. But he didn't spend as much as Trump, and Trump didn't even have to at first. He just spent because he wanted to. Oh, by the person in the comments, I don't necessarily use AI. I just look for sources and read from the
What source are
sources.
you using?
What source am I using? It is, let me go back to the website. Hold on. It is the foot.
Okay, here's my source. I finally found it. So you ready?
WARL.
Obama increased the debt by 87% over 8 years. Yeah?
What?
87% increase.
Okay.
Trump increased the debt of 39% over 4 years. So you divide that 87% number by four, what do you get?
That's not how percentages work, sir.
So you're going to
We know
say,
this.
well, how do you want to do it then? Obama increased the debt by 87% over 8 years. Trump increased the debt by 39% over four
Hold on.
years.
We
So if you
finna
want to
break this
compare eight
down.
years to 4 years, then let's divide it. 87.7 divided by 2. That equals 43%. In 4 years, Obama increased the national debt by 43%. Over 4 years, Trump increased the national debt by 39%. We can't look at the actual numbers because we both agree that the numbers are different because the value of the dollar goes down every single year.
Okay. To compare one full term of each, Trump 4 years, 40% debt increase.
That's
Obama
not
per
accurate.
4-year average of his 8 years is 35%.
That's not
So it's
accurate
still
either.
less. Yes, it's
How
still
is it
less than.
accurate when Obama increased the debt by 87% in 8 years? 8 years, right? So we divide 87 by 4. How is that
Because
not fair?
I don't know where you're getting that 87% number, because what I'm getting is from 70 to 74%
I'm not getting anything that says Trump did it
over his
40%
two
either.
terms. Yes, it says debt increased by about 40% over his full one term. Trump 4 years, 40% debt increase.
Once
Obama
again, I'm
per
not
four
seeing
year average
40%. I see
of
39%.
it's still 40%, regardless. Obama
39%
per
is not 40%.
I'm getting 40%. What I'm saying is Obama per 4 year average of his 8 years is 35%.
My source
Again,
is from factcheck.org, the national debt explosion. Second source, debt the penny. I'm getting Obama increased the debt by 87%. So here, let me break down let's break it down the numbers from 10 trillion to almost 20 trillion
and
versus Trump, 20
oh,
trillion to 27 trillion.
we're we're getting away from the fact
You're rounding it
that
up.
no,
Now
we're
you
getting
don't like
away.
the
No,
fact that I pulled
no,
the
no,
facts out.
that's fine. What I'm telling you is that these percentages are asinine. When we look at Trump, didn't even fix the economy before he left. At least Obama fixed the,
You were just blaming and using COVID as an excuse for
but
Biden.
he didn't fix anything, did he not?
He did fix a lot of the immigration issues we were having.
His first term,
Yeah, he fixed a whole lot. The
what happened to the
economy, the
wall?
stock market was doing good, huh?
What happened to the wall?
Biden sold the pieces for 19 cents on the dollar. We added
Stop.
500 miles to the
Can
wall. We added
can you guys
500
defend
miles to the
Trump
wall.
without bringing up Biden or
We
Obama or
added
anything? Like,
500 miles
what
to the
happened to the
wall.
wall? And don't use another president as an excuse. No.
He added 500 miles to the wall. My friend wants to call in. Hello? I can't. Hold on, hold on. Hello? Hey, we're on stream.
I turned the YouTube off so that it wouldn't bleed over the sound. But it seems to me at this point between the two of y'all, he wants to say that Trump spent more money, and he's got such a problem with the money Trump spent that just looking at it roughly, you're going to be splitting hairs on the difference. Not to mention, okay, so you got such a problem with the money that Trump spent, but you don't have a problem with the money that Obama spent. And it's so close, okay? So we can argue this back and forth all night long, but why is it you got trouble with Trump spending the money and not Obama?
Because Obama actually has something to show for it. The economy that Trump inherited. What does Trump have to show for it?
So, do you think dropping 60,000 bombs improves the economy?
I don't care about those bombs. We're talking about the economy right now. What I'm saying is that Obama
It's just
actually
a
fixed
question. You couldn't
uh,
answer the question. How did
O-
Obama fix it? What did
Obama
Obama
fixed
do?
our economy after Bush. He had
Doing
something to
what?
show
How did
for
he
it.
fix it? Tell us how.
Bailouts, essentially.
Bailouts fix the economy? Isn't that the same thing you're criticizing Trump for?
But he's fixing a problem that he caused. That was a tariff war that he caused China to stop buying soybeans.
But didn't we
And
make money on it? That tariff war that we profited
no,
off
we
of?
no, that's a tax on the American citizen. Tariffs are taxes on American citizens, my guy.
Take the $20 billion out of the money we made from tariffs, we still came out ahead. So drop the soybean bullshit.
Nobody came out ahead. What are you talking about?
We got hundreds of millions of dollars from tariffs. What do you mean we didn't come out
Yes, from
ahead?
American citizens. Why is Costco coming out and telling the Trump administration, please remove your tariffs? We can no
Because
longer
they're a
cover
business?
we can no longer cover the cost of saving our customers the money of your tariffs. Costco has come out and said that we have no choice but to raise prices on our customers because we've been covering the cost since beginning of the year. and we're about to lose business.
The U.S. government has bailed U.S. farmers out for years. They have a continual bailout, and it fluctuates. It goes
This
to the
this
people
isn't
who
that
have
continuous bailout, my guy.
in the economic times.
But this isn't the continuous bailout. This is a bailout that
Costco trying to
specifically
double tap.
what double tap
Yeah, they're
what?
trying to make more profits with excuses.
No, that's not true.
From the U.S. government.
So you're saying
Costco is full of
farmers are
shit.
farmers are being lazy and trying to take advantage. That's what you're trying to tell me.
I'm gonna let him answer. What's up?
Need to look into farm aid. There is a yearly amount of money set aside for farmers.
Look up
But
Costco
that's not a
profits.
part of that bailout though. This bailout is something completely different. The bailout is about 140 odd billion dollars. That is not that continuous bailout that you're mentioning. That is specifically to help the farmers with this trade war that Trump has started.
Look up Costco profits. And this man requested the T pose. The T pose?
All right, come
Look
on,
up
man.
Costco profits. Holy shit.
$4.50 per share.
Well. As a matter of fact, Costco is suing Donald Trump because of the tariffs.
Profit.
Well, go ahead and sue. That sounds like a personal vendetta to me.
That's not a personal vendetta. It's saying that Costco can no longer cover the cost for its customers because the tariffs
So
are
why are
really
they
a
making $4 per share? Look up their
tar-
profits.
tariffs are
They're
really a
making
tax on
billions of
consumers.
dollars a year. They can't afford it?
Ta- so
That's in
you so,
profits.
so you are for taxing the billionaires.
Well, that's what you're for. I'm not
So
saying
so
tax
so
them.
so 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 you are for
I'm
taxing the
saying
rich.
bring back American
Because
industry.
that's all this is a tax on the rich. That's why I'm saying that
So
Republicans
why
have
would you
no
be against tariffs then? You love taxing the rich.
because it's not the proper way to do it. Because Republicans
Oh,
have
the
no
proper way
backbone.
to tariff the tax them is make their taxes 90%.
No,
Sorry. Tariffs too low, guys. Gotta raise the taxes.
Republicans have no backbone. As long as Donald Trump does it, it's okay. This is essentially a tax on the rich, and you refuse to
First
admit that.
off, it's not forever, and second off, it's not a tax on the rich.
Well, it's not even a tax on the rich. It's a tax on the American consumer because Costco has been covering the cost because they're trying to keep their
Oh, so
consumers.
you admit it. They don't push it onto the customers.
They
Here we
have it.
go. Look, look,
They
look,
have
look at
it at a
this.
cost.
Costco annual gross profit from 2025 was $35 billion, a 10% increase from 2024. A little bit interesting, ain't that?
Okay, so what?
They've made 10% more profits than last year. They're trying to increase prices on you.
So they should pay the government more money.
No, they're trying to
But
increase
no,
prices on you because
answer
they
the
know you're
question.
gullible and they know
No,
you believe a
answer the
headline.
question. So since they're making more profits, they should pay the government more money, right?
Well, that's how taxes work.
So the tariff is a tax.
Well, it's not forever. Even if you want to sit here and call it
No,
tax
answer the question.
forever.
Answer the
By the
question.
way, they
The
don't pay
tariff is a
tariffs on
tax, right?
everything. They have
Huh?
lots of American-made goods at Costco. But go
Okay,
ahead, go off.
that's fine. But the tariff is a tax, is it not?
No,
And
tariffs and taxes are different.
if you have a bad business owner, he can easily pass that cost down to the consumers. Is that right?
I thought you said Costco wasn't barely making any profits. Their income statements are public.
I
It
never
says they
said
made
that.
they made 10% profit.
I never said that. I said that they're barely able to continue operating while covering costs for consumers.
There's no wage difference between Costco and managers there. Apparently, this guy says.
No, I'm not saying that there's no wage difference. What I'm telling you is that Costco is going to pass down these tariffs to the consumer, and the
But
consumers
why?
are
It
going
said
to
they
end
made
up
more
having a
profits this year than ever.
because consumers are going to have to pay those tariffs.
I
What you
thought it
think?
was a tax on them. Why are they
What
making more money than
what
ever?
do you
Wouldn't
think
taxes lower
What do you think
profits?
Walmart is doing already? They're not covering those costs for their consumers. So who is
Walmart
paying?
hates everybody.
Okay, dude. What I'm saying is who is paying those tariffs in Walmart?
Don't shop at Walmart.
If the tariffs involves the whole country, where should we stop?
Costco needs to thank Trump for the extra billions they made this year.
Dude, you are a
They
grifter.
made over
You
$3 billion extra this
you
year.
are a
Thank you,
grifter.
Donald J. Trump.
You are a grifter.
No,
That's
man, you said that they lost money.
you
You were
you
incorrect.
you might as well be a
You,
Candace
dude, you
Owens
were
or something.
lying. You were
Well,
lying. You didn't know what you were talking about. Come on, you said that. We can rewind this. Everyone, rewind this. He said Costco is struggling to make profits.
no,
Costco was struggling to make profits.
no, I said they were not able to.
When
Well,
I came in,
They weren't able to make profits. That's what
no,
you said. You almost
I
said
did
it
not say
again.
I did
You
not say that.
almost said it again.
No, I said that they were not able to keep up with
yeah,
operational costs, essentially.
Oh, so they're not able to keep up with operational costs, but they have a
Then
net
why
profit of
why are they
10%
suing?
more
Okay, why are they suing the Donald Trump administration?
because they
Look it
know
up.
people like you will read their headlines and it will
No,
justify
look
their
at
increase in prices.
what I say doesn't matter in the courtroom. Me and you both know that.
We
What I'm
heard you,
saying,
sir. You said it.
you are a grifter. What I'm
You're
saying
a
is,
grifter. You're the one that believes everything
why is
you
Costco
read.
suing the Trump administration?
I just explained it to you because people like you will believe anything they read
Give me a real reason
instead of
and not
looking
no
up
grit,
income statements because
bruh,
they know you can't
bruh.
do that
Give me a real reason and not no grifting as reason.
because you can't read an income statement. That's why.
Okay.
That's the real reason because you can't read an income statement.
Okay.
And also greed. I do agree with there, greed. But
hey,
that's the same thing. Costco has always had razor sharp profits.
hey Graham,
Yeah?
I'd like to read something here.
Go ahead.
The Biden administration conducted a review of the tariffs imposed by President Donald Trump and chose to largely keep them in place. This includes broad tariffs on hundreds of billions of dollars worth of Chinese imports and the Section 232 tariffs on imported steel and aluminum from most countries. Did he
Yeah.
have a problem with that?
No, those are targeted tariffs. I agree with the tariff on microchips because we're trying to produce microchips here. But when you're tariffing avocados, when we don't produce avocados in America, it's insane. When you're
That's not
tariffing
my
tennis,
question.
when you're tariffing tennis shoes, when we don't produce tennis shoes here in America, that's insane. When you're tariffing,
I bet all those things you just said were incorrect.
we don't produce Nikes at a high scale in America.
Did he have a problem with Biden's tariffs? Did he have a problem?
No, because those are targeted. Just like I explained to you,
So,
the
so,
tariff on microchips
so
are targeted because we're looking to produce
So the
microchips here
tariffs
in
in the
America.
first administration were fine. So the
Huh?
tariffs in Trump's first administration were fine.
Yes, because most of those were targeted.
Oh, so Trump did do something good.
I'm not saying everything Trump did was bad. I never said that. All I'm saying is these current tariffs, these blanket tariffs for products that we do not produce here in America are bad and wasteful.
But you just said we should make microchips in America. And
Yes,
we don't
tariffing microchips that is a product that we're looking to produce here in
and
America
we can look to
is
produce
good.
Nikes with fully
I'm
automated.
sorry, but we don't have a market where American
Did
citizens
Saudi
are going
Arabia
to work in a
demand
sweatshop.
No, they don't need to work in a sweatshop. We're in 2025. AI robots can make tennis shoes now
So how is that helping Americans?
because someone has to build those factories and someone has to,
For the
operate
long
those
for the long term, how is that helping Americans?
because Americans have to
Don't
fix those robots and
Donald Trump, wait a
facilities.
second. Donald Trump said these tariffs would bring jobs back to
I just
America.
told you how
That's
they
not
bring
jobs.
jobs. That is
What
jobs. Is building a
you
factory not a
you
job?
you said
Is
AI and
servicing a
machine. You
robot.
said AI
Is
machines.
servicing a robot
You
not a
said
job?
AI and machines will do it, not people.
They'll do the hard the sweatshop labor. They could, yeah. Is building factories and servicing robots not adding jobs?
So we're going back to making textiles in America, is what you're
We
saying.
could. This guy says they only make money from their membership at Costco. I don't know if that's true. What's the difference between Dem and Republican? Nothing, fools. I think we both disagree there, but okay.
What I'm saying is that there's a lot of crap going on in this administration as far as tariffs, just blanket Why are we tariffing a island with penguins on it?
I can
Nothing but
answer that
penguins.
one. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but if it is true, I can answer that. Did you
Why?
know other countries import goods to different places to avoid tariffs? Like if instead of importing stuff directly from China, they import it to some small island and then into America, they
But
can avoid tariffs
you're talking
easily?
about what ifs. What is proof
No,
that
it's not
people
a
are
what
shit?
if. That's actually what they
I
do.
I understand that, but
That's how imports work.
where is proof that products are being shipped to an island with nothing but penguins on it to avoid
First off,
tariffs?
what island?
It's a island in freaking up there by Greenland, I believe. Or no. Hold on.
And if nothing's being shipped there, why are you worried about tariffs on the island in the first place?
Because this shows
Ask him
the
why is
dump
Walmart suing Trump?
the retardation of the administration currently. This shows the lack of
So you
insight
think
of
that
this
you're so
administration.
smart that you know more about tariffs than them, and they're so dumb they would just tariff an island for no reason because they're so stupid. They're so stupid. So
Yes,
dumb. They're so
yes, but
stupid. They just
yes.
tariff an island. They
I'm
don't know
starting
what
to
they're
believe that
doing.
for a national security advisor to communicate classified things on a fucking
What
chat
classified
channel.
things? You're making
Uh,
shit up again. Why isn't Walmart suing Trump, by the
so wait
way?
a second. A military attack before it happens is not classified.
What military attack?
Peak Headstuff in that signals chat that he was a part of.
What military attack?
He was bragging about attacking assets, I believe in
You
I
believe. You
forgot.
don't remember, you don't know. Anyway,
No,
why
I mean
isn't Walmart
we can pull it up because I
why isn't
forgot the name of the
Walmart
company.
suing Trump? You said the tariffs are affecting them too. Why isn't Walmart suing Trump?
Because Walmart just hasn't elected to. I mean, I don't know why Walmart hasn't, but I know Costco is, and the reasoning why they have.
What's the reasoning? Because they're making record high profits?
No, it's not because they're making record high profits. Oh my god. They're arguing that the International Emergency Economic Powers Act that Donald Trump used to implement these tariffs does not explicitly allow a president to set tariffs because historically only Congress has had the constitutional authority to levy tariffs.
That's also wrong. I can give you historical examples,
Okay,
but that's
well,
going to be up to Congress. That's going to be up to the Supreme Court, not you.
yep, yep.
But I can give you some examples.
Lawsuit.
Because the last time we seen tariffs on this level in this country, the Great Depression happened.
And once again, is there a depression?
No, it took years of tariffs
So here
for
we
that
go. President
for the Great
Nixon,
Depression to happen.
he issued tariffs with no congressional approval. John F. Kennedy, no congressional approval.
Okay.
So how is it unconstitutional? You said the president doesn't have the
I
authority to do so.
no, I'm telling you why Costco is suing the Trump administration. They're arguing this. I'm not. I don't know if it's constitutional or not. I'm just telling you why Costco is
Have
suing
you
the Trump
two
administration.
ever heard of the Davos Group or Bilderberg? No.
You still haven't admitted that who pays for tariffs? Where is this money that from the tariffs
There's
coming
three
from?
ways that can go.
Here, let him speak.
One way is the U.S. citizen pays that tariff.
The importer, yeah.
The other way that can go is if the foreign manufacturer that's producing the goods wants to stay competitive, they can elect to eat the tariff themselves. So it can go either way.
So this is doing nothing but hurting business. Is this right?
You heard him?
What'd he say?
He said, so
That's,
this is doing nothing but hurting U.S. businesses.
No.
how how is it not?
That's not what I said. I said there
No,
was two ways the tariff can go. Did he hear me?
Did you
yes,
hear
and
him?
all of those ways hurt American business.
How you choose
All
one
those
better
ways
than me
hurt
is secret
American
and
business.
famous. I
Yes,
don't know.
because if I'm an American business and I want to import, imagine if I made my own T-shirts, and a part of my business is shipping in T-shirts from China because they're so cheap it keeps my costs down. Would these tariffs hurt my business?
Well, it depends. The
Yes, it
Chinese
would.
could elect to pay the tariff and eat it themselves and not
Huh?
change anything. Just pay the tariff.
He said sometimes the Chinese will eat the tariff, so they don't have to change
The
anything.
Chinese have already admitted that they are not eating nothing. They have put out retaliatory tariffs, and American businesses are hurting even more because of that.
Have you not
We've
heard of
been
Trump's deal with
we've had
China?
tariffs levied against us as a country for years. All of a sudden, it's bad if we do it. The foreigners.
Wait a second. You said the Chinese have taken advantage. In what way?
Tariffs against us at higher rates for
Chinese.
years.
We shouldn't be doing business with them to begin with.
Half of the products in this country are made in China. How have they taken
And that's
advantage?
something we shouldn't even be doing to begin with.
If we didn't get them from China, we would get them from somewhere else.
Or we could be making it ourselves.
Where is the labor force for that?
The
Do you know
illegal
where
alien immigrants.
do you know
Oh,
do you know
real
where the
shit.
unemployed what is our current unemployment
32.
rate?
There's 42 million people right now
Okay,
on
but
SNAP benefits that don't even have a job.
no 42. Do you
Yep.
42
realize
million people right there.
There's
majority
42 million lazy people that don't work right there. People have no idea how
y'all
cheap
y'all
China can make stuff.
y'all are dumb. Most people that receive SNAP benefits actually work.
Oh, they're working 10 hours a week. Wow.
No, do you realize places like where the minimum wage is still $7.25?
What job pays
The
$7.25?
Sonic right down the road from me.
Really?
Yes.
You got proof of this? You live in Texas?
Oh my fucking God.
Okay.
Just look up minimum wage
There
in
are
Mississippi.
some places in Texas
Mississippi. I
that
have
are
before.
pretty
Not even
shitty.
McDonald's pays
There's a
$10
lot
and
more
not
places
even
in Texas
McDonald's
that
pays
pay
$7 an
$5.
hour in Mississippi. I've looked at Mississippi before. Not even McDonald's pays
So you
$7
telling me
an hour.
there's nowhere that still pays minimum wage?
I'm struggling to find it. If McDonald's isn't paying $7 an hour in Mississippi, then where would
So
be?
so McDonald, do you really believe McDonald's is the lowest paying job
I mean,
out
is
there?
Sonic the lowest paying job? What's the lowest paying job then?
There are several. As
What's the
far
lowest
as
one?
being cleaning up places, being a maid, doing different things. That's why I'm telling you is that there are several different low menial jobs that you don't even consider in your daily life that pay these minimum wage wages.
Actually, fun fact: there are cartels that control the avocado trade. That is true.
Okay, that's random, but
That was a super chat, but
I get it.
but
But
that was
yeah,
because you were talking about avocados before, by the way. So
yeah, that's because why tariff out avocados? For what reason?
the trade is controlled by drug cartels. Gotta
We
watch the
the
documentary on
gov
that one.
Mexican companies ship in avocado on a regular basis. Like, come on now.
And why can't we just grow avocado here? Just
I
put the
don't think
seed in the
avocados are
ground.
that. I don't think avocados are that needed. Well, that wanted in America, like to the point where we have fiends running around the
Look, they
streets looking
grow
for avocados.
avocados in America, in Texas and California.
I don't think there are fiends running around the streets of America looking for avocados. So I really
Listen,
don't.
it's nothing. It's nothing about fiends looking for avocados.
I'm just saying, like, no, the cartel ain't full of. I don't know.
I honestly watched a documentary about it. It's crazy. I don't remember it because it's been
Uh,
like 6 or 7 years since I watched a documentary on it. But I was like, "What the hell?"
yeah, that's besides the point. Half of the shit that we have tariffs on currently shouldn't be tariff. Now I agree with tariffing steel, tariffing microchips, tariffing different things that we want to produce in America. But if we have no
Currently
if we have no interest in producing these things in America, why are we tariffing it?
Because we want to
Like
build it here. We want to make it here.
where is Donald Trump putting the money out there to build Nike shops or tennis shoe shops? Where is Donald Trump putting
The
out
president, it's not the president's job. Apple has invested a
I'm
bit of
so, but
money.
well,
Apple
hold on,
invested money in the factories.
hold on.
Intel invested money in the
If
factories.
you're
Are
if
not
you
just blanket tariffing everything. Currently, there's no coffee tariff. That's just one example I found.
Well, Trump took the coffee tariff off.
yeah,
Free Mexico.
there was a
Yeah,
tariff on
double
coffee. He
checking.
just took it off. But what I'm saying is that if you're going to tariff something as a president, at least have it set up to where we can produce that in America already. So as soon as you put that tariff in, we're right to producing it.
He got Toyota this month to invest $989 billion to build manufacturing in America. I thought you said
Manufacturing
Americans are
what?
too lazy to work at these jobs, at these manufacturing jobs.
Manufacturing what?
Toyotas.
Yeah, there are Toyota. Yes, there are already Toyota places here in America.
A lot of them are being made outside the country in like Mexico and whatnot, I'm pretty sure.
If you say so, but there are
What about
places in.
Apple? What about Apple's $1 trillion investment to make iPhones in America?
Okay,
What about the Saudis' investment for the chips?
the Saudis' investment for what?
What the fuck you think Toyota builds in Toyota? Yeah, no, I don't. Maybe he didn't hear. Toyota is chump change to the $1 trillion surplus,
Oh
trade
my God,
surplus.
there is no.
Hyundai, they're also building a plant in America. So,
Wait a second. Do you think a trade deficit is a bad thing?
no, it's a trade surplus.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think a
I
trade
mean, that's a
deficit?
complicated answer. If we have a trade deficit, that means we're giving more money to other countries than they're
No, it's
trading
not.
with us.
It's not more money. It's like if I
We're
sell
trading. We're buying more of their
if I
goods.
sell you more T-shirts than I
Yeah,
receive from you,
that has pros and
I'm
cons, but probably not
I'm
for
in
the
a
reason
trade
you think.
deficit. I'm in a trade deficit with you because I send more like okay, what do you understand the premise of a trade deficit? It's
Yes,
not
it's bad.
necessarily a
That
bad.
means
It's
that
not bad.
means
It just means you're selling
we're
more
the
stuff to
greatest
that
country
place.
in the world. They should be shopping with us more than we're shopping with them. If you got crack and I got another drug that you like to buy, and I'm buying all your
That's not
crack and you're
always
not
going
fueling my addiction, then
that's not
is
always going
that
to be
not
the
bad?
case. That's not always going to be the case because okay, look at Brazil for example. We get bananas from Brazil. That's all we get from Brazil. That's all we as a country need from Brazil.
From them.
What'd you say?
I
We
said,
get beef from Brazil.
We get beef from Brazil. Yeah, that's true.
but overall, we're in a trade deficit with them because we send more to them.
They should be buying from us.
That's insane to ask another country to buy on the same level as America when they don't have
If
that.
I'm buying crack
When
from you
when they
and
don't have
and
that
I got a
economic.
grocery store full of shit
But
and you ain't
if you're
spending that
buying it for
crack money
cheap,
with me,
but if you're buying it for cheap, you can't turn around and expect this person to buy the same amount of another product. You get what?
they should shop with us. We got everything they need. We
Let me
tariff
find. Let me
we
find the
tariff
perfect
foreign
example.
entities to participate in the greatest consumer economy in the world. Thank you, Kyle.
Trade deficits are not a bad thing. Is what I'm saying.
But they should
By any
shop with
means,
us. Should the It doesn't matter.
it just
We
means
don't
that
have
we're
to do it
selling
by
more.
country by country. We don't have to do it by country basis. But overall, the world should be shopping with us more than we're shopping with them. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, I had it reversed earlier. My bad. But what you say?
Overall, the world should be shopping with us more than we're shopping with them. Let's forget about the country by country basis. Do you think the world should be spending more money on us, or should we be spending more money on them? Should we only be like entertainment and ideas? Should we only be selling entertainment and ideas, or should we also be selling goods? Because right now,
We already
America's
sell goods. We
but we're
sell
not
plenty
we're
of
not
goods.
we're not any way competitive. The only thing that we're good at the moment is selling ideas and entertainment.
But what do you want to be competitive in? Like, do you want to be competitive in selling tennis shoes?
Why not? We created Nike, and Nike was made in
Oh
America.
my god.
Nike was founded and made in America.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you a few
I have a
products that
simple
that
reasoning.
America
I have a
lead.
simple
I'm gonna
reasoning
tell you.
question here.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. We believe the world should be shopping more with us. He doesn't think that it's reasonable for that. But this is business. Okay.
No,
And at the end of
no.
the day, if we don't, I gotta finish. Okay.
Yeah.
If we don't take in more money than we spend out, if we spend out for all this, we're going to lose money. We have to bring money in. America first. We got to bring money. I don't care
Nothing
about
about
these other
Trump is
countries.
American first.
Besides, all that money we do, all that business we do with China, they take that money and they buy up our debt bonds, our
And
U.S.
China buy
Treasury bonds.
and China buys stuff from us on a high scale.
No, let me try to explain what he's
We're
saying. What
selling
he's
our
saying
country
is
out.
every
We sell our
single
country
time.
out doing business with
Yeah,
China.
I'll explain it to him because I know what you're trying to say. One of the reasons we need to tariff places like China is because they're buying our debt. Every single time we spend billions of dollars with China, they take all that surplus money and the government buys our U.S. Treasury bonds. They are literally buying our debt. Because they can't buy U.S. Treasury bonds with Chinese money. They have to buy it with U.S. dollars. When
So
we
we
buy
care. So
Chinese goods, we pay them with U.S. dollars. They
okay,
use the U.S. dollars. We pay them to buy our Treasury bonds as an investment. They're buying our debt. They're buying our
okay,
nation's debt.
okay.
That's why a huge part of our national debt is owed to China. Because of the money that we're sending them for buying their foreign goods.
What I'm saying is, what does that have to do with the tariffs?
Because when we put tariffs on them, then they have to shop with us more than we shop with them.
But
That way,
does that fix our debt?
yes, that stops them from buying our debt.
That stops them from buying our
Think of
debt.
it like this: every time you buy Chinese, you're selling your own country out.
Because if they buy more from us, that means we're going to get more Chinese money. When we get Chinese money, that means we're going to pay for their goods in Chinese money instead of paying for them in US dollar. Every time we buy their goods with US dollar instead of their money, they're using our US dollars to buy our treasury bonds. They can only buy our treasury bonds with US dollars. They're not going to their Chinese international bank and trying to make a purchase order for US dollars. They are buying our debt with the money we give them. What's the Chinese money? It's called the yang or something. The yen? Yeah, the yen.
Okay. China is one of the largest foreign holders of U.S. Treasury securities, but not the top holder and not a majority. According to recent estimates, China holds about 759 billion in U.S. Treasury debt, only 9% of all foreign held U.S. debts.
Yeah, we don't have that
Japan,
much foreign
no,
held
no,
U.S. debt.
hold on. Japan holds more, and other countries also hold significant amounts, more than China.
Yeah, I never was
Japan
arguing
holds
against
more.
that.
Japan
That's
holds
why you told Japan.
Japan holds more foreign debt
Yeah,
than China.
okay, that's fine. I'm not arguing about that. Doesn't matter. Anyone that holds foreign debt, especially if it's 10% of our debt, should be tariffed. We tariffed Japan. Now, what do we have going on? They invested
But
how many trillion dollars did
how?
Japan invest in America? What was the new trade deal we did with Japan that's already taken place? That is changing the structure of the economy. You're even proving my point even better.
You just got through saying China is the biggest holder of U.S.
I
debt. That's a
said they're
lie.
one of the biggest holders.
But there are several other countries, including
Yeah, of course there
The
are.
UK, that holds larger percentages of U.S. debt than China.
But is it not mostly Japan and China?
No, it's if you want to look at percentages, it's if you put Japan and UK, they're more than China.
Okay, well, we also tariffed the United Kingdom. They came to a trade deal with us. Now we're changed. Notice all the countries that you're mentioning are the first countries that Trump tariffed and targeted more than anywhere else. And these are the first countries that came to the negotiation table. I wonder why. Do you think that's a coincidence? Or do you think
Okay,
Trump actually knows a thing or two about
okay.
economics?
Why tariffs don't fix the
He's not going
deficit?
to admit that.
Let me explain why tariffs don't fix the deficit. here's
No,
what
we still
actually
have to pay off the
here,
deficit.
here,
It just
here
it just stops them buying more of our deficit. It doesn't change the amount of
huh?
deficit that they hold. We have to buy that deficit they bought back from them. We have to pay them off for it. Once we pay the deficit off to them, that stops that, but it stops them from further purchasing any more of our debt.
And because of the big beautiful bill, the deficit just grew even larger. So if
It,
Donald
it
Trump is
doesn't
on a
grow
mission,
instantly. This is an estimate from some
uh,
liberal economist,
it's
and they
not.
say in 4 to 10 years.
It's not. It's in the bill. The
Our
bill is law
deficit
now.
is down 6% this year compared to last year. The amount of spending from 2024 to 2025 is down 6%. The money that we have on our balance sheet is up $700 billion.
Oh, hold on.
I mean, I already looked at these numbers earlier today, but you can go find them yourself. But there you go. You're proving my point. Trump tariffed the countries at the highest rates that are buying our debt. When we tariff these countries and do trade deals with them and investment deals with them, then we can use this money to perhaps eventually pay
That
down some of the
no,
debt we
that's
purchased.
not how that works because the tariffs is essentially a tax. So basically, you're saying that we're taxing American citizens to pay for foreign debt.
No, we've already been over what tariffs are. If you still don't understand it and you're just going to keep
Okay,
repeating,
but
tariffs are
we
taxes.
already said that the other country can eat that cost, but from what the other countries are saying, they're not going to. So
Well, you're
who
talking
else is
about China specifically. And
who
also,
else
we
is eating
came
that
to a
cost?
tariff deal with China. So, does it
Who
really matter
okay,
anymore?
but who else is eating that cost?
Well, I mean, you want a list of companies? Because I can start listing you companies off
So
that are eating the
American
cost
companies
and
or
foreign companies. Do you
American
want a list
companies
of them?
or American consumers are paying for these tariffs, right?
In some
If the
cases,
country
but
itself
they're
doesn't
not
pay for it,
permanent.
What companies are eating the tariffs?
He's
but
Googling it
American
now.
companies, that is hurting American business, is it not? How is this American first?
How are these American businesses and how is America first buying foreign products and flipping them for $2 profit? How is that American first? That should be your real question.
Because our entire I'm sorry, but when Ronald Reagan and all the Republicans decided to have a open economy, a free commerce economy,
So people are
this
going
is
for
what
the
was set
easy,
up.
cheap routes to make money. They don't want to make money the hard way,
I'm sorry,
basically.
but what was it not Republicans that set
Walmart,
things up this
Target, and
way?
General Motors using their scale to absorb hits.
No,
To
I'm just saying
market
General
if you want to
Motors
talk
is
crap
is,
about
is
people bringing in other
free
products from
market is not the issue. The issue is that we're not tariffing them and we're letting other
who
countries take
who's
advantage
champ
of us.
but
Someone says
free.
they want to call in. You can call in for a fifty
Oh my
dollars super
God.
chat.
Do you
Go ahead.
understand? Free market is what the Republican Party set up. And
Once again, free market is not the issue. We explained the whole economic structure of how
a
these.
free
We
market is a
told you.
business
We told you
all
how
sending
companies
their
take
production
advantage of
overseas.
America. Go ahead.
So
Go
you're
ahead.
telling me a business sending their production overseas isn't a mechanism of free market?
It is, but that's a company. That's a country, and that's a country taking advantage of us.
That's a business taking advantage because we have
No, that's
American
a
businesses.
country.
So we don't have Apple building cell phones in China. That's American business
But
taking
why
advantage.
is listen? Apple can do that. That's their right to do that. But they should
That's
they should
called
be
free
doing
market.
this.
That's what you Republicans set up.
So you don't
But now
believe
you're
in free
complaining about it.
market.
Huh?
You don't believe in free market, is what you're telling me.
No, I'm saying that now y'all don't believe in free markets.
No, tariffs are free market. Just like you're saying free market is free market.
How is it
Tariffs are
free if
free
y'all want
market.
Apple to come back here
Apple came back here themselves.
because of tariffs? What I'm saying is,
Yes.
what is free about that?
Because they have an option to either pay those tariffs or, build in the United States.
That's tariffs are not free market.
They use
Ronald
the
Reagan has
government.
gone on file saying that tariffs are the antithesis of the free
Okay, then
market.
why did he use 5 or 6 different tariffs? Here we go with the Ronald Reagan thing. Do some research on Ronald Reagan before you say he doesn't like
Yes,
tariffs.
every president has implemented a few tariffs, but no president has implemented tariffs like this.
Well, according to you, Freddie Roosevelt did. And also, Ronald Reagan has many quotes about loving tariffs. You're quoting literally a propaganda Canadian ad right now. You really
No,
want to
I'm
be known for that?
no, I'm. It's not a Canadian ad. It's a speech coming from the Reagan administration. It's American.
That was a
It's
Canadian ad pushed as propaganda. That's literally one of the
okay, but
reasons.
if that ad never released, where's the original source from that ad? It's Ronald Reagan's mouth, right?
Well, you want to hear some of Ronald Reagan's pro-tariff
Hey, I can
statements?
chop your sentences up to say some fucked up shit.
What?
He said he can chop some of your shit to say some fucked up shit. So here's what he said in 1981 about tariffs, Ronald Reagan. Since you love speaking about him and you want to push Canadian propaganda, here's what he said. Some of our European friends have not been as competitive that they should be in opening their markets. I'm prepared to take action what's necessary to protect American industry. That was 1984. 1981, 1984, when other nations subsidized their steel and shut us out of their market, we're going to take action and make sure the American workers and industry get their fair shake. I mean, this man has so many pro-tariff tweets. I mean, not tweets, quotes.
Look,
It's crazy.
I've said over and over again, targeted tariffs are strategic and in some cases good. What I'm saying is the way Trump
I
is
thought you
implementing
said
them,
Ronald Reagan was against tariffs.
he is against blanket tariffs. He said that in the you want to pull up
What's
the
the
statement
quote?
where he no you pull up two statements where he's pro tariffs. Pull up the statement where he was against tariffs and talking
I
cautiously against
guarantee you it
tariffs.
doesn't say anything about blanket tariffs.
He was talking cautiously against tariffs. He says the over implementation of tariffs can be harmful to a free market, essentially.
Either way, he said good, bad things. He said all kinds of things about tariffs.
He
He's
says
not one sided about it.
over implementation of tariffs can be harmful to a free market.
There's not reciprocal tariffs are not over implication of
They're not
tariffs.
reciprocal. Uh,
Biden used blanket tariffs. Trump is using targeted tariff, where he puts a high tariff on Apple,
Biden
not
did
on
not
all of
use
the
blanket
world.
tariffs. Where is the proof that Biden used blanket tariffs?
I'm just reading
Where?
a comment, to be honest
Oh,
with you, but
oh,
I'll
okay.
wait for him to send it. I'm sure he will because this man has a lot of sources.
What I'm saying is that
Yes, Biden used
blanket tariffs are not good for this economy.
largely maintain Trump's tariffs
Eh,
on China, keeping those blanket tariffs in place. So if they were so bad, why keep them?
he didn't keep blanket. First of all, Trump didn't implement blanket tariffs in his first administration. He did put in quite a few tariffs, but a few of them were removed. But a few of them were removed when
Maintaining
Biden.
Trump tariffs on China, keeping those blanket tariffs in place while adding his own highly specific strategic tariff hikes on key Chinese sectors like EV batteries and semiconductors. Following a mandatory review of the original measures, his administration chose a all yard high fence approach, whatever that means. That's above me, but keeping broad tariffs but significantly increasing rates of strategically vital goods, signaling a shift from broad trade liberalization to focused industrial policy. So my question is, okay, if Trump's tariffs are so bad, why did Biden keep them?
Like I said, because Trump in his first term did not implement blanket tariffs like he is now. When Biden came in, he did remove
That's
the
not what this says. It
he did.
says that Biden kept blanket tariffs in place.
What's the source for this?
Blanket tariffs he kept in place had to be put there
But
by somebody.
what's the source
That
you're
was
using?
Trump.
What's the source you're using?
What's the source?
Hold on here. I'll Brownstein Hyatt Farmer Trek, which I'd say is a law firm. The Peterson Institute for International Economics is another one. The NPR is another one.
Okay. So from what I'm pulling up here,
Org is another one.
Trump had tariffs on China and he had tariffs on steel and aluminum. Trump broader tariff framework was yeah. So most of those tariffs I can agree with because those are things that we produce here in America.
What is trans rights?
What is
Sorry.
trans?
Someone
What is trans
commented that down below. I was just curious. I don't know, honestly.
trans rights? That's human rights.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I think.
They're humans and they should have the same rights as
Okay,
everybody
I'm
else.
for that. Okay, sure.
But yeah, I'm just saying. I gotta get off. I gotta handle
All
some
right,
things in a
man.
few minutes. But I'm just saying, please rethink your unrational caping for Donald J. Trump because he's going to be
Please stop thinking about Obama. He's long gone.
I think it's
no.
kind of
I think Obama. I think Trump is going to be a
since I've been in this
cancer.
conversation, he's fine with the money Obama spent, but not fine with the money Trump spent. He's fine with the tariffs that Biden kept, but he's not fine with Trump's tariffs now. I'm kind of seeing the same bias here on the other side. It's
Oh
almost
my
like you're
God.
simping for the other side. You're simping for
Should
Democrats. And
is it,
Democrats
it,
simping.
is he gonna let me explain, or should I just? Is he actually gonna listen, or what? Because I've repeated my times
I've
to
done more
myself two
listening
or
than
three.
talking. You could be explaining it now instead of explaining about explaining it.
No, I can explain it now. What I'm saying is that the difference between Obama and Trump in his first term was that Obama actually had
Spent more
something to show.
money.
No, Obama actually had something to show for it.
What did he have to show? I'm still waiting.
I'm getting interrupted again. I
Go
was getting
ahead.
into that.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is Obama actually had something to show for it with the economy that he was handed after Bush. And the standing of the economy by the time he ended was better than what he got handed. So he had something to
Recessions
show
don't
for it.
last,
No, no,
bro.
The economy was so
Go
good
ahead.
no, let me
under
finish. Let me
Obama.
finish,
Go
It was
ahead.
please.
so expensive and didn't
Let
come
me
down
finish.
until Trump. I'm a
Let
truck driver, so I'm very in tune with fuel prices.
okay, I don't what I'm saying is the overall economy was better by the time Obama ended his term from when he began. What I'm telling you is that when Trump began his term and spent all that money, his first term, it was a lot worse than what he began. He has nothing to show for it but a deficit.
But you said his tariffs worked, and that you're proud of Biden's tariffs that he
I
kept.
didn't say his tariffs worked. I said that tariffs are supposed to be strategic, planned, executed. What Donald Trump is doing
They
is
have
no
been
plan.
strategic.
No, they're not. He has no. What he's doing right now is just tariffing everything and telling you he's going.
It brought people to the dealing table.
He brought $20 trillion into the country. Okay, stop interrupting. Yeah, okay. You guys can
There,
go ahead.
there is no proof or parameter showing that these tariffs work. All I've seen is Donald Trump go back on his tariffs and bail farmers out because of his tariffs. If
What
if
about the
these
20
tariffs if
trillion?
these tariffs are so great after 6 months, why is he removing them?
He removed one or two of them.
And he's
The
removing
lower
more.
prices.
And he's removing more and more by the month.
Because y'all couldn't handle the 20-cent increase in coffee. And also, if it doesn't work, then why did we pull in $20 trillion in direct investment and $700 billion from the actual tariffs themselves?
Wait, just because I think we can all agree tariffs pull in money. The question is, where is that money coming from?
The
Is it
direct
coming from the
investment comes
it
directly
it,
from the
it,
investment these
it
countries made.
no, is the tariffs is the tariff
Oh,
money
you're
coming
rating
from
it
the
up.
consumer, the business,
Did the
or the
$1.3 trillion that the European Union invested in America after they did a tariff deal with Trump, does that come from us, or does that $1.3 trillion of them buying, American energy and investing in our infrastructure, does that come from their pockets? Are you telling me that we're paying for them to buy our energy? Because they spent $650 billion as a part of that tariff deal to buy our energy, and 700 million of that dollars to invest directly in the United States. So are you telling me right now that money came from us paying the tariffs?
No, I'm saying that the money that Donald Trump is telling you that came from the actual tariffs
That's
and the
700
tax.
billion.
Okay, I'm not
What
talking
about
about
the
out.
20 trillion? Talk about the
See,
20
see, you're
trillion
see, see,
second.
you're over talking me. I'm not talking about foreign investment. I'm talking about the actual money that came from tariffs. Where did that come from? On average, the
I don't know.
consumer,
I'd have to look at a
the
balance sheet.
consumer, the consumer.
Well, the consumer doesn't pay tariffs. Only the importer does.
The cost is brought down to the consumer because
That's not true. That's not
every
always
company is
true.
not nice like Costco. So you're assuming every company is doing what Costco did?
You assuming every company is paying tariffs?
Yes.
Well, then you would be wrong. And
Well,
forget about that for
I'm
a
not
second.
saying every
What
company
about
is.
the direct investment? What about the $20 trillion in direct investment? How much direct investment did Biden have again? Oh, $1.8 trillion. We've had $20 trillion in less than 12 months.
Okay.
What about
and
that?
and a lot of and a lot of these deals that Donald Trump is going in front of a television and telling people these are deals,
Every
they
single one
are
has
no
gone through
no
except one that's
th-
currently
these
processing.
are promises.
No, these are deals. They're signed
These are
paperwork.
promises.
They're signed paperwork, sir.
These are promises.
They're signed paperwork. Every
I'm I'm
single one of these deals were
I'm
signed.
sorry, but
Signed legal contracts.
where's the investment from the Saudis?
The Saudis, I would have to
Where
look
is
that
that
one
going?
up.
What is being built? Where is that money going to
I'll
exactly?
look it up if you give me a second. It's going to build Trump another private jet. I'll pull it up right now. I'm gonna be honest and tell you if there's.
Saudi Arabia is heavily invested in U.S. semiconductors, primarily through massive commitments to buy advanced AI chips like NVIDIA's for its new AI ventures, like Humane and XAI data centers, and investing hundreds of billions into the U.S. AI and semiconductors being key sectors following major 2025 agreements. The U.S. is approving these chip exports, enabling Saudi Arabia to build massive data centers and become a global AI hub.
Okay,
It says May
but the
13th they signed MOUs and commercial agreements.
okay, but these are signed statements of intent. Do you know anything about signed statements of intent?
They are signed commitments from Saudi Arabia.
Yes, signed statements of intent. That's another word for it. Signed statement of intent. What do you understand what that means?
What, you're trying to say they're going to pull out?
They can. Yes, this is
Well,
not
what about every other country that
on
has
paper
started
deal,
paying us?
huh?
We've received $6 trillion already.
Saudi is
We've
has
received over
pledged.
$6 trillion.
Saudi has pledged, but they haven't sent anything of that 600 billion.
Let's look that up.
It
By the
says
way,
that
they added
it says
another
that there
$1 trillion.
have been no direct cash transfers, and individual deals often require further contracts and legislative approvals. You're letting this man go in front of TV and
There
tell
are
y'all this deal
multiple
is
year
done when it's
commitments.
not done.
There are multiple year commitments. That's the part you're not reading.
That's a signed
Okay,
statement of
so
intent.
make all these excuses you want. What about the $6 trillion we already received in cash? What is the excuse you're gonna make there?
What? As far as what?
The
I'm
six
sorry.
trillion we've already received in direct investment.
Yes, that's due to the CHIPS Act.
That's not because of the CHIPS Act. These countries shake Donald Trump's hand and said we're investing directly into the country because of Trump, not because of Biden's CHIPS Act.
It's weird that the same countries though that was a part of the CHIPS Act are the same countries
Some of these
that shook
countries
Donald
aren't
Trump
even
hand.
investing for chips, dude. What are you talking about? When the
So
European Union agreed to give us $650
so wait a
billion
second.
for
Wait a
energy,
second. So Donald Trump did not have Intel, TSMC, and Samsung in front of the TV telling him that that was his deal.
he also added to that CHIPS Act, sir.
So he's taking credit for an
No,
act
he's
that Biden
added. He's
passed.
added a part two to the CHIPS
But
Act
he's taking
himself.
credit for an act that Biden passed, right?
No, he's not taking credit for it. He's added more to it than Biden did.
But he went in front of people
He's the
with
one that got
with
the countries to
TSMC
invest.
and said that he got this deal done when it was
Yes, he
already done.
did. It wasn't done. Biden laid the
The
groundwork
the
for it. That is true. I'll give Biden credit for that. But Biden's not the one that actually went out there and got the investment money. That was
how
Trump.
much is the total investment?
For which country?
I'm talking about for the entire act.
For the Chip Acts?
Yes, and how much additional
I
did
don't
Donald
know.
Trump
It
bring
looks
in?
like you have the numbers right in front of you.
52 million.
52 billion or million?
Hold on, let me go back. Yeah, 52 billion. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm looking at 5 trillion total US private investment per Sanford Economics 2025.
I'll give you a few more minutes. Hold on. Additional semiconductor initiatives was passed.
So you're telling me not even 10% of this money is from the CHIPS Act? Well, thank you, sir.
Okay, Trump didn't create the CHIPS Act himself,
I
but
already said that.
he added additional tariffs, executive orders, and incentives to try and bring semiconductor production back to the
Ding, ding,
U.S.
ding, ding.
I'll give you that. But when Donald Trump goes up and talks about semiconductors and stuff like that, he does not mention the CHIPS Act for a reason because
What
he
is he
knew.
supposed to do? Suck Biden's pee-pee? When did Biden ever talk about Trump's tariffs? When did he talk about Trump's tariffs? When he raised Trump's tariffs?
Biden
Did he
hardly
say
ever.
Trump's tariffs are
Wait
so
a
good we're
second.
gonna keep them? Did he say that? Did he name any of the stuff that Trump
Which
did that he took over and started taking credit for, like the tariffs?
I'm sorry, but Biden barely even mentioned Trump when he was in the White House.
And
Trump mentions
he
Biden
did
on a
mention
daily
Trump.
basis.
Biden called him Hitler.
Trump can't take credit. Trump can't take credit for anything without mentioning Biden.
But he didn't mention Biden. You just said he didn't mention Biden.
No, I'm talking about he can't take accountability for anything without mentioning Biden.
But he didn't
Like
mention Biden. Did he mention
Trump,
Biden or did he not mention Biden? Make up your mind.
Biden lives in Trump's head rent free.
Trump lives in Biden's head rent
That is not
free.
true.
He's still talking about
If you
Trump.
look
He's saying this country's gone to
if you
shit.
look at the two guys speak over their administrations, Trump brings up Biden way more than Biden
That's
ever brought
because
up Trump.
Biden was sleeping on the beach 40% of the time. Did you know
But
Biden took more vacation days than any president?
Trump sounds like a bitter ex girlfriend.
I mean, he should be pissed. You should be pissed about Biden as well. Not only was this man against your civil rights, this man raised inflation 10% for a freaking year.
Is inflation still not going up?
Inflation is under 3% right now
It's still
for the
going up.
year.
Yeah, it's
It's
still
not
going
going
up.
up, it's down. We went from an average
Inflation doesn't go down.
7.5% inflation. Inflation doesn't go down? Is that what you just
I
said?
mean, inflation by definition is the increase. I mean, it's the decrease of monetary value. So what I'm saying is that the percentage constantly goes up year over year.
So
So
inflation never goes down.
as far as like negative, like the dollar increases in value year over year.
Everything you're saying is completely wrong. Any way you want to look at it. First off, there's such thing as deflation. There's inflation, and what
Yeah,
was
of
that third
course.
one called? Trying to remember it. Stagflation. There's a bunch of
Yes.
different kinds of
Yeah,
things with
of course.
inflation.
But what I'm saying
Biden inflation.
is that when you say 3% this year, that means that inflation increased by 3% this year. That's what I'm saying.
That means inflation has dropped from the previous year,
Yes, it slowed in its increase,
so it's
but it's still
decreased.
okay. Whatever the
Yeah.
definition you
Okay.
want.
Exactly. It's
Whatever
decreased. What
whatever
is it called when
definition
a
you want.
number goes down? Is that decreasing or increasing?
If you're talking about
Deflation.
progressive increases year over year, it's inflation is still increasing. It's just increasing at a slower rate.
Inflation is never at zero. Do you believe in a healthy inflation number?
That's like saying I'm filling a bathtub and I got the water at full blast. Then I turn it down a little bit. The bathtub is not filling up anymore.
Did the number go up or down?
It slowed down. That's what I'm saying. It
The
slowed
number
down.
went
It did not
down. The
decrease.
inflation number went down.
This is
You
that
don't
play
want to
on
admit
words
it
that
because you don't want
MAGA.
to give Trump credit.
No, it's like filling the bathtub. Like, yeah, at 10%, the bathtub was at full blast. But at 3%, it may be
Is
a little
2 to
slower, but it's still
3%
increasing.
inflation not a healthy inflation rate?
Is what?
What's a healthy inflation rate? 2 to 3%?
Mm, I would say a little bit less than that personally, but I guess that's about average for our country. Yes,
Okay then.
I will admit 3% around that range has been average for our country
So
for the
Trump is
past.
doing better than average. Fantastic.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that because yeah, inflation has slowed back to its normal levels, but we are still dealing with I'm sorry, with a messed up economy.
Don't even get me started there. We've had over 1.6 million jobs. Serious question. Why do Democrats say we've lost over a million jobs, but Republicans say we've added over a million jobs? And any statistic you look at, doesn't matter if it's the most liberal source ever, none of them will tell you we lost jobs overall. Rather, the source you're using will tell you we added 300,000 jobs or it tells you we added a million jobs. No source overall says we've lost jobs this year. I mean, go ahead. I challenge you to go ahead and find it
What the job numbers that we lost jobs this year?
for the overall year. Don't go for a month basis. Go for an overall yearly basis because there's no source you're gonna find that says for the year we've lost jobs.
I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to the jobs numbers, honestly.
Talk about Biden's 4-year inflation. I mean, I already talked about it. 7.8% average. The peak was 9.8%, but this guy will just blame it on COVID and say Sleepy Joe wasn't racist. He wasn't against his civil rights. And it
Okay,
was all
so
COVID's fault. But
it
when
looks
Trump
like
has a stock market crash under him, he'll scream, "No,
hold,
it was Trump." Go ahead.
hold on. It says that in 2025, America saw slower growth in the job market. Some months modestly positive, others flat negative revisions. In 2024, it was on average relatively strong hiring throughout the year, with many
No, it
months of high
wasn't.
gains. So
No, it wasn't. Once again,
yes,
this is not answering the question. Did we
in
gain
in in
jobs this
20
year or did we lose jobs?
in 2025, job gains have been smaller and slower overall compared to
Okay, so we
2024.
gained jobs. I told you, you can find any liberal or conservative source you want. The
Oh,
conservative sources will tell
okay.
you that we
If you
gained
want to look at the
1.6 million
raw number,
jobs.
okay. But if you want to look at the raw numbers, yes, we have more jobs. But it says that the unemployment rate has drifted higher from around 4.1% in late 2024 to around 4.4% in late. So we have more unemployed people now than we do last year.
I don't believe that either. Maybe from the federal workers that we fired that were useless. I'm fine with that if that's the case.
Oh my god. I'm
But
not
I
even
still don't
giving
believe that. What's the source?
Wall Street Journal, and Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Wall Street Journal. So a liberal leftist Democrat
No,
source.
I'm
Nice.
and Bureau of Labor Statistics. You call them
Also
liberal.
a liberal leftist source.
So what is not what is a good source to you?
I don't know, one that doesn't lie because illegals are taking a ton of jobs and we've been deporting a ton of illegals.
What
That's another
no,
factor. What's
that's
up,
an
Fu
interesting
Manchu?
point I want to get to. What is a reliable source to you?
Depends. There's plenty of reliable sources out there. What do you want? Just a long list?
Yes. I mean,
Okay, number
just
one,
no,
CNN.
not a long list, but just one or two examples of what you consider reliable sources.
CNN, MSNBC.
You don't consider them reliable sources. I know you don't. So, what do you consider reliable sources?
Well, let me see. I can give you an example one for job, but every source is written mostly by different people. So It really depends. But here, let me find you some good sources. Hold on, hold on. I mean, like I said, it depends on the journalist, huh? Ground News is a good source.
Personally, I like John Solomon, but he's not going to cover every topic. But John Solomon, to me, has been pretty solid with his news for a while now.
Well, you acknowledge that groceries on average has gone up 3%.
No.
So you want to acknowledge that?
No, I won't acknowledge that. Groceries have not gone up. We got steaks for $7.99 in East Tennessee.
Groceries on average has gone up
Steaks are
2.9.
on sale right now, brother. Go get you a steak, $7.99. Get you a ribeye steak.
I'm just saying, groceries on
I mean, maybe
average
if you
are
include
up 3%.
California or New York.
We last year we were paying very close attention to several grocery items, but it seems like we stopped doing that for some reason. Um, let's see, specific items. Let's see
It
here.
depends on the area and the pricing. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, and you know what? I'd like to add something to that just real quick. This is what blows my mind about pricing. Okay, I can say this. Okay, those prices he quoted on
You cut out.
I live at.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
The price on the steaks is actually factual. Now, here's what's messed up. This produce, all this food comes. It's Food City, okay? They have a distribution center in Knoxville. It actually travels further to get to the stores in my town. Yet the grocery prices are more expensive in Democrat-ran Knoxville, Tennessee, instead of rural Sevierville, Tennessee. Why does it get more expensive? And it's a less of a trip, and it's just because it's in a Democrat-ran city.
So you're telling me that it's more expensive just because it's in a Democrat city?
Hey, I'm just piecing it together. I'm wanting to know why. I don't know why. I would like to know why Food City meat prices are higher in Democrat-ran Knoxville, Tennessee versus Sevierville, Tennessee, when they have to travel 15 miles probably further from the distribution center to get the produce and the food to that Food City. It makes no sense to me.
For one, rent and utilities is usually higher in the city. So that supply chain and transportation costs, as you alluded to earlier, and higher labor costs. It costs a lot more to live in the city, so those grocery stores have to pay their employees a living wage. So on average, those cities are gonna pay a little bit more in groceries because the cost of living in more urban areas is a little bit higher than rural areas. And me living in a rural state, I see that on a daily basis.
I just don't see it.
Huh?
10 rural area. I just don't see that.
You don't see what?
Work in the city if they choose to, or they can take public transit to the job and live in the city. And it actually isn't horribly expensive. It's like if you're willing to do a fix me upper in the city, you can buy homes in Knoxville, Tennessee right now for less than $50,000. Granted, it's on less than a quarter acre of property, and it's probably a 2-bedroom hall, 1 bath.
Yeah, but the overall expenses that you incur living in the city is a bit more than what you are living in the country. Like, come on, I live in rural areas surrounded by urban areas myself, so I know that those city taxes are a bit different from the rural taxes. You get what I'm saying?
I'm living in a tourist town.
Exactly. I'm from a retirement state.
You're saying that tourist towns, goods and services in a tourist town are cheaper than in a city?
Wait, what? Goods and services in a tourist town is
I have a
cheaper.
hard time believing it. Because anytime I've gone on vacation anywhere, it just seems like groceries are more expensive in a tourist town.
In poor areas? That's hard for me to believe that. That's like saying the cost of living in Mississippi is expensive
Like,
when it's not.
let me think here. Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach isn't a big city, but it's a big tourist area.
Yeah.
We'd always go. We'd always rent like a condo. Family gets together. My cousins. We rent a big condo. We share it. We always go to the grocery store. And when we
Airbnb.
go to the grocery store, we bring a lot of our groceries with us because it is very expensive to buy groceries in Myrtle Beach. Not a big city, but it's a tourist town.
Yeah, and that's because people want to live there, and people that do live there or own property there tend to be of more affluent backgrounds, right? So that drives up the cost for everybody else because everybody wants to live on Myrtle Beach or own a property on Myrtle Beach or be there for the summer or winter and things like that, and that drives up costs because more people wants to be in that location at any given time. So of course, with capitalism, we're going to take advantage of that, and try and get as much money as we can because we know people want to be in that area and reside in that area and vacation in that area.
So for the CPI price index, it says the prices have either been slowing or the prices are straight up falling.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
On Google, if you do a simple AI overview, it gives 8 sources.
Hmm.
It says food inflation is slowing or prices are just straight up falling.
As far as food, groceries, or
Yeah,
inflation,
food groceries.
prices on average has grown over the past year
That's not what
for
I'm seeing,
groceries.
and it's giving me 6 or 7 sources.
I'm looking at three different sources. And what I'm looking at here, it says 2.9%
Yeah, I don't see that.
from May 2024 to May 2025, up
So
2.9.
we're counting last year under Biden's administration. Okay, all right, I believe it.
No, I'm saying compared to May, groceries are up 2.9%.
All right, peace out.
And I'll see y'all around.
Bye bye.
All right, all right. But yeah, I was just saying compared to May of last year, groceries are up 3%.
Google AI gives 7 sources. Y'all are pissed off about that. And Florida boy, don't be salty. I don't know what the hell you're trying to do with that 6-7 shit, but that's weird.
Uh, yeah.
Can you guys smash that subscribe button, like, brother? Are you gonna give them a link to your channel or what's up?
Oh shoot, yeah, I forgot. I completely forgot to do that. Yeah, just follow me on Real Talk Politics. I don't know if I can drop a link in here, but I'll find a way to drop a link. And yeah, I'm just like talking politics, like debating it, like
Like Biden,
making
like
make
Obama, big Obama supporter, big Biden supporter, big advocate against civil liberties and civil rights.
against civil liberties and civil rights.
I mean, you voted for Joe Biden.
I mean, you're supporting the president that's picking up U.S. citizens and locking them
What
up for
U.S. citizens?
days.
Name me a U.S. citizen that's been deported.
I ain't saying they were deported, but they are picking up U.S. citizens.
Have you ever been detained by the police before? Because I have.
Yes, but I've never been detained by ICE.
Yeah, well, okay. And
That's what I'm saying. Like if
so we've
ICE,
both been detained by the police before. Are we out here
but
crying
ICE are
saying,
not
"Oh,
the
we got
police.
detained"?
ICE are not the police, and they've been picking up citizens left and right. They are specifically
They
for
have the
immigrant.
same authority as police do.
They are immigration enforcement,
Yeah, they can pick you up. They can detain you.
only with probable cause.
Do
You
they
have
need
to have
probable cause to detain you or
in
me?
a free country. You have to have probable cause to detain someone.
The police doesn't need probable cause to detain you either. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Am I tripping?
Probable cause is like if they're going to search your person or something like that.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. not probable cause, reasonable suspicion. Reasonable.
Reasonable suspicious can be anything. You can just say that man over there, he's wearing a Joe Biden hat. We're
No,
gonna
that's why they add that first word in there, reasonable. Reasonable suspicion has been argued in courts since we've had police, just
By the
about.
way, you're talking about the police. ICE is a little bit different than the police. I have the US legal
So
authority right here.
reasonable suspicion doesn't apply to
A
ICE.
Nope. 8 USC code 135A3 8 CFR code 2871. No probable cause, no reasonable suspicion required for a brief investigation stop or transport to a station for immigration checks.
It says yes, reasonable suspicion is the standard for brief detentions and vehicle stops by ICE officers.
For
That's the
vehicle
standard.
stops, not for detainees and slash arrest you.
Allowing them to stop someone and ask about status, but a higher standard like probable cause or a
Not
warrant.
just to ask you
No,
about, not
let
just to stop you, to bring you to the
let me read
station.
let me read this
Go
whole
ahead.
statement. Reasonable suspicion is the standard for brief detentions and vehicle stops by ICE officers to investigate potential immigration violations, allowing them to stop someone and ask about status. But a higher standard, like probable cause or a warrant, is generally needed for arrests or entering private property without consent. ICE can detain someone based on reasonable suspicion if they suspect illegal presence, but if the person is legal, they're free to go immediately.
Sorry, read that last part. Also, to correct myself, it said within a couple hundred miles from the border or the coast. You
Okay.
don't need probable cause or reasonable suspicion.
So
But
what about
if it's in the middle of the country, yeah, you do need reasonable suspicion. But that can be anything, or pretty much anything.
no, reasonable suspicion is not anything. That
What's
means that
reasonable suspicion then?
that
Define
means a
reasonable
police
suspicion.
officer can come up with any reason to just come up
They do
and
it all
pick
the
you,
time.
but it's not legal.
Okay, are you gonna sue them? I doubt that.
They should be. Yes.
Well, then you're gonna lose because you're gonna get deported anyway.
No, that's not the case. That's why I'm telling you. When American citizens are being picked up by ICE, that's illegal.
No, it's not illegal if they have reasonable suspicion.
They don't have so you're telling me if
Define reasonable suspicion. Go ahead,
if
define it. You
ICE if
can't
ICE
define it. You can't
what
define it.
yes I can.
Now you're gonna look on Google because you can't define it.
No, because there are courts that's already defined reasonable suspicion. This has already been settled in the courts. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, then why don't you know it?
Because I don't know the exact court language.
Illegal immigrants hurts black communities the most. That's what Not Crypto says. Yeah, I actually do believe that.
Okay. One of the parameters for reasonable suspicion is specific and articulable facts. Officers must point to concrete details like erratic driving, matching a suspect description, or suspicious behavior in a high crime area, not just gut feeling.
Nervous behavior is a reasonable suspicion. Did you know that? So how do you say if someone's nervous or not? That you can literally say that guy looks
That
nervous and he doesn't
but
look
there's
nervous.
multiple boxes that you have to check to get to that RS standard. That's just one. What's the others?
Any of these, literally any of these, if they fit any of these are reasonable suspicious. Literally being Hispanic is reasonable
No,
suspicion.
it says here, objective standard. The suspicion must be objectively reasonable, meaning a trained officer would also suspect criminal activity based on the circumstances.
I'm saying
If
you
I
look
get
nervous right now. That's objective.
if I get picked up because a police officer says I look Somali,
Isn't that
that
objective?
that's not reasonable suspicion.
Isn't that objective?
No, that's not reasonable
How
suspicion.
do Somalis look?
I don't
Do
know.
all
How do they?
Somalis look the same?
No, they don't.
So isn't that objective then? How you
What do you
think
mean?
Somalis look?
No, because you can't detain someone just based on the way they look.
Subjective, I mean, not objective. Subjective, yeah.
That's
Isn't being nervous, isn't saying who looks nervous and who doesn't look nervous, isn't that subjective?
Yes, but it's not checking the box for reasonable suspicion.
So they have to check every single box. What are all the boxes they have to check? Go ahead and tell us.
Like I said, reasonable suspicion. It has to be reasonable. The courts found that reasonable suspicion has to be reasonable within the bounds of the law enforcement acts.
Okay, what
You
are the? Tell me about it. What
you
is
you
it
you
then?
cannot go up to a person and say, "Hey, you look Somali. I'm looking for Somalis to deport, so I'm going to take you in," even
So
though I
here's
don't.
here's a couple examples that were in court before, right? The ninth, the fifth, and the 11th multiple circuit courts.
So
They
is it?
upheld. Listen, they upheld ICE deportations and ICE detentions based on these things single-handedly. These things: nervous demeanor, avoiding eye contact, fidgety movement, riding in the car with multiple Hispanic passengers, living in a house where one person had a deportation warrant.
Oh, okay,
Literally,
but they,
any of these things
okay. I brought you
have been
down this.
held up in court,
All right,
in federal court.
I brought you down this. I brought you down this rabbit hole on purpose because reasonable suspicion is just to question somebody. What is the standard to arrest somebody? That's probable cause.
But
That's
they're not
another.
being arrested, they're being detained.
I
There's a
I just pulled.
difference.
I just pulled up. I'm sorry, but the bringing someone into the ICE detention office is an arrest.
No, it's not. It says right here, bringing someone into the ICE detention centers. Hold on, what was it called? What did they call it? They called it a. Let me
So
scroll
you
up
can
here.
bring somebody into the detention center off of reasonable suspicion, is what you're telling me. So I'm looking.
Yes,
I'm an ICE person.
they
And
can
I'm look.
bring you. They can bring you to
I'm
the
a
police
I'm a ICE
station for
person.
reasonable
I'm
suspicion.
an ICE person, and I'm looking for Russians to deport. So I can just pick you up off the streets and bring you into. Even though you're telling me you're American, even though you gave me your passport, I can still bring you into the detention facility for days.
Well, it's not for days. There's a certain amount of time they can hold you for. It might be days. It might be 48 hours. I don't know. It might be 72 hours. That's a good question. But it says an invested. It says no. It says reasonable suspicion allows you to investigation stop or transport to a station for immigration checks. It says they have to do immigration checks on you, so you're not going to be held there for a while. They just have to run checks on you in the station.
So as an American citizen, you're infringing on my freedom of movement
I mean, argue in
because
Supreme Court
how
about
how
it, but
how is the constitutional originalist Republican Party dealing with this mental gymnastics? They're
this
pulling
is
America.
in the Constitution. You're preaching about the Constitution,
I'm sorry,
but this
but
is Section 8 USC 1357 A2. This is in the Constitution.
hold on. I'm tripping. And searches and seizures.
This is not a
Yes,
search and this is
that's
not a
I
seizure.
thought your retardation is leaking into my
This is
brain
not a
because
search.
I
This is
thought
not a seizure.
I thought the Fourth Amendment didn't exist for a second.
This is
The
not a search. This is not a seizure. This is not
freedom
a
of
search.
movement.
This is not a seizure.
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry, but questioning can be freedom of movement is protected by the Fourth Amendment, which guards against unreasonable government searches and seizures. A seizure of a person occurs when an officer actions like force, weapon display, or shows of authority makes a reasonable person feel like they
It's
are not
not
free to leave.
unreasonable. It's in the federal law. Are you
Hold on.
arguing against what's look this
We're,
up. Just look this up. I'm gonna break it down real slow so you can look this up. Look up 8 USC. You got that part? 8 USC.
yes, 8 USC. What about it?
1357.
Okay. What about
And
it?
read that out loud what it says.
1, 3, 5, 7. Hold on. Okay. defines the powers of the U.S. immigration officers and employees, granted them the authority to interrogate, arrest, and without a warrant under specific conditions, and conduct searches related to enforcing immigration laws, including administering oaths, taking evidence, and accessing private lands, not dwellings, near borders, for patrolling to prevent illegal entry, all under Attorney General regulations. Hold on.
You gotta keep reading.
Uh,
There's a lot there.
yeah, this doesn't apply if you're not near a border.
No, keep reading. It's the next section. This is for the section if you're near the border. Read to the next section. The specific part is A2. You're on A3 right now.
Yeah, A3, A2, to arrest any alien who is in his presence view, he has reason to believe that the alien is so arrested in the United States in violation of so law and regulations like the expulsion of removal of aliens and the examination service.
Deporting illegal alien immigrants is treating them like
Where
humans.
where where is it at in A2? You said it's in A2?
Read the whole thing. Keep reading. No probable cause and no reasonable suspicion required for a brief investigation stop or transportation to an immigration check for stations. Anywhere else, they need interior reasonable suspicion, other
I'm
than
not
100 miles away from the border.
Yes, I'm not saying anything that says that they can ignore probable cause.
No, I never said they couldn't ignore probable cause. They need probable cause, which can be you're not making eye contact and you're being
No,
suspicious. You're
no,
you're being nervous.
that's RS, that's reasonable suspicion.
No,
But they still
reasonable suspicion. No, I'm
yeah, they
sorry.
still need probable cause.
No, they don't. Hold on. I'll find. I'm pretty sure it's in the A. It's in the AUSC A2 part. Reasonable suspicion that you are removable.
Yes, reasonable suspicion, but probable cause is a tier above reasonable suspicion.
Yes,
That
and what
requires a
does
lot
A2
more.
say? It says if you have reasonable suspicion that you are likely removable or your visa overstay, what can they do? They can detain you and bring you to the station.
Yes, but reasonable suspicion requires something. You can't just look at my skin color and reasonably
So
suspect
you
that I'm an immigrant.
okay? You can actually because it literally says in federal court in the circuit court they literally brought up one of the reasons for being suspicious is riding around with multiple Hispanic passengers. So you're telling me that this has been held up in the Supreme Court?
But if I'm riding by myself and I happen to be Hispanic,
Then
then
they
what?
can say that you have nervous demeanor and that you're
What if I
avoiding
don't?
eye contact and that you
What if
have.
I don't?
Well, then they have a whole long list of other things that you have, and if you don't break any of
So
them, then they would be breaking the law.
they're essentially fishing for stuff at this point to
That's
take
what
me in.
that's what it's about. That's what police always do. That's what the federal law is. That's what the Constitution is.
There are certain things for American citizen to guarantee that freedom of movement and freedom of seizures and searches, right?
So does that contradict the federal law and what's in the Constitution as well, or how does this go hand in hand? Do you think? Because
Because
you just read
because
that. What?
immigration officers are not supposed to be interacting with American citizens deep into the homeland.
But how do they know if you're an American citizen or not?
They simply ask the question.
They simply ask the question. You're
Yes.
kidding me, right?
Yes. That's exactly what happened to the
Sure,
kid.
Tom.
What?
Go ahead.
Hold on. That's exactly what happened to the kid that got detained not too long ago
But
by
it's
ICE.
not illegal. You literally read the law out and agreed with me. And then what did you say? You said yes, they can detain
No,
for
I
reasonable
said
suspicion.
reasonable suspicion and probable cause are two different things. I'm
Yeah, they
still
don't need
on that.
probable cause. Probable
They
cause is for search and seizure of your property.
No, it's seizure of your body too.
They're not seizing your body. They're just bringing you down to the police station. They're not arresting you. They're not.
Hold on. Yes, ICE, immigration, customs generally need probable cause for arrest, especially warrantless
They're
ones.
not being arrested though. We already been over this.
Okay, so if they're not being arrested, define an arrest.
An arrest is when the cops tell you that you're in arrest and they put you in a cell.
So we're not
They
talking
have
about
to
cops,
read you
we're
your
talking about
Miranda
ICE.
rights. Once they read you your Miranda rights
ICE
and tell you
doesn't
you're
read
under
ICE
arrest,
doesn't
that's
read
when you're
Miranda
arrested.
rights. That's for American citizens.
Don't they
Immigrants don't
read you
have
your
Miranda
Miranda
rights.
rights when you're down in the station?
I don't know, but what I'm saying is ICE doesn't read Miranda rights. I've
I think
seen
you're
all
wrong.
types of videos of ICE not reading Miranda rights, even when faced
Yeah, when
with
they
actual
first
illegal
get you, but
immigrants.
when they start before they question you, that's the only time they have to read you your Miranda rights.
For an arrest without judicial warrant, ICE
Okay,
must
the
have
answer is
probable
no.
cause to
ICE is
believe that.
never required to read you your Miranda rights, even if they handcuff you.
Yeah, I thought so. But that's what I'm saying is probable. Like, how do we know when it's an arrest? And
When they tell
just
you you're being arrested.
oh wow. So I have to wait until an ICE officer tells me I'm arrested before I can say, "Oh, where's my probable cause?"
I mean, you can never say, you never ask a
Can
police
you see?
officer.
Can you
You
see
can't
how this can
ask a
get?
police officer, where's your
But
probable cause?
but
They're
can
going to
you
tell you,
see
fuck
how this
off,
gets
take it up
messy?
with the
But can you
judge.
see how this gets messy?
No,
Where
you
where
said it
where where
clear as day. You agreed
where?
with me. You said they can detain someone. You read the law and you agreed with me. Then the next thing you said was, oh, they can't detain me for being black. And I said, actually, they can.
I said arrest.
They can detain you. It says when you're either arrested slash detained, they'll even put this in the same category as the same shit.
Okay, when you're arrested, it often includes handcuffs, being placed into a police car, and taken to a office or detention center. That's an arrest. Detainment is as short as possible to confirm or dispel suspicion. This is
Okay, there we
basically
go. You're being
pausing.
detained.
It's basically pausing in the middle of the street to ask questions. That's a detainment. But an arrest is handcuffs in the car being shipped to a detention center. So what this American citizen actually went through was an arrest, not a detainment.
And what's the difference? How many hours or how long does it take to turn into arrest?
It's not how long, it's what's being done here. You
You
are
got
being
evidence?
you are being taken from the place you were originally from, put in handcuffs, and taken
That's
somewhere
what a
else.
detainment
You
is.
are under arrest. Sir. Detainment is a police officer coming to you, pausing your action for a second, and asking you probing questions.
Okay, here you go. Here's the actual answer since you didn't want to do the research. After 48 hours without a judicial warrant or probable cause or immigration purposes only, that is considered an arrest. After 48 hours.
Nah, it doesn't necessarily have to be 48 hours.
I mean, I've heard this from people that have been put in jail as well. They say they're not going to press charges against you if they just put you in a holding tank. They don't tell you anything after 48 hours, they just let you go free. That means they're not pressing charges on you. It's the same thing for ICE
But
detentions as it is for
what isn't
Americans.
so you have to be detained for 24 hours in
No,
order for it to be
48
an arrest?
hours.
I mean,
48 hours.
do you have to be detained for 48 hours for it to be an arrest?
I mean, it
Like
says after 48 hours maximum, it instantly turns into an arrest.
the definition of arrest is to take into custody.
Well, that's not what I'm saying on my side.
When you become custody of ICE or the police department, you are arrested.
Okay, so basically, when they go check when they go run your paperwork, arrest
Mm,
is when police have proof of crime.
no, they don't have to have proof of crime. That's what courts are for. It is to seize someone by legal authority and to take into custody. That is an arrest. And ICE is doing it to American citizens left and right.
No, it's not an arrest. Let me read you the definition. I read it pretty clear just now, but I'll read you a better definition. Give me a second.
Okay.
How can you tell the difference between ICE detainment and arrest? I mean, it's gonna be pretty simple when I get the information.
Okay.
Let's see. If ICE has you handcuffs or won't let you walk away, you're under arrest.
Yes.
So if they don't let you leave the station, basically you're under arrest.
Handcuffs and won't let you walk away. Yes. You're arrest. You're under arrest. And that happened to an American citizen without probable cause.
Well, how
That
do you
is
know there
breaking our
wasn't probable
Constitution
cause?
because he's an American
And either
citizen.
way, you still never answered the question. What American citizen was deported? People get arrested all the damn time. They have to prove their innocence.
Every time we have these conversations, there's a new American citizen getting arrested. It's Mubashir. And
Every single day, an
and
American citizen gets arrested for something. What's your point? It doesn't matter if it's immigration or jaywalking. A traffic stop is
it's
a
whether
legal
or not it's
detainment.
constitutional or not. I thought y'all cared about the Constitution and what's
I thought
legally
you
right.
cared about the Constitution.
I thought y'all care about freedoms.
So what? Never arrest anyone and just let all the criminals
No,
walk
I'm
on the
telling you,
street?
this is a very slippery slope when we allow military powers to detain American citizens and just
Okay,
blow it
okay,
off
you're right.
and just blow
Defund
it
the
off and so
police,
what?
defund ICE, let all the criminals walk free.
No,
Just let them all
I'm
take
not
all your
saying I'm
benefits.
not saying let all
Yes, you
criminals go.
are. You
No, I'm
said
not.
the way that we should stop illegal alien immigrants is say, "Hey, are you an American citizen?" And when they say yes, then just let them go.
No, that's
Don't
not what I'm
question
saying.
them. That's exactly what you said.
No, I said
Officers can
that
speak with individuals if they have reasonable suspicion or unlawful presence and likelihood or escape. They can detain or arrest without a warrant. It's at their precaution. A cop can arrest you for anything.
you can't do that to an American citizen.
Yes, you can.
No,
It's
you
happened
can't.
to my friend. It's happened to lots of people I know.
Look, without probable cause, you cannot arrest an American citizen in this country.
Yes,
That's
you
not how
can.
our laws work. I'm
It
sorry,
happens all the time. It does.
by mistake. And a lot of the times, those entities get sued.
No, they don't get sued a lot of the times. Quite the opposite. In Detroit, you have to wait 3 hours for police. Yes,
Oh,
ICE can and routinely does arrest you without probable cause.
is it legal? Hmm?
I'm looking. Let's see. Let's find out. Yes, it's 100% legal for ICE to arrest you without probable cause. The U.S. Supreme Court and federal court have been repeatedly upheld this for the last 50 plus years. Here are the main cases to look at. United States versus Brignani Pounce, 1975. United States versus Martinez Foret, 1976. INS versus Delago, 1984. So I just gave you
I think
four.
you're talking about all those cases close to the border. I'm talking about
No,
without probable
this was way
cause.
before the Expedited Removal Act was even made. Not a single one of these cases were near the border.
It says no. ICE agents generally cannot legally arrest someone without probable cause, meaning a reasonable belief they're
Look up
violating
United States
immigration law.
Brigiani versus Pounce. Here, actually, just better look up the law. How about this? Just look up the law itself. Forget about the court cases. Look up 8 USC 130 1357 A2. They can arrest reason to believe. They don't need
Yes.
probable cause. You said they needed probable cause. They don't need probable cause.
So you're telling me ICE can just arrest anybody in the country?
Yes.
That's not true.
I gave you the law. Why didn't you look it up?
This what? Tell me exactly what the law says.
Okay, hold on.
You said
I accidentally
one
clicked
one
off of
one
it.
357 A2. I'll read with you.
Okay, I'm pulling up the whole law right now and I'll read it.
Arrest any alien. It says if you're actually witnessing an alien attempting to enter this country, you can arrest that person without probable cause. That's what it says.
An officer and employee of the service authorized under regulations prescribed by the Attorney General shall have power without a warrant to arrest any alien who has an preference or attempting to enter the United States. Okay, you read that part. The fourth part, to make arrests for felonies which have been committed, which are illegal under the law of the United States regarding the admissions, expulsions, or removal of aliens. If he has reason to believe that the person so arrested is guilty of a felony, if there is a likelihood of the person escaping before a warrant can be obtained, the person arrested shall be taken without unnecessarily delay before the newest available officer empowered to commit persons charged with offenses.
Yes, those are a lot of requirements that you have to fulfill before you
There's
can.
zero requirements. That's the point.
Everything you read before that last statement were requirements. What are you talking about?
I
You
mean,
had
should
to
I
see
send you the whole thing on
you had to
Discord?
witness the alien entering or attempting to enter the United States in violation of the law or regulation made in pursuance of law regulating the admission, exclusion, expulsion, or removal
It
of
said if
aliens.
there's suspicion of a felony immigration crime or any kind of serious immigration crime, they can detain you.
Yes, if you literally saw them entering.
No, read the rest of it. Keep on reading. Don't just read the first paragraph and stop.
Yes, it says, and I kept reading. We just read two. It says three, within a reasonable distance from any external boundary of the United
No, keep
States.
reading. You gotta read down.
Okay,
Scroll down.
to board and search for aliens, any vessel within the territorial waters, railway, car, aircraft, conveyance, or vehicle within a distance of 25 miles from any such external boundary to have access to private lands, but not dwellings. To make arrests for felonies which have been committed, which are recognizable under any law of the United States regulating the admission, exclusion, expulsion, or removal of aliens, if he has reason to believe that the person so arrested is guilty of such
Reasonable
felony.
suspicion is all you need.
This is not saying that.
It
To make
literally
a
just did. You just read it.
hold on, to make arrests for felonies which have been committed and which are cognizable under any law of the United States regulating admission, exclusion, expulsion,
It
or
says
removal of
suspicion
aliens.
of a
If
felony.
he has reason to believe that person so arrested is guilty of such felony, and if there is likelihood of the person escaping, but the person arrested shall be taken without necessary delay before the nearest available officer empowered to the committed persons charged with offenses against the laws of the United States. This is saying that if you have a person within your detainment that you are able to say has these felonies, then you can go ahead and ship
No,
them out
it
of the
says
country.
reasonable suspicion of felonies.
What is reason?
We already talked about what
You're
reasonable
missing the
suspicion
first
is.
word. You're
You
missing the
don't
first
need
word.
probable cause. You need
Reasonable.
reasonable suspicion.
Yes, you're missing the first word. Reasonable. Reasonable is doing a lot of work in these legal documents.
We already been over it. You can be shaky. You're avoiding eye
So wait a
contact.
second. No, that's reasonable suspicion in another sense. This is reasonable suspicion of a felony. That is
Okay, being
another
an illegal
standard.
alien immigrant is reasonable suspicion. That's
That
a
is a completely different standard, though.
how is
Reasonable
it a different standard? It's a felony if
it,
you broke into the country multiple times.
because you can't suspect a felony.
They just said in that law you can.
So you're telling me that I can just assume somebody has a felony and ship them out of the country?
Well, it doesn't say shipping them out of the country. It says detainment, arresting them.
Well, I can just assume somebody has a felony and detain them. Is what
ICE
you're
has
telling me.
different powers than the police, and yes,
I
that's
don't
correct.
care. What I'm saying is that reasonable suspicion of a felony is still a standard within itself. You still have to prove that. Do you understand? All this has to be
Reasonable
all
suspicion
this
would
had
be this. I think you're an
all
illegal
this
alien
has to be
immigrant
brought
that
up.
broke into the country
All this
multiple
has to be brought
times.
up to a court and a
Reasonable
lawyer.
suspicion is not probable
Oh my
cause.
God!
So either way, you're
What I'm
proving my
telling you
point.
is that
You're
a
admitting
court.
that it's not probable cause. You're saying it's reasonable suspicion. Okay, congratulations. You conceded to the facts then.
No, I'm not. That
You
is something
did. You
complete.
already
That
said it was reasonable
that
suspicion.
is something completely different from.
Congratulations. It's not completely different. You said it
Yes, it
has to be
is.
probable cause.
Those are different stands.
That is
Reasonable.
reasonable suspicion. Don't
Let
be
me talk for
mad,
more
just
than
concede.
let me talk for more than 10 seconds. Reasonable suspicion to detain someone is different from reasonable suspicion to of a felony to arrest someone. That is two completely
They're
different
not
things.
being arrested. Yeah, they are two completely different things.
Reasonable suspicion is something like you said earlier, nervousness and stuff like that. But reasonable suspicion of a felony is a complete different standard.
Okay, but is it probable cause?
Hmm?
Is it probable cause?
No.
Okay, then you lost. You said they needed probable cause. Thank you. Thank you for proving my point. They don't need probable
What?
cause to arrest them.
Yes, if they don't have reasonable suspicion of a felony, what do they have to meet then?
Didn't you say reasonable suspicion was underneath probable cause?
If they don't have reasonable suspicion of a felony, what do they have to have? What requirement do they have to meet then?
They don't need probable cause. They just need reasonable suspicion. You've admitted it already. I don't know what we're arguing
No,
about anymore.
there's steps to this ladder. Reasonable suspicion, and in ICE case, reasonable suspicion of a felony,
I
and
mean, why
then
don't you just
probable
Google it
cause.
yourself? Look up. Do you need not reasonable suspicion? Fuck. What's the other one now? You don't need probable cause. Look up. Do you need probable? Does ICE need probable cause to arrest people? The answer
Yes,
is no.
generally. Yes, generally they do. Yes.
The answer is no. I just proved you wrong. You read the law. You conceded to the fact. Google it yourself now.
Reasonable suspicion of a felony is
Do they
still.
need probable cause to arrest you? Just look it up. Just quick Google search. You've Googled everything so far. Just
I'm
look
sorry,
up, does
but
ICE need probable cause to
if
arrest you?
if they don't have that reasonable
The
suspicion of a
answer
felony,
is no.
okay, all right, whatever you say. Yeah,
We
all
went
I'm saying,
over it. You didn't look it
all
up.
all all I'm saying is this is a very slippery slope that could easily be used against Republicans if a Democrat chose to do so.
It's been used against everyone. It's been used against, me. It's been used against my friends. It's been used against
This
everyone
this
since.
this is little anecdotal stuff. I'm talking about a president activating a whole department to do this. Not just anecdotal, you and your
I'm
friends
fine
on the
with it.
weekend or something like that. You're fine with it. But what happens when the Democrat gets in and does the same thing?
Barack Obama already did the same thing.
Now, I'm talking about for democratic reasons. What if he decides that Christianity has gone too extreme?
Well, then he's gonna get, overthrown. He's gonna have his government overthrown.
Oh,
He's
wow.
gonna have a civil war.
So if people felt like this was un-American and a civil war would
They're
start,
trying to do a civil war, but these are Democrats. They don't own any guns.
no, nobody. Wait a second. I know plenty of Democrats that own way more guns than half of these
You don't
Republicans
know any
that are on social
Republicans. You
media.
don't know any MAGA.
I own more guns than most Republicans I know. So I don't understand why you say that. But what I'm saying is that this is a situation that should be concerning to everybody, no matter what party affiliation that you're subscribing to.
Why is it concerning? It's written in the federal law. If it's concerning to you, then
It's
then
not,
advocate for the federal law to be changed.
they're using loopholes in American
It's
law.
not loopholes. It's written clear as day in federal law. You can even
No,
understand it. You're not a lawyer.
Donald Trump has sent more cases to the Supreme Court than any other president before him, and
That's because they challenge him more than any other president.
this is the
They
reason
put
why.
court cases and challenge Trump more than any other
And
president
this is the reason why, because he pushes things to the point where they are
because he's
constitutionally
using federal
questionable.
law the way it's written.
They are constitutionally questionable. What Donald Trump
How
is
is it
doing,
constitutionally questionable? You
because
read it.
it's going all the
You
way to
read
the
it.
Supreme
You
Court.
admitted it. I got
I'm
you to
sorry,
read
but
it. I got you to read it. You agree
if it's
with
not
it, but now
constitutionally
you're saying
questionable,
it pisses you off and it's constitutionally questionable.
if it's not constitutionally questionable, then it would never reach the Supreme Court.
That's not true. All kinds of things have reached the Supreme Court that weren't
That are
constitutionally.
constitutionally questionable, such as Roe
Right?
v.
Like
Wade.
what? The Second Amendment is that
Roe v.
questionable now?
Wade.
That's not in the Constitution. Cartels make millions off illegal immigration. Yeah, they do. Was the Second Amendment? Let me ask you this: was the Second Amendment questionable?
As far as what the Supreme Court has ruled several different cases concerning the Second Amendment, bump
So
stocks,
obviously it was
all
questionable if
types of
it
stuff.
brought. Using your logic, it was obviously questionable if it got brought into the Supreme Court.
Yes, bump stocks were questionable.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the right to bear and own
But
firearms.
no,
Was that questionable?
I'm talking about scenario situations that bring to question our laws in this country. That is what the Supreme Court
So
is
does
for.
this is this questionable? It says the rights to bear arms shall not be infringed. Was that questionable?
Yes.
That was questionable. Okay, there we go.
But no,
There's your logic there.
I'm saying that the question of bump stocks compared to that statement that you're referring to
I'm not
is
talking about
questionable.
bump stocks. I'm talking about
But
specifically the right to bear
that's why
arms
the
shall
bump.
not be
But I'm
infringed.
giving you an example
If
of
you're
why the
saying
bump
that's
stock case.
questionable, then anything will be questionable to you.
No,
Absolutely anything.
I'm saying that's why the bump stock case has reached the Supreme Court is because that in itself is questionable. Not the Second Amendment, but the bump stock
If the
applied
Second
with the Second
Amendment
Amendment.
wasn't questionable, then why was it brought to the Supreme Court tons of times?
If the Second Amendment is not questioned, nobody's questioning the Second Amendment.
The Supreme Court has
They're
questioned it.
no, they're questioning the interpretation of the Second Amendment,
They said, does it mean
not
the
the
right
Second
to bear
Amendment within
arms shall
itself.
not be infringed? They questioned that.
No, they're questioning the interpretation and how it applies to weapons today. That's all, because we're dealing with a couple 100-year-old document.
So it is questionable, basically. Okay, good to see where you're at on the Constitution.
No,
Pretty much anything and everything on the
their
Constitution is questionable.
interpretation is questionable, not
Any and
the
everything is
amendment.
questionable to you. I just wanted to make that clear.
No, you're just putting words in my mouth to make yourself sound
If
better.
the Second Amendment is
What I'm
questionable,
saying,
then everything
but
is questionable.
no, I'm not saying the Second Amendment is questionable. I say the interpretation is questionable.
So then it's questionable. Okay, good to know.
How people choose to interpret the Second Amendment, yes, it's questionable.
Oh, these people are very fucking weird in the comment. They keep calling both of our facial hair fake.
No,
They said your beard is fake to get ladies online.
I wish. I wish I was that tech savvy. And put a beard. I'll be
It's
giving
AI
jobs.
beard.
Yeah, I need to make that AI for real, for real. And put hair on people's heads too.
Second Amendment isn't interpretable. It's written literally.
But when it applies to certain questions, such as bump stocks, that has to be interpreted by the Supreme Court because
It
bump
says
stocks.
shall not be infringed.
So do you agree with bump stocks being banned under Trump?
They're not banned anymore.
But they were banned under Trump.
They're still banned on a state level. It depends under what state.
I'm just saying, do you agree with Donald Trump banning bump stocks?
Well, do you agree with Clinton doing the assault rifle ban in the
You're
90s?
not answering my question. Do you agree with Trump banning bump
Do
stocks?
you agree with Bill Clinton banning,
I will answer
assault
when you answer.
weapons?
I will answer when you answer.
That was a bill that was placed on Trump's desk after the biggest mass shooting in U.S. history. And
Okay.
he knows Supreme Court law. He probably figured that's not going to hold up anyway.
No, come on now. If that was Biden signing that
Oh, what's
legislation,
up, Chris?
it would have been.
Here's a lawyer in chat. The whole reason constitutional jurisprudence found the Second Amendment to be for self-defense R. Keller McDonald is because the amendment was questioned. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But the current day Supreme Court, they hear cases based on their interpretation of our Constitution. So they'll look at the Constitution, the Second Amendment, and look at the argument, which is bump stocks, which I was bringing up, and try to apply the interpretation to what we're looking at right
Can
now.
you just say you're going to question every single constitutional amendment? Because I just want you to say it.
No, I'm not going to question every single constitutional
So, which
amendment, right?
constitutional amendment wouldn't you question?
Most of them.
So, what if I told you most of them were already questioned?
It depends on what you mean by question. Yes, there have been Supreme Court hearings over most amendments. So what? That's good. I mean, for this to be such a great country and we have an amendment system where we can change our laws and mold our laws based on what we see in new times,
So, if that's
that that
good,
that that's
why are you saying that,
that that's a
Trump being
part of what makes
questioned?
America great.
Okay, then why are you saying when Trump gets questioned for his actions that it's bad? You said it's good that the Constitution gets questioned.
When there's a difference between questioning the Constitution and testing the Constitution.
But we
Donald Trump,
read the
Donald Trump is
Constitution.
Donald Trump is testing the Constitution on a daily basis. He's not only testing it, he's looking at ways he can possibly get away with certain
But
things.
according
He's
to you, everything's questionable and
as a matter of
testable.
fact, his operative Steve Bannon. I'm pretty sure you know who Steve Bannon is.
Oh, here we go with the pivot again. You already said everything in the Constitution is questionable and testable.
No,
So
I'm
why
not
are you
saying that.
complaining?
I'm
You
not saying
literally said
everything.
when we
Wait a
read the
second.
statute, we
You
read the
put things
statute clear as
you put
day.
things
We
in my
read it
mouth.
together.
You put
At
things.
first you said they need probable cause to detain illegal
You're
alien
putting words in my
immigrants.
mouth. What I'm saying is that I'm not saying the whole Constitution needs to be questioned or needs to be revised or anything like that. All I'm saying is the whole reason the Supreme Court exists is to look at legal proceedings and interpret it based off what they see from the Constitution. That's it. That's all I said.
Okay, and the Supreme Court has upheld multiple times that you don't need probable cause to, detain, people on crimes of accusations of illegal alien immigrants.
Okay, if you say so, bro.
We read it together. We read multiple statutes
No,
together.
we read a
Instead of
statute.
speaking from our feelings,
No,
our
we
Democrat feelings, we
we
read the
read we
law
read from a
together.
statute that you
I
didn't
got you
fully
to agree
understand.
on it.
No, you read from a statute that you didn't fully understand. A,
Bro, it's okay if you're
a
wrong.
reasonable
It's okay if
suspicion
you're wrong. You don't
and
need
reasonable
reasonable
suspicion of a
suspicion.
felony are two different things.
Well, you said you need probable cause. That's neither of those.
Yes,
That's not
probable cause.
probable cause. So you should just
Oh my god.
give it up. Basically, that's what I'm telling you. Neither of those things are probable
I'm sorry, but
cause.
what does reasonable suspicion of a felony look like?
It's not probable cause. We've already been over
What
this.
does it look like?
We've been
Like
over
it.
this 10 times. You really
No,
want to go here
what
again?
does answer the question? What does reasonable suspicion of a felony look like?
I will answer the question on one term. You gotta tell me, was this reasonable? Was this probable cause, or was this reasonable suspicion? Which one was it?
As far as what?
You said that illegal alien immigrants can't be arrested or detained without probable cause. Was this either one of those things? Was reasonable suspicion probable cause? Are they the same thing? Or did you
No,
already concede? It's okay to concede.
no. Reasonable suspicion is not probable cause.
Okay,
Never will
so
be.
we looked it up together. We read the law. We read the statute. It is not. It is not probable
Okay,
cause. It's
hold
reasonable
on.
suspicion.
No, reasonable suspicion and reasonable suspicion of a felony is two different things. And
Yes, I never said they weren't.
I'm about to articulate the differences to you. Reasonable suspicion of a felony looks like an officer seeing specific articulable facts suggesting a crime, not just a gut feeling such as someone
I mean,
nervously casing a closed
Chris
door.
Law already said that here. He said reasonable, articulate facts that crime is afoot.
Oh, okay, so you have to have articulable facts, not just a gut feeling. So, what are those facts that they are using to detain immigrants?
They have to have reasonable suspicion. Not probable cause.
Oh my!
Probable cause is facts. Reasonable
we
suspicion,
just
it's
read
a
this.
low standard. It's
We
literally got the
just we.
lawyer in chat.
I'm
Give
not
us that
talking. I'm not
lawyer.
talking. I'm not talking about probable cause. We just read that they need reasonable suspicion of a felony. I'm telling you, reasonable suspicion of a felony is when the officer has specific articulable facts suggesting
Will
a
you
crime.
concede that they don't need a probable cause to detain and arrest illegal, accused illegal alien immigrants? But ICE. It's okay, man. Just concede to it. They don't need probable cause. You're trying to pivot now and say there's a difference
Reasonable
between
suspicion.
reasonable suspicion of
Reasonable
a
suspicion
felony
of a
and
felony
reasonable. Yes, we know there's a
is
difference. We're not
essentially
arguing about
probable
that.
cause.
No, it's not. It's not the same.
So you're telling me reasonable suspicion
Lawyer
of a
Chris,
felony?
chime
No,
in.
no,
What's
no.
the difference?
Answer this real quick. Reasonable suspicion of a felony is someone looking nervous.
Let's let the lawyer answer. But I can look that up too. Hold on, let me tell you. I'll do my research on that.
No, it's not.
And also, if you read the full statute, it's not just about a felony. It goes a lot deeper than that. But you only read about 20% of it.
Yes, it's if you actually see the guy crossing the border or just got through crossing the border, that's another instance. Or
No,
it has to
that's
be a
not what
certain
it
range
says.
within the border.
Reasonable suspicion of a felony. Here's an example of reasonable suspicion of a felony. They could say, oh, you look like this guy that's wanted for jumping over the border 4 times. That's reasonable suspicion of a felony.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I'm serious. It happens all the time. Not even talking about
Did,
ICE.
did, did you look that up or are you just saying something right now?
No, it's. You want me to look it up?
Yes, actually look up what reasonable suspicion of a felony looks like. What does it look like? Because
There's reasonable
it's
suspicion
very specific
of
when it says facts, articulable facts.
reasonable suspicion of a felony is not the same damn thing. Why do you think they call it two different things?
Yes, exactly. Said the slow. What the fuck?
You can just be encountered, and it doesn't even have to be near the border. You can just be encountered in a place where large groups of suspected illegal alien immigrants are routinely picked up. I mean, that's how little of a simple thing it can be.
Does that excuse picking up American citizens?
Yes, because it says it's not illegal. It doesn't mean that the American citizens are going to get charged with it. It just means it's not illegal.
Lord have mercy. If these were
We read the law together. It says it's not illegal.
it's not what wait, what's not illegal?
To detain an American citizen on reasonable suspicion or reasonable suspicion of a felony.
No, but to arrest an American citizen on reasonable suspicion is.
What's up, Jimmy? No, it's not. Dude, that's the. You really want me to give you the whole article so we can read down the entire statute of law?
I really don't want to read a whole freaking article with you.
Okay, let's look at. Let's look at this one more time. Just Google on your computer with me. We'll do it at the same time. Is it legal to arrest? Is it legal for ICE to arrest people based on reasonable suspicion? The answer is going to be yes. Reasonable suspicion of a felony. Illegal immigrants don't have American rights. Someone dropped. What do you think about that?
Illegal immigrants don't have. But our Constitution gives rights to everyone within our jurisdiction, regardless of citizen or non-citizen. So those are inalienable rights granted to everybody within our borders, regardless of citizenship or non-citizenship, such as people visiting here have rights.
So wait. You think they have the same constitutional rights as us?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
Okay,
they have
okay.
rights,
Okay,
but they
fair
don't
enough.
have the same
Good
rights.
answer. Good answer. Good answer. I'll give it to you. Great answer.
They have
What's
they
up,
have
Jimmy? What's up?
they have human rights here in this country that our
Yes.
Constitution affords them.
Yes, but they don't have the same. They don't have the same constitutional rights.
Yeah, they're
Some of
not
them,
citizens.
yes. Free speech, due process, yeah, they have those rights. They don't have the Second Amendment, right?
I noticed that you've been avoiding Epstein, your
Oh, we
president
talk
falling
about
asleep.
Epstein every single damn time, and all it leads into is a screaming match. You're just gonna talk about Epstein and this guy and that guy of the Trump cabinet every single time
What
you
about
start
the
losing an argument? Because I
what
like to
about
talk.
the
What
what
about
about
the
the
legal, lawful arguments that
no,
you just
I just
lost?
want to ask you a
I thought
specific
you needed
question
probable
because
cause to
I know you
detain
like to
people.
troll, so I just
No,
want to
I'm not
troll.
trolling. I thought you needed
I know you
probable
like to troll, so
cause.
I just want to troll a little bit. Can I troll a little
I'll
bit?
let you troll as soon as you admit that you were wrong. You said they
Uh,
needed probable cause to detain, people suspected on immigration crimes. You were wrong.
I wasn't, but
Yeah, you
yeah,
were. You said
I'll
they
let
needed
I'll
reasonable
matter of
suspicion.
fact, I
It's the same thing. It's the same
just
thing.
to talk about just so I can ask my question.
No, no.
I
Say it
will
with a
let you
big
have that.
smile on your face.
I
Say
will
I
let
was
you
wrong.
I will let you have that just so I can ask my question.
What do you want to ask? Why
Uh,
did Bill Clinton grape those women and get his wiener sucked? What's your
no.
question?
Well, to bounce off that question,
Oh, here we go. What about Bubba?
I'm just saying, like, your president got some rough allegations out there
If Trump sucked a
here
dick,
and there.
how would he
Where
be different than any of your Democrat buddies?
I mean, if he did, then that would make MAGA
How would he
look
be
very
any different
bad.
than your Democrat
I
buddies?
mean, those are some tough allegations for a president. I
Did
mean,
Trump blow Bubba in the Oval Office? How many times? Most important, where is the stained
I
long tie?
did he not donate to the Clintons a couple times? I mean, he
Guess
might
the
have put
reasonable suspicion
he
threshold is really low. Thank you, Chris. That's what I've been trying to tell him. He's a lawyer. He's a
I'm not talking
Democrat
about
lawyer.
reasonable suspicion. I'm talking
He's
about
a
probable
Democrat
cause.
lawyer.
But what I'm saying is that what you gonna do about your president doing favors for the Clintons? I
Well, if he
mean,
sucked a dingaling, he'd probably be like your best friend. That's
are we
probably a
just ignoring
Democrat
that?
that probably sucks dingalings.
I mean, are we just ignoring that? Like
I mean, what do you mean supporting the Clintons like he did in the 80s and the 90s?
physically supporting the Clintons.
Well, if he sucked a ding dong, it's better than World War III. Innocent until proven guilty, correct? That's
So
just suspicion technically. So
still
why did I
your
spend time
man if
in
he did.
jail?
That's
That's what
still
I'm talking about,
that
Jimmy.
that's
He
still
doesn't
your man.
understand.
That's still your man
Reasonable
with the plan.
suspicion, you can spend time in jail. We got a guy in chat that spent time in jail for reasonable suspicion, but
Okay,
no,
that's fine,
apparently ICE can't do it.
that's fine. But what I'm saying is Trump still your plan with the man, even though he's out here.
Well, the last time I checked, you're the party of the gays and the trans, and you love cutting off kids' wieners and feeding them hormones. Did you forget about that?
Last time I checked, MAGA has a few gay creators on their side too.
Once again, what's wrong? What's wrong with being gay?
I still think Nick Fuentes is in the closet. So
Oh,
because
and
he
Nick Fuentes doesn't support Trump anymore. And speaking about that, we found some common ground. Let's talk shit about Nick Fuentes for a second.
shit.
Does anyone support Nick Fuentes in here? Let me know in the comments. Oh, we got one bitch already in here. We got one Nick. Anyone else? Come on, anyone else? I want to give you guys some breaking news about Nick Fuentes. 27
Shit.
years old. 27 years old, and this man admitted that he's never. He said that he likes women. He's just never screwed one before. Has he screwed a man in the ass? Dow Jones
I
was up
I
1,200
I
points in the
I,
last 2 days.
I don't care about Nick Fuentes that much. I just think it's interesting that it was him to start a MAGA civil war.
He didn't start a MAGA civil war.
Oh
No
yes,
one cared.
there is definitely a MAGA civil war. Which side is what's that dude name that interviews all the dictators? He was formerly with Fox News. What's his name?
You mean the guy that was with
Tucker
Maxwell?
Carlson. Tucker Carlson.
Okay, no. I thought you were going to
Which,
talk
which,
about
which,
Piers Morgan.
which side is Tucker Carlson taking? Isn't he on the side of Nick Fuentes?
No, he just interviewed him. Did you even watch the interview?
Yes,
Still
and he
less of
said,
a virgin
and he says that
than our Discord.
he agreed with Nick
Yeah, that's
Fuentes on a
accurate.
lot of things.
I mean, you don't agree with some of the stuff that he says? I mean, I
No,
don't
I
agree with
don't.
90% of the stuff he says.
But Tucker Carlson did.
So you're telling me you like Israel?
No,
You like Israel or you don't like Israel?
I don't. But just
So then
because of
you agree with them on something. But I love Israel personally, so we
but
disagree on that.
we dislike Israel for different reasons. Nick Fuentes dislikes Israel for a completely different reason than I do.
Why? Is it
I
because his
promise.
wiener's small?
It, probably, but I suspect that he doesn't support Israel for several different reasons due to demographics and stuff like that, and the fact that he's been spewing hate for Jewish people for the past since he's been online. I think
Well, if
so.
you would have watched his interview with Tucker Carlson, you would have seen the reason he hates them is because they got him fired. Guest obviously agrees with you on Israel, Chris. You're both Democrats. You probably have the same viewpoints on Israel. So,
I
since
mean,
I agree on a few topics, I'm in bed with them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
nah, but
It was just a question.
I will say Nick Fuentes is exposing a lot about the Republican Party
But
that
dude,
wasn't
you
there
realize
before.
he's a Fed, right? He works for the federal government.
If
I
he
have
works for
evidence. I have evidence.
if he works for the federal government, then why is Trump paying him?
He's not. Well, Trump might be paying him, but I think it's the FBI or the CIA.
Who's in control of the FBI and CIA?
You think Trump controls all the three-letter agencies down to every little
Yes,
detail they do?
he appointed each leader for each department.
And you don't think any of the three-letter organizations do
It's
stuff
what
against the president?
it's Bogino and the weird eyed dude, the Indian guy. What's
The
his name?
weird-eyed dude, the Indian guy. Okay, that's kind of funny. But
Yeah,
seriously, serious question right now. Do you think the three-letter organizations have ever done anything against the presidencies in the past?
that's hard for me to tell. I mean, I don't know. I
What do you
I
think about
I
Candace
would I
Owens?
wouldn't be surprised, but in this Trump administration, there's not much being done without somebody in Trump's circle being aware of what's being done. You get what I'm saying?
Well, no, there's a lot being done that we're not aware of, but
So you're telling me Trump is president. There's things that's being done in his administration that he's not aware of.
yes,
What kind of
because
leader is that?
a president can't be aware of literally a million things at once. When there's a
So
million moving parts, you can't be aware of everything.
his own department is looking to hinder his administration, and he's not aware of it.
Well, if you hear me
So you're
out, you'll
telling me
hear about it.
Trump is that dumb?
Dude, there's a million different moving parts of the government. Do you think it works like a small business or
And
something?
in each part, he put
Do you
one of
think
his
do you
loyalists
think Joe
as
Biden
head.
was aware of everything the government was doing?
Who runs the CIA? Hmm?
Do you think Joe Biden was aware of everything the government was doing? And also, could you answer the first
Probably
question?
not.
Okay, then there we go. We're gonna make different, things. But what do you think of Candace Owens? Someone really wants to know.
What do I think of Candace Owens? She's a
Yeah.
grifter, like you.
Every single person that's a Trump supporter is a grifter, even if they believe what
No,
they say.
no, no, no. She's a very good opportunities. Like what she's doing with the Charlie Kirk family right now.
That's
That's that
disgusting.
that's an opportunity for her. She's taking
He's trying to
advantage.
make money. That's
Yeah,
disgusting. Also, Chris says you're acting like $5 or even $10 or $100 affects me. I'm not like you people. If you're not like us, why you dropping $5 super chats? You should be wiping your nose with $100 bills, big fella. 14 grand in 1 week. Go ahead and wipe your behind on all these MAGA in chat.
but yeah,
So, so does Trump. Go ahead.
Cash Patel, Bajino, and John Ratcliffe is head of CIA, and all these guys are very close to Trump. You're telling me that these people don't know what's going on within their departments. So
Possibly, possibly not. I mean, I can bring you history
there's
out there.
somewhere there's a mistake being made by Trump. You get
You
what I'm
have,
saying?
yeah, yeah, okay, whatever. Um, yeah, you already agreed that President Biden can't overlook every single thing in his administration. So thanks
And
for
I'm
pointing out
saying,
the double standards.
but I am saying if Biden didn't
And
see something,
Chris, go ahead.
if Biden didn't see something that caused his administration harm, I would say that was a mistake on Biden's part.
So it's
Can you
every president's mistake in the last 70 years.
can
All
you
right.
say the same?
You just want me to say Trump made a mistake so badly.
Because there's lack of acknowledgement or lack of accountability from MAGA in general. It's like y'all refuse to say I
I
was
already
wrong,
told you
I made a
sometimes Trump
mistake.
has messed up. Stop treating me like a whore, Chris. I'm not treating you like a whore. I love you. Shovel my driveway. If you drop me a $200 super chat right now, I will, pretend to shovel your driveway for 3 weeks straight. I'll put an AI image of me shoveling your driveway until the end of Christmas. But seriously,
Yeah,
he had another question for you. So, does Trump want him to be doing what he's doing, or is Trump too stupid to know about him being a Fed? Which one? Ah,
yeah,
it's
exactly.
so disingenuous.
No, it's
So
facts.
disingenuous.
It's exactly what I asked you. It has to be either or.
You know damn well that every president for the last 65 years has not known every single moving part of his organization.
But
And
if
you
there's a
guys won't
lot,
even
it,
let me
but
expose Nick Fuentes as a
it,
Fed.
if there is a loud mouthpiece that's causing you and your party problems, and somehow he's being funded by your government, that's a major oversight.
Okay, it is an
You don't
oversight.
understand that.
Okay, fine. You want me to say it's Trump's fault? Okay, it's Trump's fault. Does that make you happy?
That's if he's a federal agent. But
Well, listen,
I don't think he's a federal agent. I don't
if
think
you
he's
don't
a
think he's a federal agent, can you explain this? How is he at January 6th with a bullhorn shouting people to, storm the Capitol building, but he never got charged with anything and everyone else got arrested? Can you
that was
explain that?
that's the same guy with the infographics guy. I forgot his name. The infographics guy, he did the same thing.
I don't know about the infographics guy, but
Yeah,
if Trump's so
he was
bad,
out there
why
with a
no one
blowhorn.
follow MTG?
What?
If
No,
Trump is so bad, why no one's following Marja Taylor Trader Green?
because Marjorie Taylor Greene decided to support the Epstein files being released.
Why is no one supporting her and why is she quitting? Because Democrats are quitters? I mean, she's not a Democrat, but she's an
No,
honorary Democrat.
plenty of people supported her, or that Epstein bill wouldn't pass Congress because MJT or whatever her name is was a very important part of pushing.
She wasn't pushing for the Epstein files to be released. She said that Trump is involved in the Epstein files.
So her standing right next to all them victims on Capitol Hill, that wasn't her pushing for the Epstein files to be released.
I don't know what you're trying to say there. Jimmy, because they're
That was
too
all on the
retarded to know
news.
their careers will end. Yeah, no,
That
it
was
won't.
all on the news. I mean, she was standing next to the Epstein victims and asking for not only Congress to pass this bill so the Epstein files could get released, but Trump. And this was before he said that he would sign it. He said he didn't know and was calling it a hoax at that point, telling the victims that this was a hoax.
Everyone on January 6th got hunted by Antifa in Oregon. That's interesting.
What? Everybody in
And
January
if
6th.
those Epstein victims are saying it's Trump, why didn't they come out and say it's Trump then? I'm confused.
Nobody said it was Trump. It's just very suspicious that Trump is hiding
You
Well,
said it
not
was
not not
Trump
really
multiple
hiding,
times.
but making it very hard to get these files. Either Trump
If
is
he's
protect
making it so hard to get these files, why did he sign a bill to pass the files?
because Congress had already voted for it. He didn't have a choice, or either veto it,
He did have a
which
choice. He didn't have to sign that bill for years and years and
yes, and
years.
and and if he waited and vetoed it, it would have been even more pressure. It would have been the next news
What
cycle for the
pressure?
next
They
couple
can't do
months.
nothing. They're already going to say he's in those Epstein files regardless.
Okay,
What's
so
the
why did Trump?
difference?
Okay, if there was no pressure, why did Trump go from calling it a hoax to signing the bill?
Because he baited the Democrats into voting for it because they canceled the Epstein files 5 times, the
The
Democrats.
Democrats already said they were voting for it. They had
No, they
tried to vote it
voted
for.
against it 3 times in Congress and the Senate. I mean, in the Senate and the House.
I'm sorry, but the Speaker of the House refused to bring it to a. Are you aware of what goes on the Speaker of the House refused to bring the bill to a vote before the shutdown because
That's
of
not what
this.
happened.
Yes, it's exactly what happened.
And even if it is happen, even if that did happen, can you explain the other 2 or 3 times the Democrats refused to pass it?
I'm not aware of 2 or 3 times where
Oh,
them.
so you're not aware of that. You're only
Now,
aware of the
if you're
Republicans.
if you're
You want me
talking
to
about the
remind
now
you? Go ahead.
now if you're talking about the grand jury documents, those are not the Epstein files.
Well, that's by those are by 2 Obama-appointed judges.
Yes, those were
And
not the
yes, those
Epstein
are the
files.
Epstein files. That's the entire Epstein
No, it wasn't.
case.
The victims would have asked for those files to be released if that's the case. That the victims would have
The
went to the
victims
judge
did
instead.
ask for those files to be
So why are the
released.
victims going? Why did the victims not go to the judge and went to Congress and Trump?
Why aren't the victims pointing at Trump if he did it? Look, there
No,
we go.
nobody
Chris
is saying.
Law.
Oh
Lawyer
my God,
Chris tells the
nobody.
truth again. No, Democrats could have released it and they didn't. He is a Democrat admitting the truth. Thank you, sir.
Yes, they could have released it right at the end of Biden's term.
No, they could have released it this year three
No,
times, twice.
and it's fully no because Epstein's girlfriend was still appealing cases.
No, it was this year, brother.
Epstein's girlfriend was still appealing cases.
You want the exact date? I'm pulling it up right
Where
now to
where, where
tell
was
you.
the where was the last appeal for
This was this
Ghislaine
year.
Maxwell? What was her last appeal?
We've already been over this. You're going to say last year. Well, this was this year.
What was this year?
The 2 or 3 times the Democrats denied the files coming out.
Tell me, what was the vote and what was the bill?
Hold on. Okay, let me
Let me
ask.
let me let me pull up the exact bill so I can see exactly what you're talking about. Because I'm tired of MAGA just spouting what they believe
I mean, a
without.
Democrat lawyer that doesn't even like Trump just
I
agreed
don't
with
I
me.
don't know that guy, and you call anybody that doesn't agree with you Democrat. I don't care about that.
The bill in the bill in question is the Epstein's File Transparency Act of 2025, a bipartisan measure by Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the
Hold
bill
on,
that
let me
Trump just
read.
passed.
Let me read. Let me read.
Due to
Okay,
pressure.
no, that was the one that passed. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, let me keep scrolling down.
And Cash Patel is a weird looking guy, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. Like, I don't know how y'all can trust
He's
this.
gonna tell you why Biden didn't release him. He's gonna say, "Well, hey, Maxwell was still under investigation."
No, she was still appealing her cases, so the files in its entirety couldn't be released. Talking about draining the swamp.
The
Trump did
Democratic Amendment of the Genius Act.
Amendment of the Genius Act.
I think that's what it's called.
Oh my God. This is Donald Trump's attempt to bring America into the crypto business. That has nothing to
Okay,
do with
that's
the
the wrong
Epstein
one.
files. Yeah.
Let me keep looking. Her and Epstein were two different trials. Did two different trials, correct?
Yes, they had two different trials, but a lot of what concerned Epstein was included in those Maxwell cases. And while she appealed, those files could not be released. Her last appeal was towards the end of last year. But even if that is the case, Donald Trump ran on releasing those files. I don't like Biden didn't run on
Okay,
releasing
Biden
anything.
Trump signed the thing to release it. Now what can you say? You're just complaining in circles.
But before he signed anything, he called it a hoax.
Why can I admit the Democrats protected sexual predators, but you MAGAs coddle Trump and Republicans as if the sexual predators cable is partisan? I'm not saying it is partisan. Definitely some Republicans voted against it too. But we can't forget the Democrats and Republicans both voted against it. I don't really see a way that Trump
This last
stands in
bill,
front of it, huh?
wait a second. This last bill, it was only one Republican that voted against it.
Yeah, and I don't know who this guy is. So what?
He's a Republican from Louisiana.
I've never heard of him before. How is that relevant?
I've heard of him plenty. And
What's his name? Don't look at your
uh
computer.
fucking I'm bad with names. I just heard of him plenty
Okay,
because
you don't know him.
he's had choice words with Jasmine Crockett, and I've seen plenty of videos of him
What
going
do you
back and
think
forth
about
with Jasmine.
Jasmine Crockett saying she needs to get rid of taxes for black people and the white man has to pay for it?
I don't know anything about that, and I support reparations, but nothing like that.
Oh, so you do support reparations.
Yeah, everybody else got them. The Japanese got them.
You guys already
The
got
Jew.
reparations.
No, we didn't either. What? When? Where?
HBCUs.
No, that's not reparations. The Jews got actual
So you
reparations.
want me to give you money.
The Japanese actually got reparations. The Irish got reparations. The slave owners got reparations.
Listen, I'm not going to be the one to debate reparations right here, but let
Yeah,
me just ask
exactly.
you a question. You want me to give your family and you money for
No,
reparations?
I'm asking the government to give
Okay,
black
okay.
people
So
money
where's that money going to come from?
wherever the government chooses. Tariffs.
Oh, so now you like
Yeah,
tariffs.
yeah. Let's make it come from them tariffs. How about that?
Is a stimulus check during COVID reparations?
What? It's no, because it went to everybody. And my channel is Real Talk Politics. Y'all can go follow me over there if y'all. I'm still new to this debate and stuff, but
Look up Rashida's Tiebla's amendment for Epstein's financial files. She blocked it.
what?
Democrat, Michigan. She blocked the whole thing.
One Democrat blocked what?
DEI.
One
There's a
Democrat blocked
couple.
what?
The release of the Epstein files. Just look it up yourself.
What was the act? What was the bill that they voted on? I need the actual voting record to prove what you're saying to me.
You can't just do a quick Google search and see when the Democrats denied release of the Epstein files.
The only thing that comes up is those grand jury
Chris,
documents.
will you please pay for his reparations? Laughing my ass off. Trump forced Columbian University into providing reparations for Jewish students. You all fucking seal clap to it. Is that actually true? I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
I mean, we need extra reparations now. We need to tax the Democrat Party that hates Israel so much so we can give Jewish people more money.
Why not just give the descendants of slaves their reparations and just call it a day?
So what
I
about the
mean,
people that are
Donald
13%
Trump
black?
literally
Do
Donald
they
Trump
get
literally sent out,
reparations?
huh?
What about the people that are 13% black? Do they get reparations?
If they're descendants of slaves, yes.
So how much do they get? Just 13%? What's the qualification? 1%?
Well,
2%?
that's for the people in Congress to debate and get together. But
Uh,
I'm saying that if they found a way for Jewish people to get reparations, they found a way for Japanese people to get reparations, they can
so
find
how
a way
much do we
for
owe
us to get
you?
reparations.
How much do we owe you exactly?
What we were promised, 30 acres and a mule.
30 acres?
Whatever the equivalent to that is. The president of the United States promised us that. and I wouldn't mind having that back and adjusted for inflation. That was a promise made by American president to a people that was just freed, and it should be fulfilled.
I agree with Chris Law. I agree with Chris D. My family owned no slaves. I shouldn't pay taxes for you guys to get reparations.
You're not paying for reparation. The government is. You already paid for reparations for the Jewish people. You already paid reparations for the Japanese people.
What if
So
I
what?
am Jewish and what if I'm Japanese as well?
Okay,
Chris isn't a lawyer.
we paid for reparations for everybody else. Also,
So what reparations did they get?
the Japanese and the Jewish,
Yeah.
they're still getting reparations. I believe the Jewish people.
Wow, were you stolen by settlers or sold by your own ancestors? What did they get paid in all those reparations?
Wait, what? You
A
said
super
what?
chat question from Jimmy Burris says, "Wow, were you stolen by settlers or sold by your own ancestors? What did they get paid in all those
But
reparations?"
that doesn't matter. It's all the free labor that this country was able to take advantage
Can
of.
I get
All of the free
reparations
labor.
from your people though? Because you guys enslaved my people for 1400 years. The white man was the original slave. So can you guys please give me reparations?
Yes, if we were still under the Egyptian government, but we're no longer under the Egyptian government. We're under the American government, and the American profited off of the free labor of slaves. So that's why we're asking for reparations, not from European countries, but from America.
What about Africa? Africa's still around. Do they owe you reparations for selling
Africa
you to
didn't benefit from
Americans?
the free labor of
They
American
did.
slaves.
They sold you. They sold you into slavery.
Okay, but
So
Africa
why
didn't
aren't they
benefit
paying
from
you
our American.
reparations?
Africa didn't specifically benefit from our labor. America did. That's
They
why
they
we're
had slaves. They first used you guys as slaves in Africa. Then when they got sick and tired of y'all, they sold you to European settlers.
sick and tired is wild to even assume that. But what I'm saying is that
Obviously, they thought the money was a little bit more important.
obviously Africa did not benefit from our
What's
labor.
your channel again? They want to know
America,
your channel.
my channel is Real Talk Politics on YouTube. You can find me on Facebook, I'm sure. Um, I'm on Instagram also, and am I on Twitch? Yeah, I'm streaming Twitch right now. So yeah, I'm on Twitch,
By the way,
YouTube,
send me your Twitch. I'll
TikTok.
follow your Twitch.
Well,
Do
yeah,
you know?
I'm just getting started on
Yeah,
Twitch.
me too. I don't have that many followers, maybe like, I don't know, 7 or 8. Do you know there were way more colored slave owners than white in the South? Did you know the first black slave owner, I mean, the first slave owner in America was black?
Tell me how that matters to me.
So should the black people pay reparations too?
No, the U.S. government. I'm not saying any specific race should pay reparations. I'm saying the U.S. government should pay the reparations, not
And where does that
white
money come
people,
from?
not Mexican people. Because when the U.S. government paid reparations to the Japanese people, it came out of all our pockets, not just white people. So what I'm asking is that the U.S. government pay reparations for the black
That
people.
means we all pay, dude. That means
Yes,
that sounds fair to me. We can have black people paying other black people reparations because they were also slave owners.
it's going to be a tax. So yeah, that's essentially what it's going to be.
Here we go. Chris Law says, Jimmy, we need to bring back General Sherman. So
General
it's going to be a
Sherman.
tax. Yeah, he was a general.
That I know who General Sherman is, and that's a wild take to
Yeah, I
even
mean,
say.
he said that. That's not my take. That's
I know. I'm just saying that's wild. But on the discussion that we're having currently, because he did some crazy stuff in the South. But
what about General Lee?
what about him?
What do you think of him?
I don't particularly enjoy or take pleasure in any Caucasian person from that era. I mean, I do appreciate the fact that Abraham Lincoln did make an effort to free slaves and fulfill a promise that this Constitution and this country set out to accomplish. So I do appreciate that. But as far as like saying that I'm head over heels for any particular politician or politician in history is not
The
the type
damn
of person
money
I am.
comes from you, from your and my taxes. What the fuck are you really asking for us for? All us to get free money like during COVID? Yeah, he's a big fan of Trump's tariff check. When he gets his tariff check, he's gonna get himself a
Well,
brand new Trump 20.
there is not going to be no tariff check. I
Wait,
promise
wait,
you
wait.
that.
If there's a tariff check, can you promise me that you'll come on here with the Trump 2028 hat?
Oh hell, no.
Come on, you said there's not
Hell
gonna be a
no,
tariff check. If there's a
no.
tariff check, I
Matter of
will
fact,
personally send you a Trump 2028 hat to wherever you want.
I'm so confident that there won't be a tariff check. Yeah, I'll do that.
You'll come on here with the Trump
There
2028 hat.
won't be no actual paper like the COVID checks. There won't be no check mailed out to people with Donald Trump's name on it from tariffs. No, there will not be.
My based northern ancestors tamed the racist South. Brother, you have ancestors from Florida and Israel. What are you talking about?
All I'm saying is that this country can do a lot more
All
with
right,
what
by
it has.
summer 2026, I'm gonna have you back on stream. Don't block me. We gotta have you back. When you get that tariff check, don't block me. I promise you, I will find you. And we will make you get on stream with the Trump 2028 hat.
If you say so, it's not gonna happen at all. He's not sending out
Civil
any more
War, not
checks.
about slavery. What do you think about that?
Civil War not about slavery. That's kind of hard to put when you look at the southern states and their reasoning for seceding was specifically around slavery. Like you can look at their secession statement, and
The War of Southern Retardation.
they mentioned slavery in their secession statement.
Guys, don't tell me what the F. I'm just reading Jimmy's super chat. Calm down, fellas.
Yeah.
That's his name right there. Real Talk Politics TV.
Yep.
It was states' rights, which they rightfully believed was also due to slavery. I'll get you on here in 2 minutes or so, time.
Okay, it says right here with quotes like Mississippi's declaration, our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest of the world.
I agree with what Time said, but anything else is between you and Jimmy.
Okay. I'm just saying the southern states made very clear why they were seceding from the
Chris,
Union.
I'm not gonna ask him that racist ass shit if you ain't even gonna drop his super. It also was about slavery, but not only slavery. Yeah, good point, good point. But don't forget to
It was
slam that like and subscribe button. It was about money. North had factories, South had crops.
it wasn't about money. I mean, if you want to make the fact that if abolishing slavery was going to mess with the South's money, then yeah, if you want to put it that way. But the South was very clear when they made their secession statements, when they were saying that things like our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery. They said that. It's real statements. Like, I don't know what else to tell y'all. Like, it's like y'all don't, I don't know. It's just like the Confederate
Chris,
States of
can you see
America.
what they just said about Dustley? Chris, read that comment from Dahmen. You see that comment? I gotta screenshot that. That is crazy. They're talking about Dustley. What that have to do with the war? They subscribe to you, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Stuff he got on the
Did you
stretch.
see that comment? The fuck? They told Dusty to take his top off.
Oh shit! Don't nobody want to see that. Why are people asking, "Am I a cat boy?" This is how your comments usually look.
I don't know,
Like
honestly.
what kind of people follow you?
These are the average Democrat trolls. Big
No,
breasts. I want to see that.
these are some real characters you got following you in this YouTube chat.
Yeah, I like Chris Law and Time on My Side the best. You guys make sure you go subscribe to his channel as well.
But yeah,
Nick is a cat boy. Nick Fuentes is a cat boy. I don't know what the hell a cat boy is, honestly. Is that a man that thinks he's a cat? Oh, here we go. Here's somebody. Columbia University paid a settlement for discrimination against Jewish students. That had happened recently. Nothing to do with reparations for slavery. That happened a lifetime ago. There you go, Chris. Got proven wrong by pro God bless. I appreciate that comment because I don't know anything about that situation. And I love shitting on Chris.
I know a
So I
lot of
appreciate
I know
that.
a lot of Jewish people still receive reparations from Germany, and I'm just saying, if Germany can do it, why can't America do it?
Germany's a lot smaller country. And here we go again,
I
reparations.
I don't care. Like, why can't
You
America
don't
do
even
it?
know how much reparations you
Yeah,
want. You're just saying
like
30 acres of land and a
for this to
donkey.
be the best, most freest, most moral, morally supreme country on the planet, it seems like it's very hard for y'all to just
So,
do
honest
certain
question
things.
without being racist. What do you think, without me being racist, what do you think a lot of these people in these urban environments are going to buy if they start getting hundreds of thousands of dollars?
No, who said that reparations should be strictly monetary?
Okay, well, what if they get $10,000? What do you think they're going to buy with it? Just genuinely curious.
I'm most likely it's better housing.
Better
Mo-
housing?
most low income people that
Is that the first thing rappers go out and buy and these entertainers?
they're not poor people.
They are poor. Aren't these drill rappers and these trap rappers poor? Or are you telling me that's all fake?
Wait a second. Do you think the average black person is like a rapper that you see on TV?
I know, I don't know. I'm just asking you. I'm asking you
No,
if they're like average or like
like me, I'm reasonable thinking. I know that,
I know you're reasonable thinking. I can see
but
reasonable. You're a
but
good
that's what I'm
guy.
saying.
But I'm just asking you, do you think there's a lot of people out there that would waste their kind of money on that shit?
Not necessarily. I
Like
think
white people would probably go
I
spend that money on like Chevy pickup trucks, Ford
and
F-150s,
it
pack of
depends.
cigarettes.
And it depends on your age and education level. Like, it doesn't depend on race or anything like that. It just depends on your age. And like, if you give a young person $10,000, of course they're gonna buy a bunch of dumb stuff. But if someone my age, we're gonna buy, because we have families most likely at this age. We're gonna buy housing. We're gonna buy stuff for our kids. We're gonna buy other things outside of something that a young 20-year-old might buy. You get what I'm saying? So I think
I can agree. I can agree. But I
of an
also do
age
think
thing.
races by I do think, people can fit in these stereotypical categories. Rather it's the white man, the Mexican, or the black man. Like I told you, white people will buy, souped up trucks, F-150s, F-250s.
Yeah, but
What
that's
a
what I'm saying.
wonderful artistic response. God bless.
I'm
God
sure
bless you too.
there are a few black people that will buy stupid things, but that's outside of the actual premise that this was a promise made by this country that was never fulfilled.
Was it promised to you 3,000 years ago? I'm not willing to pay for something I didn't do. Ding, 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 ding. Jimmy, are you ironically saying, I'm not even going to repeat that.
Nobody's asking you to pay for anything. We're asking the government to pay for
So,
it.
where does the
That
government get their money from?
wherever they choose to get it, they can get it from another country, for all I care.
Reparations won't fix anything. They'll find something new to cry about. Also, Germany was different. Jews had their
Let's
homes.
test it out.
Jews
Let
had their homes and their wealth confiscated. Did you guys have your homes and your wealth confiscated?
Yeah, several times through history.
Several times through history. What are you talking about?
Black
The
Wall
white
Street.
man was the biggest. We were
Black
the
Wall Street.
slaves for way longer than you
What happened to
guys.
Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma?
That was destroyed by the white man. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
I
I'm glad.
forgot what happened to it. I learned about it before, but I forgot what happened to it, to be honest. Isn't there a new Black Wall Street anyway?
No, not the same as we had it back then.
It's
Uh,
more
what what
powerful.
what about the Sand Creek massacre,
I don't know about that.
The Memphis massacre, the New Orleans massacre, the Los Angeles Chinese massacre? All these different massacres that white people have put across different races across America. Yes, every time you see like a specific demographic reach a certain level of success at a certain time during this country's history, it was taken away from us.
Except the white man. That was just taken away for thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
What do you mean? For
What
what?
has happened to you since 1980?
What has happened since 19? So you're talking about what, 40 years ago?
Sure.
That's not even a generation.
45 years ago, yeah.
That's not even a whole generation apart. And you're talking about, oh, you're still. Do you
By the way,
understand?
the guy that
Do you
commented that
understand?
is black. Just so
Do
you're
you
clear.
understand there are people still alive today that lived under segregation?
Do you know anybody that's lived under
Yes,
segregation?
I do.
Your grandpappies?
If you want to put it that way, yeah.
Really? Well, what about the lady that sat on the back of the bus being best friends with Donald J. Trump? Why
Man,
does that upset you?
I don't care about that
Rosa Parks
performative
was friends
bull.
with Trump, and she would not ask for reparations.
Look, Donald Trump was so-called friends with anybody that would smile in his face and shake his hand. We all know this.
Yes, my
Like, come on
parents,
now.
Rosa.
Why did the Mamdani guy go up there and was able to just make Trump so
Because
gullible?
he promised that he's going to give Indians reparations.
Wait, what? The mayor of New York,
Yeah, Indians are going to get
they
reparations
rejected
because they
they
were enslaved by British people. And British people or a lot of British people are in America. That was founded by British colonizers. So he says that the Indian man needs reparations.
well, black people don't.
Well, he's Indian and Muslim. That's his own personal take.
But that somehow made Trump friendly to him.
I didn't know that was the question.
No, I was asking like if Trump isn't so gullible, why did Mondamni go to the White House the other day and all of a sudden now they're best buds?
They weren't. What the fuck makes you think they're best buds? Are they going out for
By the
dinner
way
every
they act
night?
by the way they acted in the White House.
Because Trump was smiling and laughing at the dude. J Money says, "Pay me my
He was not
reparations."
laughing at
I'm
him. He was laughing. He
25%
was
black.
he
Will
was
he get
very
reparations? He's 25% black.
yes, if you're a descendant of slavery.
One. I'm a dom. In my no, 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 no. We're not reading the rest of that one, sir. Nice
Yeah.
try. Irish and Scottish reparations ASAP. Apparently, he said they already got reparations. Oh, a Time says Irish people haven't received broad and official government reparations.
Hey, that's the Irish fight. They
So
received
you
something.
said if they're not going to get monetary reparations, what should they get? Like HBCUs or what?
No, HBCUs was no. I believe in something like Not so much monetary value, but something like access to resources, accesses to different land grants, and if you're going to give people money, make sure that they're financially educated.
Oh,
That
here's
yeah,
someone.
I'm very big on that.
What do
It's
you think
like
about this young man? He says,
you can't just throw money in people's hands and just say done with it. You have to like financially educate these people to the point where it's not blown away or just wasted like that.
here's another
But
question.
I'm not expecting the government to do that. But
This guy says, I'm white. Where are my reparations? My grandfather was a slave who also was white and had a black slave owner. Where is his reparations?
I guess you should take that fight up with the government. I mean,
I'm 50% black. Do I pay myself? Yes. Everyone has to pay their taxes and then the government will send out the reparations.
that's if the government chooses to fund reparations with taxes, because they can choose other routes to fund reparations.
Like
Is up,
tariffs.
yeah, like tariffs or just taking in money from different countries across the world.
Can Trump get 90% of the black vote in 2028 when he gives reparations through tariffs?
No, I doubt Trump will ever get 90% of the black vote. But that's for different reasons. I
I'm
mean, it.
38% black,
I'm
21%
I'm
Irish, rest
sorry, but
Hispanic.
the BS meter for the average black person is very, very sensitive, and we're
What
able
if
to
I
tell.
told you Trump had higher black voting than Kamala?
That's not true.
We'll pull up the numbers. Let's take a look at it.
I already done seen numbers over and over again from that last election, and when a black person voted, they voted within the 90th percentile for Kamala Harris.
90% of them voted for Kamala?
Within the 90th percentile. Put black women and men together, and they are within the 90th percentile.
Well, of course, black women voted for her, but take out black women. How many black men voted for Trump?
I think it was like the low 80s, low to mid 80s voted for Kamala.
Did more black men vote for Trump than Kamala? Let's do a quick search. What are you going to say if it says yes?
I know that's not true. Like it's
Why? Is
85.
because Kamala's Indian and they
No, it's because I looked at the exit poll because I paid very close attention to this election. I looked at the exit polls, and it was like damn near 80% black men for Kamala.
Nah, not 80%. But you are right. It does say that she did get more black votes.
Okay. I'm just saying like that I actually pay very close attention to politics and have been paying attention for a very long time, and that's why I think Donald Trump is such a danger to not only this country but to this constitution and the way we approach things
Everything he
going
did
forward.
was constitutional. We've been over this.
But what I'm saying is he's setting precedents for future presidents to do the same crap, which is not.
The past presidents already shoot future pres. The past presidents did the same shit.
The past presidents did not deploy ICE and the National Guard all across this nation.
Yet less black people voted for Harris than any other Democrat recently.
I'm not sure about that number either, but yeah, I'm just saying that Donald Trump is a danger to this nation, and he's a danger to any future president that might think it's a good idea to deploy the National Guard somewhere
But
just because he
Kamala,
feels like it.
we already been over this. 24 presidents deployed the National Guard. The next,
Okay, but on this level, no.
yes,
There's no president that deployed the National Guard to multiple cities at
yes, there
once.
is.
3 or 4 different cities at once?
Yes.
No.
Do you want me to go over the list again? You really want this?
What situation caused the U.S. president to deploy the National Guard to 3 to 4 cities at once?
Blacks vote Democrat unconditionally. Of course, they like people like Joe Biden that take away their civil rights.
What? No, blacks were voting Republican for a while. Then they switched to Democrats because of the civil rights legislation.
Oh,
Let's
the
keep it up.
party switch, another lie.
It is because black people are not dumb. We were Republicans at first. The Some of the first elected black officials in Mississippi were Republican, but because the Republicans started riding with the people that hung us up from trees, we were forced to switch to Democrat.
Yeah, no. What year was this?
The Southern Strategy, Richard Nixon, after Lyndon B. Johnson signed the civil rights legislation. The Southern
This was
Strategy.
after they created the Ku Klux Klan or before?
After.
So after the Democrats created the Ku Klux Klan, they switched to the Democrat Party?
Let's be clear. It
That's
wasn't.
fantastic.
Hold on,
They
because y'all
love going against their interests.
let me be clear, because y'all love making these connections without really making connections. The Democrats did not start the Ku Klux Klan. People who voted Democrat started the Ku Klux Klan. Those same people that started the Ku Klux Klan eventually became Republican because they
National Guard was deployed in several states for desegregation efforts, notably Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, and more.
outside of that, what else? Name
I mean,
another
that's a
instance.
huge one. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty more.
Okay, if you say so. All I'm saying is that this is a precedent that is, if you have ICE all across this country, then why also deploy the National Guard?
Because they have two different jobs.
And what is the job of the National Guard?
They can be used as a police force.
No, they
They've been
can't.
nationalized. Yes, they can.
Oh my God.
Look at Section 10. Read Section
These
10.
National Guard soldiers are not police officers. Police officers
Section
actually get
10.
law enforcement training.
They get training too.
National
Section
Guard
10.
members do not get law enforcement training.
Section 10 disagrees with you. Read Section
I
10.
don't.
So you don't care about the Constitution. Okay, I
That's
understand.
that's not necessarily precise what you're invoking.
You
That
haven't
section
read
that that
it,
that section 10 is not.
but you
So
haven't
you're
read it.
telling me.
Read
So
it.
so you're no,
Read
no.
it.
If section 10 reads exactly as you says, that means that at any moment in time that the president can replace every police officer in this country with a National Guard soldier and just
That's
say
not what it
forget.
says. You'll have to read it yourself. Reading
What
is
does
key.
no what does it
Byrd
say?
was a Democrat and made his own KKK. So, yes, the Democrat politicians made the KKK. He stayed a Democrat. The last time a Republican won the black vote was in 1932. Why is this guy lying?
What?
I don't know who he's talking to. I think he's talking to you.
Why am I lying about what?
You said that blacks were voting for Republicans ever since the 1960s, till the 1960s.
No,
Nixon, that
after
was in the 70s
no
then.
no no, I'm going further back than that. I'm saying after the freemen, after the slaves were freed and Reconstruction happened. Some of the
You said
first black.
Nixon. Which is it, Nixon or was it since the slaves were freed?
No, I'm giving you the full story. After the slaves were freed during Reconstruction, black politicians were elected to office, especially here in Mississippi, for the first time under the Republican Party. Years later, we get civil rights legislation. This is when the Republican Party in the South started to feel alienated because of that. I mean, the Democratic Party in the South started to feel alienated because Johnson signed that legislation. Nixon saw opportunity in the South and took advantage of that opportunity. How is that so hard to understand?
It is hard to understand because after then they still had Democrats being slave KKK and all this bullshit. And
Okay,
also,
but
I finally figured out
why
why
is
you're
it
a
so
cat
why
boy.
is it
I
so hard?
finally figured out why you're a cat boy. You
Why
want to
is
know
it
why?
why is it so hard to understand that Mississippi back then was blue, but now it's red? Why?
Why is it so hard to understand? There's a YouTube video about the party switch. When you type in party switch on YouTube, the #1 video on YouTube that pops up, the first one that pops up is about how the party switch is fake. We did not change. I'm gonna
Okay,
go over
okay.
this. The
If
fake switch.
if
I'll
there was
explain
no
it
party
after.
switch, if there was no party switch, at one point the Democrats controlled Mississippi, but now Mississippi is red. Why?
Why did at one point the Democrats control Miami, and then it was Republican, and then it was back to Democrats?
No, I'm asking you for a whole state. A lot of these so-called
Plenty of states
conservative
have
Democrat
switched.
Dixiecrat states were blue at one point. Why did they suddenly switch during Nixon?
They're gonna say it's a party switch. That's not why. And listen, time can explain it better than me.
Facts
But during Nixon,
don't
there was
lie.
there was Robert Byrd, who was a KKK member. He created a whole new branch of the KKK.
Do you know about Nathan Bedford
Why
Forrest?
was California Republican and now Democrat?
Because of the party switch.
What do you have to say to that, Time? By the way, I'm gonna have Time on here, so we're gonna hop off in about 2 or 3 minutes. So if you
Oh
guys
yeah.
have any final questions or comments,
Um,
feel free to drop some super chats and let us know. And follow
the
his channel.
the same racist people that is down south went from Democrat to Republican. There has to be a reason for that, right? Because
Say again?
you just brought it up. Johnson brought the National Guard down here because people were rioting and raging because of desegregation. What did those people vote in the next term?
All I know is the KKK back then was made by the Democrats.
Oh my God. Okay. That well, you were just ignoring the rest of history. You're
Listen,
just looking at one excerpt and
I'm
saying
gonna let
I'm
Time
ignore
come on
everything
here. He
else.
has a history degree. He's a black man with a history degree. So if you want to watch that, it might be a little bit informative. I'm just gonna shut up and let him talk. He's the one with the history degree.
Okay.
It still is Democrats.
It's still not Democrats. It's not because Mississippi is red. If I would believe your case if Mississippi to this day was still blue, but it's red today, and that's for a reason.
The KKK still supporting the Democrats.
The KKK support. The KKK just had a parade, and
And they were supporting Kamala Harris or who?
no, do you want to know what flags I saw at that
You
parade?
already told me this before.
Yes,
Propaganda.
the
Go to
the
Harrison,
the the, the
Arkansas.
KKK is a nonprofit here.
What?
Yes, look it up. You can look up nonprofits in each state. The Ku Klux
Black
Klan has a
Lives
non.
Matter is not a nonprofit. They or actually no, they are a
Yeah,
nonprofit.
they are a nonprofit, but so is the Ku Klux Klan. And guess
Who
what
makes
sign?
more money?
Guess what politicians sign is outside that nonprofit's location
Wait, who makes more money? Black Lives Matter or the Ku Klux Klan?
today.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think
Also, they want you to shout your channel out again.
Real Talk Politics TV at YouTube. I'm gonna try and drop the link here in the chat. Let me see if I can get to it.
Any final questions or comments? Go ahead and drop some super chats if you have any final questions. If not, we're gonna take a break for 2 or 3 minutes and then get Time on here for a
Somebody took my
little
name. That's crazy.
Time. Are you ready? Or are you out of it?
Who? Right here?
No, Time. Go ahead, type your name. I'm talking to my friend in the
Oh,
chat.
okay. My bad.
You're good. There you go. I don't know why it's not clickable for me, but at least they can see it in the chats.
Yeah.
Boss Devo, if you want another topic, drop a super chat and give us a topic. Real Talk Politics TV. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe.
KKK. Yeah.
Democrats mad. Smash that like. Oh, Smash that like and subscribe button, though, fellas. Like and subscribe. Follow his channel. Let's get to 150 likes on here.
Damn. I wish I had as many people to hate me. Maybe I can get a little traction on my YouTube.
Go subscribe to him, guys.
But yeah.
Mushmouth. Who you calling Mushmouth?
Yeah, it's probably
Is
me.
that,
I'm still new to this public speaking stuff, so I'm usually just thinking in my head to myself, not speaking public. So yeah.
well, you're black, so we're not allowed to hate on you. Someone in the comments section says, well, that's the Democrat way, I guess, right? That's the new Democrat way.
Ain't nobody say you can
Well, that's
hate
not
on.
even Democrat. That's
Hey,
leftist.
you can hate on me all you want to. I
I
ain't prom.
appreciate both of you guys. By the
I
way,
ain't
I
prom.
like totals.
Turtles. Oh, turtles.
Where did inflation come from? That's a long-winded fucking question, buddy. We don't got time for all that.
Capitalism.
You really do sound like you're anti-capitalist. I can't lie. Are you sure you're not a socialist? Did you vote Bernie Sanders back in 2016?
I wish. I
Stop the
wish.
treating of people different for their color. That's
I wish
racist.
I
Yeah.
did. Maybe.
Really?
Maybe he will be our president because that. Oh boy.
You like Bernie Sanders, huh?
Yeah, a lot better than Biden or
You
Trump.
like the fact that he tells you to give all your money away at the same time he's literally having 4 mansions, flying private.
He's not telling anybody to give their money away. He says that the rich should be taxed,
The
including
oligarchs. The
and
oligarchs. He
and
used, you know, he used to talk about the millionaires,
and
right?
and, and he and he
He used to
includes
call the
himself in
millionaires
that. He
oligarchs,
also
and then
includes
he became a millionaire.
yeah, he also includes himself in that. He says taxes for himself should be increased.
He knows they ain't gonna. He knows they ain't gonna raise the taxes on
But
him for
he's
him.
the only millionaire saying
Why
that
doesn't
his
he?
own
Why doesn't?
taxes
Yeah,
should be increased.
anyone can say that.
But
Why
he's a
doesn't he cut the
politician that can
IRS a
actually do
check?
that. Huh?
But why doesn't he send the IRS money? They don't deny free money. Why doesn't he send the IRS money? Pay his fair share.
Because I think he actually donates directly to specific charities.
Then
Um,
why is he worth $40 million?
because we still live in an economy.
Oh, so he's not donating his money. He's hoarding his resources, in his own words.
I
Uh,
don't care.
all right, guys. I'm gonna give
I'm
it one more last promo, and then I'm gonna hop off. I want to promote the Discord real quick. Yeah, join the Discord, fellas, if you want to set up a debate, have a conversation, or anything like that. Even if you like Trump, even if you don't like Trump, go ahead and join the debate Discord.
Bernie Sanders is only worth $2 million.
Nah, that's bullshit. You gotta look at the other estimates. 5 to 30 million is what I found. He couldn't be worth $2 million because his houses alone are worth over $2 million. Look up his properties. He had an interview where he said that his properties were worth more than $2.5 million. Just search it on YouTube real quick. You'll
Yeah,
find
as it
it.
says, his estimated net worth is 2 million to 3 million.
No, that's not right. Big Pharma pays Bernie.
I just never see any proof for any of these statements that come
I'll
from
send
them.
you sources for Bernie. We can debate about Bernie hardcore next time.
I mean, I'm not a big. I mean, I am kind of more of a fan than Bernie than I am Biden. Um, I seriously think AOC should make a run for it, and I think that
Join
we
the
should.
Discord, guys. She should make a run for the bar so she can make me a cocktail.
No, AOC should make a run for president. I think she should, and I think the governor out of California, Gavin Newsom, should make a run for it. I just want to
Oh,
see.
that is horrible.
I just want to
That's
see a
horrible.
robust roster of Democrats this election cycle. I just want to see as many decent Democrats run for president so people can make their decision in 2 years.
Thank you, Eric. All right, I'm gonna hop off now. I appreciate you coming on, and go subscribe to his channel.
Yep. I'm finna start gaming. Get a little gaming in before I hit the sack.
We already talked about Southern strategy. He said that's when the whole party switch was.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, y'all follow my Twitch. I game on there too. So if y'all like video games, I know some of y'all do. Follow me. Got some interesting stuff coming. So
Same name on Switch. Send me a link to your Twitch.
um, let me pull it up because I just started this shit.
Just send me a link to it. I'm gonna hop off now. Peace
All right.
out.
All right. See y'all later.